Chapter 101. Yi Chen did not think much about it, but went directly to Zhu's villa. When walking to the door, two icy voices sounded at the same time. No one is allowed to enter military important places. Those who violate it will be killed. Yi Chen didn't put such a threat in his heart and laughed. I'm looking for Zhu Zixuan. I'm her friend. But those two people did not pay any attention to Yi Chen. Yi Chen naturally won't break in by force. Although he is not afraid of these people, if Zhu's family is surrounded only by national security, his forced entry will only add to his troubles. Yi Chen thought for a few seconds, now can only use the relationship. There are only two people with military background, Ying Qing and Bailey Bing. Ying Qing's phone he did not. He can only dial the phone in the corner of Bailey Ice. Yi Chen, how did you think of calling me? The sound of Bailey Ice rustling. There's something I want to trouble you about. Yi Chen Dao. Bailey Bing on the other end of the phone is stunned. In her opinion, Yi Chen's strength is so terrible that she should even ask her for help? You say I will help if I can. Do you know what happened to the Zhu family in Jiangqing? I'm going to enter Zhu's villa now, and I'm stopped by the military. Yi Chen Dao. Bailey Bing naturally did not know about Zhu's family. She directly replied to Yi Chen, you wait at the door for a while, I contact a person, he will come to help you. The phone hung up. About 10 minutes later, a red flag car with special license plate drove into Zhujia Villa. A middle-aged man with a Chinese face came down from the car and ran directly to Yi Chen. He paid a standard military salute. Mr. Yi, Miss Bailey asked me to come. Yi Chen nodded, but did not expect Bailey Ice to be so efficient. The middle-aged man didn't talk nonsense. He went directly to the gate of Zhu's house and took out a certificate from his pocket. When the certificate was opened, the two garrison soldiers were stunned, immediately stood at attention, and paid a military salute. As soon as they wanted to speak, the middle-aged man made a sign in his eyes, and then they closed their mouths. The middle-aged man turned to Yi Chen and said, Mr. Yi, let's go in together. Good. Soon, Yi Chen was accompanied by a middle-aged man to the living room of Zhu's villa. He found that the living room was almost surrounded by armed forces. On the sofa in the living room were Zhu Ren, Zhu Zixuan and a couple. The couple should be Zhu Zixuan's parents. Zhu Zixuan saw Yi Chen for the first time and exclaimed, Mr. Yi. Hearing this, Zhu raised his head. Yi Chen found that Zhu Ren's eyes were almost sunken and his face was pale. The whole person seemed to be in his teens. After a few days' absence, how could Zhu Ren become like this? Yi Chen walked over and sat on the sofa. Those armed forces wanted to stop Yi Chen, but the middle-aged man took out his certificate and they did not move. Mr. Zhu, what happened? Mr. Yi, if you are in trouble, don't get involved in this matter. I'll carry it alone. Zhu Ren's voice is a little hoarse. Zhu Zixuan quickly sat down beside Yi Chen and said excitedly, Mr. Yi, this is the case. A few days ago, a big man went south and came to Jiangqing. He did not feel well, so he prepared several pairs of medicine in our Darantang, but who could have thought that there was something wrong with the medicine? I remember that those herbs were all selected by my grandfather himself. After checking them several times, there was no poisonous herb at all. But the big man took them, and something went wrong. Yi Chen's eyes are slightly narrowed. It is obvious that there is a problem in the middle link, and the medicinal materials have been lost. The Zhu family will not be stupid enough to do such a bad thing. As for who it is no longer important. The urgent task is to save it. Although Zhu did not say which big man, but from the villa's armed forces, that person in the above position is not low. How's that guy? Yi Chen asked. Zhu Ren trembled and shook his head. It's still under rescue, but the problem is very serious. If something happens to him, not only the Zhu family in Jiangqing will be ruined, but also the Zhu family in Jiangnan province. Oh. But who in the end is going to harm our Zhu family? Yi Chen stood up and said seriously, where is the man? As long as there is one breath, I can save it. As soon as this word comes out, the eyes of the whole room are all locked in Yi Chen. Shocked surprise. Can it be saved? Save a fart. Can't go back to the sky, what can you do to save it? Zhu Ren was a little confused. Although Yi Chen went to the Darantang to buy medicinal materials, all the herbs he bought were for cultivation. Naturally, the Zhu family would not think of him as a miracle doctor. If we talk about the strength of martial arts, Zhu will not hesitate to believe Yi Chen. But this is a matter of human life, not a joke. Martial master, you can kill people, but you can't save people. Zhu Zixuan's father, Zhu Weifeng, couldn't look down. He said to Zhu Ren, "Dad, things are in a mess. Don't let an outsider make trouble, okay?" Jiang Yali, Zhu Zixuan's mother, also blamed Zhu Zixuan. "Zixuan, did you just call this person? Do you think our Zhu family is not miserable enough? Now that one is still in the rescue. What's the use of this boy who hasn't grown his hair all the time?" Yi Chen paid no attention to the two men and glared at Zhu Ren. "Mr. Zhu, if you believe me, I will do it. If you don't believe it, I'll leave now." Yi Chen helps Zhu family is sentimental, does not help Zhu family is duty. It's Zhu Ren's choice. At this moment, Zhu Ren hesitated. Jiang Yali even said, "Dad, don't be a fool. Do you know the background of this guy? There's nothing full of hair." Before he finished speaking, Zhu Ren clapped his hand on the table and glared at Jiang Yali. "Shut up for me, you woman. I'm the master of Zhu family. Can you insult Mr. Yi? Apologize to Mr. Yi. Or get out of Zhu's house immediately." Jiang Yali was so scared that she didn't see the old man lose his temper. She quickly bowed her head and apologized to Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry." Later, Zhu Ren looked at Yi Chen and bit his teeth and said, "Mr. Yi, I choose to believe you. He's going to gamble. Bet on the luck of the whole Zhu family. Zhu family is already dying. But Yi Chen is the only one who can pull the tide. Well, where is the man? Take me now." 10 minutes later, the military vehicle stopped. They came to a quiet place. There is only one building, a bit like a private hospital, but the armed forces and soldiers outside show that this place is not ordinary. With the middle-aged man called by Balabang, everything is much easier. But everyone in the Zhu family was handcuffed and had no freedom. They took the elevator directly to the 6th floor of the hospital. Yi Chen even feels a few strong breath. Ancient martial arts are strong. In the operating room, Yi Chen saw 8 people, 4 men and 3 women, quite old, should be the offspring of the old man in the operation room. Naturally, the 8 people also noticed Zhu Ren. "Damn it, you old man dare to come here. Say, who on earth let you deal with my dad? I put my words here. If anything happens to my father, I want all the people of Zhu's family to be buried with me." One of the burly men, whose eyes were red with blood, rushed directly over. The wind comes with the steps and the strength sweeps through. Ancient warrior. Because of the anger on his head, the man directly swung his fist at Zhu Ren. Everyone's face changed. With this blow, Zhu Ren's figure can't bear it. Just as his fist was about to hit Zhu Ren's face, Yi Chen held out his hand and directly grasped the powerful fist. "You're not qualified to do it until the people inside wake up. Now get out of here." Chapter 102. A roll, word falls at the same time. Yi Chen rolled up a strong momentum and pushed it out. Feeling the overwhelming power, the burly man's face changed greatly, and he stepped back 6 steps. He's in a fright, steady face. It's the master of Huajing. The man also wondered what courage Zhu Ren had to come here. It turned out to be a great master to be a supporter. But even if 10 of them came today, they couldn't save Zhu's family, because he was offending the state machine. The man stepped out, staring at Yi Chen and said, "Boy, don't think you are a master, you can do whatever you want in Jiangqing. There is no shortage of master in China. If you still stand on Zhu's side now, I promise, you will regret it." Threat. A naked threat. Finished. Yi Chen light way, since finished saying, "Give me to get out of the way." The man was stunned. He didn't expect that the boy would dare to be so crazy when he came to the place directly under the control of the army. Who gave him courage? No, the point is, how did these people come up? His eyes soon fell on the middle-aged man arranged by Bailey Ice. It happened that he knew. "Luo Jinghua, why are you here? You brought this group of people? Believe it or not, I will take you to the military court. You should know who is in the operation. If something happens to him, Bai Li Xiong can't save you." The man almost growled. Luo Jinghua was just about to speak when the light in the operating room was on. Two doctors in white coats came out in a hurry, their heads bowed and their faces were very bad. The burly man turned around, grabbed a doctor's clothes and asked, "How's my dad?" "Yes, sorry chief, the toxicity has spread. I really can't recover, we really tried our best." Before the doctor finished speaking, he was thrown out by the big man. "A bunch of rubbish. It's all rubbish." The big man's eyes are full of blood. He stares at Zhu Ren. Now he has no scruples. Zhu Ren must die. As soon as he was ready to make a move, he felt a dark shadow brush his shoulder. Bang! The next second, the door of the operating room is closed directly. The speed is too fast, so fast that everyone has no reaction at all. The burly man put his hand on the door, just wanted to break open, but found his strength as if hit on the cotton, disappeared. How could it be? The operating room door in front of me is like a wall. It can't be pushed. This is... His cold eyes glanced around him and found that only the young man who had just started was missing. Father has an accident. If his body is also destroyed, the consequences are unimaginable. The man no longer hesitated, just about to open the door with violence. Luo Jinghua appeared in front of him. "Give Mr. Yi a chance. Mr. Yi may be able to save the chief. If something goes wrong, I'll go to the military court myself." Luo Jinghua's righteous words and Tao. The reason why he said this is because he thought of Mrs. Explanation on the phone and helped Yi Chen at all costs. Yi Chen is extremely important to the commander. The burly man calmed down. He knew Luo Jinghua, and the other side did not fight an uncertain battle. He could guarantee his own future, which showed that he fully trusted the young man. Although this trust is somewhat puzzling, he still chooses to have a try. "Well, I'll only give him 10 minutes. 10 minutes without any results, I broke in. And if my dad's body is destroyed, I promise, you'll die miserably." The tension was extreme. Operating room. Yi Chen has already felt the old man's body sends out a line of dead gas. Those doctors said in fact is right. The toxicity has spread. But it doesn't mean it can't be saved. Left him time is not much. Yi Chen quickly took out the pills from his pocket, let the old man take them directly, and then beat up the pills with genuine qi to help the old man absorb them. Yi Chen keeps running the true qi, which condenses and forms, and points to the old man's eyebrows. See the whole body of the old man covered with a layer of light yellow light. The light wrapped the old man. The black spots on the old man gradually faded. Yi Chen again took out a pill, let the old man take it. He took a look around him and found something. His fingers closed slightly, and a bag of silver needles inhaled into his palm. He spread out skillfully, and his fingers danced rapidly, and the silver needles fell down exactly as if they were beating notes. 36 silver needles, all shaking. After all this, Yi Chen, with his real qi in his palm, drew an ancient rune on the upper body of the old man. The next second, the old man's chest actually flashing a dazzling golden light. The light gradually dissipated, and those trembling silver needles actually spilled a trace of black gas. As if the old man's body poison along the silver needle constantly volatilized. 5 minutes later, the black gas completely disappeared, and the original straight-line ECG actually produced fluctuations, even stronger fluctuations. The old man's face is ruddy. Yi Chen took a look at the old man and noticed that all the wounds were on the old man's body. He could not help but sigh. What kind of person is so vicious as to hurt such an old man who is fighting for his country? But meeting me, Yi Chen, is also your destiny, even if it is to do a good deed for the country. Yi Chen just ready to leave, the old man's eyes suddenly opened. When you see the youth's back, the turbid eyes produce a trace of light. Miracle doctor, stop. Yi Chen stopped, but he didn't expect the old man to wake up so quickly. First, the poisoning has nothing to do with Zhu family. You can deal with this misunderstanding. Secondly, I found that the poison on your body is a chronic poison. You have been taking it for more than a month. As you are, it's impossible for outsiders to do it. It's time to clean up the internal diseases. Yi Chen's voice dropped faintly, not so much advice as command. If the people who know that the power of Shenshin will be controlled by those who are in charge of it. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the old man was stunned and immediately thought of something. He nodded his head and said, "Thank you." He also wanted to say what? Yi Chen has pushed the door to leave. The operating room. The original tense atmosphere, because of Yi Chen's appearance, becomes more and more tense. The big man looked at the time. Only 8 minutes have passed. Is this guy over? Obviously nothing has been done. He was just going to see if his father's body had been damaged when an old man in sick suit came out. It's his father. Hiss. At this moment, everyone at the scene took a breath. Are you really alive? The old chief is alive. The key is still standing up. Like a man who's okay. The doctors, who were almost beaten, collapsed on the ground with a look of hell. Luo Jinghua's eyes are also widened to the extreme. He roughly understood the whole thing. The old chief was announced the time of death by these top doctors. Yi Chen went in for a few minutes and actually survived? What's the situation? Although he has been helping Yi Chen get through the relationship in the evening, he is totally looking at the face of Bailey Ice. For Yi Chen, he is actually questioning. But the current situation, completely beyond his understanding. Miracle doctor? Martial arts master? He subconsciously searched for Yi Chen in the crowd, but there was no shadow of Yi Chen on the 6th floor. Doesn't this guy know who he saved? Didn't you stay? Once he has a good relationship with the old chief, he can walk horizontally in the whole Jiangnan province. Chapter 103. The eyes of the old chief swept around him, looking for the figure of Yi Chen. But after a circle, we didn't find it at all. He can clearly feel the state of his body. Not only is the toxicity relieved, but also the whole body is incomparably light. It's like returning to what it was 20 years ago. The more so, the more surprised he was. The young man's tactics are too much. The burly man responded and rushed over with a lunge. He was quite excited and said, "Dad, is it really you? Are you alive?" The old chief officer snorted coldly, "Is it difficult that you still want me to die?" No, Dad, I didn't mean that, but just now the doctor clearly said that you..." The burly man didn't go on talking. He even thought in his heart, was it really the boy who rescued him? The old chief glared at his son and said, "If it's not the miracle doctor, you may really have to prepare a coffin for your father." Finish saying, the old chief then toward Zhu Ren and others. He thought of Yi Chen left before the account. Those soldiers saw the old chief come over and quickly saluted a standard military salute. "Chief, Zhu family is innocent. Untie the handcuffs. What right do you have to do that?" The old chief said seriously. "Yes, chief." Soon, everyone in the Zhu family was free again. They looked at the old man in front of them, and some of them were afraid to speak. Although the old man has retired, the invisible power in his hand is terrible. "These days, I'm sorry to embarrass you, Zhu family," the old chief said. "This can frighten Zhu Ren and others to death. How can they bear the apology of a big man? It doesn't matter if several people make a statement." The old chief nodded and turned his words, "Do you know the Dr. Zhu?" At this moment, all talents suddenly realized why the old chief executive apologized. Obviously because of Yi Chen. Without Yi Chen, they may not even have freedom. Zhu Weifeng and his wife looked a little ugly. When they thought of their own attitude towards Yi Chen in the living room at that time, they would like to smoke their own ears. If the old man didn't throw it all alone at that time, the Zhu family might have been finished. When Zhu Ren turned his head, he said to the old chief, "Chief, the young doctor named Yi Chen is a little friend of Zhu by chance." "Yi Chen, good name." The old chief nodded thoughtfully and said, "Do you know his contact information?" To know is to know, but Mr. Yi doesn't like to disturb. Zhu Ren has something to do. After all, without Yi Chen's permission, it is not appropriate to sell his information rashly. The old chief nodded, but he didn't ask for it. It was easy for him to know a person's information. All of a sudden, he turned around, and his muddy eyes became a little cold. He was staring at a flustered woman, and told the guards around him, "Xiao Cui, send Zhu's family back to the villa. Next, I'm going to clean up some cancer." "Yes, chief." Night, ink is black. To the north of Jiangqing is a bamboo garden near Kuiwangshan. There is a courtyard in the bamboo garden, which is the house of Jiang family. At the moment, The atmosphere in Chang's mansion is dignified to the extreme, and there are 3 coffins in the middle of the yard. A middle-aged man in a training room was sitting on the high hall. His body was shaking and his eyes were red. He is Jiang Yuanli, the strongest martial arts master of the Jiang family. All the masters of Jiang Yuanli dare not know that they are on the edge. After all, his favorite son, Jiang Wenlin, is dead. And it was a tragic death. When the coffin appeared at the door of Chang's house, Jiang Yuanli angrily punched, and the ground left a huge mouth. Master's anger is not what ordinary people can bear. Pa! Jiang Yuanli clapped his hand on the desk beside him. Almost instantly, the desk was broken. A strong wave of air bombarded in all directions. Some of the masters of the Jiang family couldn't help but step back, and the blood in their bodies surged up. Who is it? Why move my son Jiang Yuanli? The whole Jiangqing, who dares not to give me face like this? A startling roar rang from 10 miles around. Jiang Yuanli's body trembled. After a few seconds, he suppressed his anger and looked at the 2 youths. Wenshui, Wenli, who sent the coffin? Have you found out? A young man stepped forward, shook his head and said, Dad, we compared the appearance of those people. It seems that they are not from Jiangqing, but are still under investigation. Jiang Yuanli stood up directly and snorted coldly, Look at Jiangqing, there are few who dare to kill our Jiang family. What's more, Wenlin was involved in the auction. You should investigate everyone at the auction. Remember everyone. Even if we turn over the river city, we must find the murderer. I want him to die. I want him to watch a man die with his own eyes. Most apartments. It was already 9 p.m. when Yichen returned home. He thought that the second daughter was almost asleep, but when he opened the door, he felt a trace of something wrong. There's a smell of outsiders coming in. The door opened and the living room was quiet. And he was surprised to find that there was not only Xia Ruoxue and Sun Yi in the room, but also a woman of noble temperament standing, seemingly confronting Xia Ruoxue. Looking at her back, Yichen understood that this was Xia Ruoxue's mother. Besides Xia's mother, there are 2 bodyguards. Both of them are ancient martial arts, whose realm is not weak. Xia's mother naturally noticed Yichen who came in. Her eyes glanced at her and snorted coldly. Then she said to Xia Ruoxue, You stay in such a broken place these days. How do you live? You don't even have a bathtub. How do you take a bath? If snow, don't play the devil, you cannot go back to Jiangnan province, but you must also live back to Jiangqing Villa. Xia Ruoxue's eyes were cold and displeased. She looked up and said, Mom, I think it's very good here. At least it's hotter than that cold villa. It's getting late. I'm going to have a rest. You can go. Sunny doesn't know what to do next. Her apartment itself is a compact commercial apartment, which naturally can't hold a bathtub. However, it's okay to live in. Xia's mother and Xia Ruoxue have been arguing for a long time, and she doesn't know whether to persuade her. Xia's mother shook her head and said, It's your birthday after a while. I've started to prepare a birthday party for you. This time, I put the party in Jiangqing, which is my biggest setback. You go back with me and you will see the real one at the party. How could Xia Ruoxue not understand her mother's intention and directly refused? Sunny has promised to celebrate my birthday. I don't care for any party. That's it. Xia's mother's face was a little wrong, and she finally gave an ultimatum. Rushu, are you going to follow me or not? You are the daughter of Xia family. Living in this miscellaneous place, who will guarantee your safety? The words have not finished, Yichen then mouthway. Her safety I come to protect. Chapter 104. Xia's mother turned and looked at Yichen beside her and said with a sneer, Yichen, I know everything about you. If you really have the ability to protect Rushu's safety, how could your parents die in those years? The rules of the world are beyond your imagination. You, who can only struggle at the bottom, are not worthy of such a promise. Xia Mu's words are pearls. Xia Ruoxue really can't listen to it anymore. She even says, Mom, you're too much. Xia's mother gazed at Yichen with interest. Seeing that the other side didn't say a word, she said, Too much? What's too much? I just let this boy see the world early. If snow, I really don't understand, How can you see this boy? To be able to have no ability, to have status without status, you heard the big talk that day. Within half a year, the Xia family couldn't stand up. Don't you think this kind of man is ridiculous? Now he even threatens to guarantee your safety. What guarantee does he take? For a moment, Xia Ruoshuesum cannot refute. Although she wanted to believe that Yi Chen could do it, she had to face the heavy reality. Yi Chen can't do it, even if there is a miracle. The world's ladder has always existed, and it is too difficult for the poor or the bottom to break the shackles of the ladder. That's why the poor are getting poorer and the rich are getting richer. Between the two, the gap between starting point and resources is too large. At this time, a lazy voice sounded in the ears of Summer Mother and Xia Ruoshua. Half a year's agreement, time has not arrived, you are not qualified to speak. As for the safety of Snow, I can really protect it. Xia's mother heard such a big talk and just wanted to refute it. Yi Chen said, "Do you think these two people around you can guarantee your safety?" His eyes were cool, but there was a chill in his eyes. If the woman in front of her was not Xia Ruoshua's mother, she might have become a cold corpse. Xia's mother was stunned and immediately looked at the two bodyguards behind her. This is a powerful ancient martial artist invited by the Xia family. His strength is extremely terrible. When a car nearly hit her at the beginning, she saw one of them with her own eyes, clapping at the front of the car, the body almost twisted. But the man didn't have a thing. How can't such a strong man against the sky protect her safety? More and more, she felt that the boy in front of her was ridiculous. Boy, you don't know the world, so you don't know how terrible the two people around me are. Summer Mother Cold Channel. Terrible? Yi Chen smiles. Then, his body in place into a shadow. Too fast. Almost to the scene, no one can react. Summer Mother only felt a gust of wind blowing in front of her eyes. The next second, plop. She was shocked to find that the two ancient warriors who she had always trusted had knelt down. Pale to the extreme. The corner of the mouth is overflowing a trace of blood. Seriously injured. What's wrong with you? Xia's mother's eyes were startled, even some could not speak. This scene is too weird, two people are still good a second ago. Xia Ruoshue and Sun Yi sitting on the sofa are also full of surprise. Which one is this? Are these two bodyguards hired by Yi Chen as extras? However, the two ancient martial arts masters did not speak from the beginning to the end, just staring at the youth in front of them. There was a storm in their hearts. A second ago, they had already felt Yi Chen's hand and wanted to resist, but an invisible pressure covered their whole body. Keep them from moving. Even kneel down. The strength of the other side is completely crushing. Master Wu Dao, absolutely martial master. Yi Chen's sight fell on Xia's mother's body, quite casually said, "Auntie, now, do you still think these two people around you can protect you?" Xia's mother opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Yi Chen said again, "In fact, it's you who really don't understand the rules of the world." Xia's mother was frightened by Yi Chen's momentum, and her high-heeled shoes retreated several steps. Don't know why, she found that her understanding of this young man is almost blank. Now, you can rest assured to leave, if Snow by my side, is safer than in the villa. Yi Chen lightway. The words fell, and the shackles of the two ancient warriors disappeared completely. They stood up and said to Xia's mother, "Madam, let's go." Xia's mother's face was not right, she stepped on her high-heeled shoes and left. This is a strong she, the first time to choose compromise. The key is to compromise with a boy who doesn't grow all the hair. She has no choice. Around the two strong are like this, the other side is completely with action to block his mouth. It seems that Yi Chen needs further investigation. The focus of the investigation is where this guy went in the last 5 years. When Xia's mother leaves and the door is completely closed, Xia Rushu and Sun Yi on the sofa have not responded. What happened just now? Why did the two masters kneel down? Is Yi Chen an ancient warrior? After a few seconds, Sun Yi woke up, came to Yi Chen, turned a few circles, and said in surprise, "Yi Chen, how did you do it? Even if Snow's mother is angry? How did the two men get down on their knees?" Yi Chen blinked and said with a smile, In fact, I know those two bodyguards just now. One is my brother-in-law and the other is my comrade in arms. Just now, they cooperated with me. How else could these two strangers kneel down to me? Yichen doesn't want Sun Yi to be involved in this world. He can do it by doing his best to protect the Pure Land in Sun Yi's heart. Sun Yi doesn't believe her, but she doesn't want to ask more questions. I don't know why. She felt that today's affairs are similar to those of intruders. There must be something unknown about Yichen. Then Sun Yi went to wash. Only Yichen and Xia Ruoxue are left in the whole room. The atmosphere is a little quiet. Xia Ruoxue has been staring at Yichen. She doesn't know why. She feels that Yichen is an ancient warrior. She hopes so, really. Because the person who controls the rules in China is the ancient warrior. If Yichen is strong enough, he can change everything and even make rules. But Yichen's age is here, plus the previous investigation, leaving aside the 5 years of disappearance, this guy can't have a chance to practice. Even if these 5 years of practice, it is obviously too late. Yichen, what kind of person are you? Xia Ruoxue's heart. Yichen, as the party concerned, no matter what the second daughter thinks, his phone rings. It's Shen Haihua. He went to the balcony and pressed the answer button. What's the matter? Mr. Yi, Tianjin Group is almost there. I wonder if the legal person will choose you or arrange someone else. And, maybe tomorrow, the news of the establishment of Tianjin Group will spread all over Jiangqing. Will it affect you? Yichen looked at the knight with a cold smile. With my name, I want to tell all the people in Jiangqing that I have come back. Chapter 105. When Shen Haihua heard Yichen's words, he was stunned. In his memory, Yichen is an extremely low-key person. However, the identity of enterprise legal person is the most sensitive existence. He thought Yichen would choose to let others act as the legal person of the group, but he did not expect that Yichen would eventually choose to be exposed in the sight of all people. Tianjin Group has a bad reputation in Jiangqing. Most people in the circle know about the tragic incident of Yi family 5 years ago. Once Yichen and Tianjin Group appear at the same time, the whole situation of Jiangqing will be affected. People who have a heart will inevitably associate with Qinghe Group and the relationship between Qingmen being destroyed and Yichen. Although these people have no direct evidence, Tianjin Group is easy to become the target of everyone. After all, the dandy is still in the Jiangqing city. As a businessman, Shen Haihua knows more than anyone how smoky this business district is. Once exposed, Tianjin Group is really dangerous. The key is that he asked Yichen for 3 conditions last time. Now none of them appears. Without the strong backstage of the government and the support of an underground force, the opening of Tianjin Group may not be supported by anyone. Are you sure, Mr. Yi? Shen Haihua said seriously. Sure. Yichen said, I know what you are worried about. What happened 5 years ago will not happen again. Now, no one dares to move Tianjin Group. You just have to believe me. What else could Shen Haihua say? He just nodded and hung up the phone. Maybe tomorrow, Jiangqing will usher in an earthquake, but I don't know whether the accident is Tianjin Group or those people. Yichen hung up the phone, just ready to enter the house. He found a strange number called. Mr. Yi, are you in Thompson? I'll deliver it. It'll be there in about 5 minutes. Yichen, this just reacts to come over, should be the thing that Gold Home brings auction meeting. He said hello to the second daughter and went out. When he arrived at the top floor of Thompson Epine, he saw 2 delivery men, one of whom was Jin Qian wearing a duck cap. Jin Qian sees Yichen, Mao Sun shrinks, palpitation of day seems to still be. As an ancient warrior, he had never been so afraid of a man. But he saw this man kill a master like a chicken. Hello, Mr. Yi, this is Jin. I know. Put it in. Yichen opens the door, then signs to 2 people way. Good, good. After a while, Jin Qian and his wife carried the things into the room. Then they took out a box and carefully handed it to Yichen. Mr. Yi, you can check it. The big one is the Baichao Ding, and this box is the Tears of the Stars. If you have any questions, you can contact me. Yichen opened the box and took a look at the Tears of the Stars. There was no problem. Then he came to the huge box and put his palm on it gently. At the sound of the sound, the box was shaken open. Seeing this, Jin Qian and another person subconsciously stepped back, their faces pale. Due to the particularity of boycotting, the most solid TS003 titanium material is used for packaging. It needs a key to open it. As a result, Mr. Yi broke it with one hand. This is too violent. Yi Chen is very happy when he sees Bai Chao Ding. He's been waiting for this thing too long. With Dan Ding, the efficiency of his alchemy can be 100 times higher, and the efficacy is even more terrible. At that time, the speed of cultivation can also be accelerated. Yi Chen waved to those two people and said, "There is no problem with things. You can leave." Jin Qian asked another person to go out first. Then he closed the door and came to Yi Chen. He said softly, "Mr. Yi, miss, let me bring you a message." "Oh." Yi Chen is quite curious. The Jiang family, Jiang Yuanli, received the 3 bodies. Their anger was beyond our imagination. The Chang family even began to investigate everyone at the auction. Before long, he might suspect Mr. Yi. Even if he had no substantial evidence, according to Jiang Yuanli's character, he would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let go of one. The young lady was worried that Jiang Yuanli would attack Mr. Yi, so she hoped that Mr. Yi would leave Jiangqing temporarily. Miss Yi has arranged a private plane. As long as Mr. Yi nods and sends Mr. Yi to Sanya immediately, it will be regarded as a tourist distraction. Yi Chen laughed and said to Jin Qian, "Thank you for your kindness, but I won't leave. It's better for Jiang Yunli to come and deal with me, for fear that he won't come." Hearing that sentence, Jin Qian took a cold breath. His heart seemed to be hammered. How could Mr. Yi face the Chang family? What's more, it seems that they are not afraid of Jiang Yunli, the figure on the master list. Mr. Yi is a fool. He didn't understand the horror of the Chang family. Of course, Mr. Yi's strength is very strong, but the master he killed and Jiang Yuanli are very different from each other. Mr. Yi, think twice. Jin Qian worried. Yi Chen opens the door directly, his eyes indicate, but Jin Qian can only leave. Anyway, the attitude of the Jin family has shown that it is Mr. Yi who does not seize the opportunity. After everyone left, Yi Chen directly lifted the Bai Chao Ding with one hand and placed it in a suitable position. He took out the medicinal materials he had bought in Diren Hall and put them directly into them. He started refining pills by activating Dan Fire and covering with genuine qi. He is going to refine 3 kinds of pills, called Qinglingden. The pills are divided into 9 grades, each of which is subdivided into 9 lines. Qingling pill is called cultivation speed increasing pill, which can help the strong break through the cultivation limit. If the strong person in Kaiyuan level 9 takes it, it will break through the qi dynamic state immediately. With the help of Qinglingden and cultivation, Yi Chen will surely stride across the aerodynamic environment at the fastest speed. I will not kill the second master. He closed his eyes. Refining pills need to step by step, calm as water, heart without distractions. Once upset, irritable, out of control, pills will inevitably fail, and even damage martial arts mood. I don't know how long after, the whole top floor came with a strong smell of medicine. Bai Chao Ding is slightly red. Suddenly, ding! At the sound of the sound, a Dan medicine breath diffuses from the Bai Chao Ding, which is extremely strong, and cannot help but let Yi Chen's mind coagulate. It's a success. Yi Chen also ignored the extremely high temperature of the pill and took it out directly. Soon, he found a whole 10 pills. There are 6 abandoned pills. Fortunately, 4 succeeded. When you see the remaining 4 green elixir, Yi Chen's eyes shrink, just like hell. Because 2 of them have 3 grades and 7 patterns. This is 3 grades and 7 patterns. Excellent quality. How could? Yi Chen had psychological preparation before. It would be good to refine several 3 grades and 3 lines this time. Now there is a 7-pattern pill, completely out of his cognition. After all, these medicinal materials are not high-grade, so it is impossible to refine 7-grain pills. Yi Chen's eyes fall on the Bai Chao Ding. There is only one possibility at present, that is, the Bai Chao tripod improves the properties of medicinal materials. It seems that it's a leak this time. Even if the pot is put in that place, it's a treasure-level existence. I've made a lot of money. Chapter 106. Yichen put the 2-3 products and 7 patterns of Kinglingdon into a box and carefully put them in the pocket. Good things should be kept for the last time. The other 2 were swallowed in one breath. In an instant, the fragrance of medicine overflowed everywhere, and an extremely breath was pounding in the field of elixir. It's a breakthrough. Yichen was overjoyed. He sat cross-legged and ran 9 days of Shenyangju. At the moment, he seems to have entered a delicate realm. Everything is wonderful. His whole body was covered with a red light, and the strong breath made the ground tremble. Before long, a black stone flew out of Yichen's pocket, directly above his head, and then a column of light came up. Broken! Yichen roars, the shackles of the body are all broken. The cultivation is rising rapidly. The 6th floor of Kaiyuan is a success. But this is far from stopping because the 6th layer is about to break through, and the effect has not been completely released. Come again! A few hours later, there was another sense of breakthrough in the house. At 8 o'clock in the morning of the next day, Yichen gradually opened his eyes, and his realm was stable in the 7th layer of Kaiyuan realm. It's unbelievable to break through 2 small realms overnight. When is Kinglingdon so rebellious? Yichen has some doubts in his heart. What he takes is just a general green elixir, which should not have such an exaggerated effect. All of a sudden, his eyes congealed, and naturally noticed the black stone floating on his head. He held out his hand, and the black stone fell on his palm instantly. Is it because of you? Yichen closed his eyes and instantly came to that samsara cemetery. It's still deserted. Of the 100 tombstones, only one has changed. It's Sha Quanzong Luo Yundan. There is a light on the tombstone. The light is constantly rotating, as if it is an ancient text. Obviously, this is the meaning of tombstone. Even Yichen is sure that as long as he wants to, the so-called Luo Yuntian will appear in front of him. But because there is only one chance, Yichen will not use it when necessary. It's the only card he's got at the moment. Huaxia is not so simple. It's not a bad thing to keep the cards. After that, Yichen smelled his body. After a night's practice, his body eliminated many impurities. Some of them smelled and went to the bathroom. At the same time, most apartments, Sun Yi and Xia Ruoxue wake up early and are having breakfast. Sun Yi got up many times in the middle of the night yesterday, but they didn't find Yichen coming back. I don't know where this guy went again. All day long, God is mysterious, night is not home. Suddenly, a vibration came from Sun Yi's mobile phone. Generally, this point is the headline news push of Jiangqing commercial newspaper. With a sneer, she estimated that it was the high-level transfer of the group or the merger of enterprises. These news did not nourish her at all. She glanced casually. When she saw a few words on the screen, her smile suddenly stiffened, and the glass filled with milk in her hand fell to the ground. Pa! It's very crisp. Sun Yi's eyes widened, because the headline of the news was, Tianjin Group, which disappeared 5 years ago, will return tomorrow. Tianjin Group. These 4 words made Sun Yi pale. Because this is the enterprise that Yi Chen's father created at that time. 5 years ago, with the disappearance of the 3 members of the Yi family, they also disappeared completely. Now it's back. Can it be the same name? Sun Yi whispered. At this time, Xia Ruoxue came to Sun Yi's side. Her eyes glowed with a trace of brilliance, which was very moving. As like as 2 peas, I have just received this message, which is not the same name. It is the 5-day-ago group of the day. The registration address is the same. What is more weird is that the legal person of the group is Yichen. When saying this sentence, Xia Ruoxue looks at Yichen's room. The corner of her mouth outlines a very sexy smile. Is this guy declaring war on his mother? Or to declare war on the whole river city again? Is he really good enough? What can a business registration say? But the name of Tianjin Group is too sensitive. Sun Yi, tomorrow's Jiangqing may be very interesting. Jiangqing Chu Home, emergency meeting. A family meeting hall of 80 square meters, with 15 people sitting. These 15 people are almost the core of the Chu family. Chu Shuran is also among them. Her face is a little pale, staring at the news in the mobile phone. Tianjin Group is back. How did you come back? Key online query of the legal name, is Yi-Chen. This guy's not dead? The same name can't be so coincidental. The group name and legal person are related to the Yi family, which was destroyed 5 years ago. Key Tianjin Group. These 4 words almost no enterprise dares to register. The banquet in Yunhu Villa is a nightmare for countless Jiangqing people. Although the great man has returned to Beijing, Yu Wei is still there. Who dares to register with Tianjin Group is looking for death. She was holding her mobile phone tightly. She didn't find the photo called Yi-Chen on the internet, but the family had already investigated. It won't be long before we get results. Be quiet, everyone. The results of the investigation have come out. Yi-Chen, who registered with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau as a legal person of Tianjin Group, should be the Yi family waste that fell into Dongqian Lake 5 years ago. This is his registration photo. It's Chu Shuren's father, Chu Jingyan. In the morning, seeing the news that Tianjin Group reappeared in Jiangqing, he immediately held an emergency family meeting. Because Tianjin Group should not exist at all. Chu Shuren raised her head, and her body trembled. When she saw the pictures on the big screen, her beautiful eyes were completely widened, as if she had seen something strange. The young man in that photo was like a hammer, which split her heart. Isn't this the waiter of Yuhao Club? He's Yi-Chen. He is really Yi-Chen. How could he be Yi-Chen? How did the Yi family waste become an ancient warrior? That pair of cowardly eyes, how to become the overlord on all people. Chu Jingyan didn't notice her daughter's expression at all, and continued. The appearance of Tianjin Group is not terrible. What's terrible is that Tianjin Group is built on Qinghe Group. Zheng Jingming of Qinghe Group died a few days ago. Why died? The police report was a fire accident. I thought so at first, but when I saw today's news, I have to think about it. This is likely to be the revenge of Tianjin Group. Not only that, but there is one more thing that we may know better. That is the biggest force in Jiangqing. Qingmen was destroyed by the police a few days ago. Is that really the case? I tell you, definitely not. I learned from a friend that at that time, the police rushed to the headquarters of Qinghe Group, which was full of bodies of hundreds of people. Several martial masters of Qingmen, including the master of Qingmen, all died miserably. I can tell you that the establishment of Tianjin Group is based on a pile of corpses. All things we Chu family cannot care about, but at present only care about one thing: who is behind the Tianjin Group. The voice of Chu Jingyan is very excited. At this moment, Chu Shuren's brain is blank. Her heart seems to be hit by an invisible fist. Because this answer, she knows, is the Yi-Chen that she called rubbish at that time. Chapter 107. Chu Jingyan seemed to notice that his daughter Chu Shuren's face was a little wrong, and he said, "Shuren, what's wrong with you? Was mind is somewhat unhinged? Didn't sleep well yesterday?" "Dad, I'm fine." Chu Shuren reluctantly smiles. "By the way, how could I forget that? It seems that Yi-Chen was interested in you at the beginning. It is said that he confessed to you in public and was rejected? You did the right thing back then. How can this kind of waste match our Chu family? As for the present Tianjin Group, my initial guess is that Yi-Chen is just a puppet. There should be someone behind him who is pushing the whole thing forward. To be exact, it is a team." In the middle of that, his phone rang and he went straight to the side to answer a phone call. A minute later, Chu Jingyan came back with a smile and said to all humanity, "The matter has been found out. Behind Yi-Chen is Shin Haihua of Baiming Group. The whole management team of Tianjin Group is built by Shin Haihua. However, I seem to remember that Shin Haihua did not have cancer before? How did you come back to life? It seems that I am confused. I dare to take the name of Tianjin Group. I'd like to see how he opens tomorrow. If you look at the whole city, people with brains won't join us." At the same time, Zhujiang Villa area. Summer Mother also knew the news of Tianjin Group. At the thought of what happened yesterday, she felt a lingering fear. She asked Xia's family to investigate Yi-Chen's movements in the past 5 years, but she didn't know why. After searching the database of Huaxia, even the dark network, there was no news from Yi-Chen. In the past 5 years, Yi-Chen seems to have evaporated from the world. At the moment, she looked at the materials of Tianjin Group with interest and sneered, Yi-Chen, you are really ignorant. Do you think that if you step into the ancient martial arts and establish the Tianjin Group, you can shake the status of my Xia family? You can't tell the ideal from the reality. Even if you have Shen Haihua's help, even if your strength is very strong, what? My Xia family can destroy your dream as long as you move your fingers. Xia Jun. Xia Mu suddenly called out. A middle-aged man in a suit walked up to the summer mother and said respectfully, Madam, what can I do for you? Xia's mother threw the information in her hand to the garbage can, and then said coldly, Go to pass on a message. Tomorrow, when the Tianjin Group of Jiangqing is open for business, as long as it is a flower basket for Tianjin Group, whether it is an enterprise or an individual, it is the enemy of our Xia family. The middle-aged man's face completely changed. Madam, this is to completely destroy an enterprise. Such a resolute attitude is to push Tianjin Group to the end. Where the authority of the Xia family lies, who dares to support it? Maybe tomorrow morning, no one dares to step into Tianjin Group. At that time, it will be the coldest enterprise in history. Even after the business development of Tianjin Group, there must be no partner. It's strange that an enterprise that has no allies will not die. One morning, almost all the families and enterprises in Jiangqing knew the news of Tianjin Group. At first, all the families and businesses held the attitude of going to the theater, but at noon, things changed completely. Because the person in charge of Xiashi Financial Group in Jiangnan Province has made it clear that as long as they support Tianjin Group tomorrow, whether they are enterprises or individuals, it means that they will be enemies with Xia's consortium. Any Xiashi group of enterprises, all cut off the cooperative relationship. The appearance of this news set off a great disturbance in the whole Jiangqing. Behind Xia's consortia is Xia family in Jiangnan. Obviously, the top families in Jiangnan Province want to ban Tianjin Group. 5 years ago, Tianjin Group was blocked by the big man in Beijing. 5 years later, Tianjin Group was banned by Xia family in Jiangnan Province. Everyone sympathizes with Tianjin Group and the sudden appearance of Yi Qin. Yi Qin is just a lonely star. In the evening, things got out of hand. Because the Chu family, the first family in Jiangnan Province, issued the same statement to ban Tianjin Group. Then, the remaining 3 families in Jiangnan Province, Zhao family, Lu family and Wan family, all declared their position and banned Tianjin Group. Tomorrow, any enterprise and individual who dares to join Tianjin Group will offend the 4 top families in Jiangqing and Xiajia in Jiangnan Province. Not only that, it even affected Baiming Group. Baiming Group was boycotted by the whole Jiangnan Province, and its share price fell sharply. Direct drop limit. Shen Haihua's property shrank by 1/3. There are even a lot of entrepreneurs and individuals on the internet to send microblogs to Tianjin Group to get out of Jiangqing. For a while, Tianjin Group became the most popular topic in Jiangqing. Some unknown gourd eaters are curious. As a newly established enterprise, Tianjin Group has offended so many big men? It's like a wall falling down and people pushing. At night, Thompson's top floor. Yi Qin has been practicing because of his good state. The phone is off. At 7 o'clock in the evening, a boot, Yi Qin actually found more than 80 phone calls. Sun Yi, Xia Ruoxue, Shen Haihua, Yiling Tian, Beilabeng and others have called several, and even some are unknown numbers. What's the matter? Is the end of the world? Yi Qin just recited a sentence. Shen Haihua called again. Yi Qin pressed the answer button. Shortly after, Shen Haihua's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Yi, you have finally answered the phone. What's the matter? Mr. Yi, something big is going on. Xiajia and Jiangqing 4 families in Jiangnan Province jointly declared to boycott Tianjin Group. Not only will the opening tomorrow be affected, but also our business will be affected. Even the shares of Baiming Group have fallen sharply. Yi Qin brows a frown. Poor is did not expect summer if Snow's mother will secretly to a gun. Boycott? Don't want Tianjin Group to live? Mr. Yi, why don't we open our business at another time? Tomorrow, there are not even any people who would like to send flowers. I plan to let a few friends join us. As a result, they didn't even answer my phone calls. There are already 300 enterprises in Jiangxing who have announced on the official website to boycott us. If it goes on like this, tomorrow, Tianjin Group will become a joke of Jiangnan province and even the whole country. Yichen sneered, change time? Why change time? If they boycott, let them boycott. At that time, the products of Tianjin Group will not be qualified to use. You send someone to do one thing, record all the boycott enterprises and family information, and then publish an announcement on our official website. These guys are not qualified to buy and use Tianjin Group's products in the future. We don't have any products now. Shen Haihua was about to cry. Yes, I'll give it to you in the next few days. Time really doesn't change? Tomorrow will be miserable all waiting to see our jokes? Shen Haihua struggled. At the beginning, Yichen assured him of the 3 conditions, and now none of them is moving. How else to play? If tomorrow comes to a miserable end, where will Shen Haihua's old face go? Yichen's cold eyes looked out of the window, and his mouth showed a confident smile. Don't change tomorrow. You've been working hard at this time, so have a rest early. I'll leave it to me next. Not only do I want Tianjin Group to open business normally, but I also want to hit everyone in the face. Chapter 108. Hang up the phone, Yichen directly to Zhu Ren and Nanjiang Wang returned a call. It's all about tomorrow. Yi Lingtian asks Yichen whether he needs to appear in person tomorrow, but he is rejected by Yichen. The identity of the king of Nanjiang is too special. No one dares to provoke him in the whole Jiangnan province. It is enough for him to be in the dark at present. A small Jiangxing does not need him to show up. During this period he received another call, which surprised him was a strange voice. The other end of the phone only asked, "Is Mr. Ye's Tianjin Group open tomorrow?" Yichen answered and the phone hung up. Yichen didn't think much, and went back to Dadu apartment directly. The 2 girls almost blew her up on the phone. It's better to explain some things in person. When the door opened, she found Xia Ruoxue sitting there, gazing at him with interesting eyes. Back? Well, are you really responsible for Tianjin Group? Summer if Snow stands up, comes to Yichen's front to ask softly. Yichen nodded and admitted. Xia Ruoxue bit her lips, hesitated for a long time, and then said, I'm sorry, I apologize for my mother's behavior. I didn't expect that she used Xia's family to threaten Tianjin Group. I called her several times and she didn't want to let go. I'm really sorry. Xia Ruoxue heart incomparable remorse. In the no Xia family inserts in, she directly in the telephone and Summer mother quarrel. Xia's mother has only one request. As long as Xia Ruoxue is willing to go back to the Xia family, she can immediately withdraw everything. At that moment, she really wanted to promise her mother, but when she thought that she would only return to the Xia family, she could not come out. She was scared and she shrank. Yichen looked at Xia Ruoxue's remorse and joked, This is not what you did. What do you feel guilty about? If you really feel guilty, why don't you kiss me and give me some comfort? Words have not finished. Summer if Snow's body came up, fragrant, that sexy water-moist red lips directly kiss on Yichen's cheek. Now, are you satisfied? The voice is soft and sexy. Yichen didn't expect that the cool and proud Xia Ruoxue would kiss himself. He was just playing a joke just now, in order to ease the atmosphere. The girl took it seriously? He touched his cheek, then looked at Xia Ruoxue, whose face was slightly red and his head was low. He said, If I said I didn't pay attention to your mother at all, do you believe it? Xia Ruoxue shakes his head. Why is Yichen so stubborn? At this point, is it necessary? Yichen, if you push the time, you don't have to open tomorrow. You can do the same when the storm over. Yichen ignored Xia Ruoxue and went back to the room directly. Only Xia Ruoxue is left in the living room. She looks at the closed door and sighs. Yichen, I don't know where your confidence comes from. There is only a dead end to fighting against the Xia family. The next morning at 8 o'clock. The red carpet was spread on the gate of Tianjin Group, and the decoration was also quite festive. Shen Haihua was standing at the door. His face was a little wrong. There are many people standing outside, but these people have no intention to come in and support the stage. They are obviously coming to see the play. He looked at the time and found that Yichen had not come. This is to make a scene like that. This company is his. If the legal person doesn't come, let him be an outsider. This is too much. If Yi Chen had not saved him and promised him 3 conditions, he would not have done any Tianjin group to kill him. To return to think, Shen Haihua is still very responsible. Arrange a few front desk beauty to send flyers at the intersection, try to pull down the popularity. But for more than 10 minutes, no one took a list. Tianjin group seems to be disliked by the world. After a while, a list was finally sent out. It's a middle-aged man in a suit. The middle-aged man took the flyer and walked toward Shen Haihua. Shen Haihua naturally noticed the middle-aged man with a trace of excitement on his face. He quickly put out his hand with a smile and said, "Yu Cheng. Haha, I knew you would sell me face." Zhao Yuqing, the middle-aged man, is the founder of Xintian Group. I have been with Shen Haihua for more than 10 years. During the financial crisis in 2008, the two people helped each other to survive. Therefore, the friendship was very deep. In Shen Haihua's opinion, the other side undoubtedly came to support the scene. When Shen Haihua's hand was about to be held together with Zhao Yuqing, an accident happened. Zhao Yuqing directly took the flyer and opened Shen Haihua's hand. "It's disgusting. This is Shen Mengqing." Zhao Yuqing sighed. "Haihua, you've been a brother for so many years. I advise you to close down. Your group's stock has fallen to the limit. Why do you still help the Yi family waste? Tianjin Group's cheese, you are not qualified to touch this level." As soon as Shen Haihua wanted to speak, he noticed that Yi Chen in a suit had come slowly. He suppressed his anger and went to meet Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, you are here at last." Yi Chen patted Shen Haihua on the shoulder. "Hard work." "Mr. Yi, it's not hard." When Zhao Yuqing heard Shen Haihua's address to Yi Chen, he frowned. "Shen Haihua, are you sick and stupid and respect a waste so much?" Shen Haihua could no longer restrain his anger. Turning around, he pointed to Zhao Yuqing and said, "Zhao Yuqing, if you are here today, I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you're talking sarcastic, get out. Roll as far as you can." "Shen Haihua, I'm kind enough to persuade you, so you talk to me." Xiajia and Jiangcheng, 4 families in Jiangnan province, have banned Tianjin Group. Who dares to support you? This attitude of yours is no doubt destroying you. I'd like to give you one last word of advice. Make a clear distinction between Tianjin Group and the Yi family's rubbish. Otherwise, you don't know how to die at that time. Zhao Yuqing's face turned red. He really can't understand what kind of ecstasy this Yi family waste gave Shen Haihua. Shen Haihua and, "If you don't regret it again, we have cooperated in those 3 projects this year, and all of them will be cancelled." This is undoubtedly a blow in the ointment. Tianjin Group is doomed to die. If Shen Haihua gets involved again, Baiming Group will die too. Shen Haihua directly called the security guard and roared at Zhao Yuqing, "Zhao Yuqing, get the hell out of here. I can see you clearly. If you lift it, you can get rid of it. I'm not short of 1 billion. Go away." Zhao Yuqing saw the security guard coming. He snorted coldly and left. After a while, he came to a girl. "Miss Chu, it's about 9 o'clock soon. It's estimated that none of the big and small enterprises in Jiangcheng, as well as the people with status, will not be involved in it. Whoever gets involved will seek death." Chu Shuran holds her chest in her hands and her chin is lifted. She looks at Yi Chen in the distance with great interest and murmurs, Yi Chen, waste is waste after all. Today, I want to see how you can make Tianjin Group this pair of mortal chess." Chapter 109. At the same time, there is a courtyard in Jiangcheng. An old man in a Zhongshan suit finished a set of fists in the yard, with some sweat on his forehead. The old man is the old chief who was rescued by Yi Chen that day, Zhou Jingde. He is also the patriarch of Zhou family in Jiangnan province. There are 8 families in Jiangnan province, each has its own merits, and Zhou family is one of them. If the Xia family in Jiangnan province controls the economic lifeline, then the Zhou family controls the power lifeline. There were 3 people standing not far from the yard, watching the old chief punch. One is Zhou Jingde's son, Zhou Fu. Because of the old chief officer's relationship, Zhou Fulu held an important position in Jiangnan province. Special identity. The other two are Jiang Cheng's power number 1 and number 2, secretary and mayor. Although they didn't fight at the moment, they didn't know why there was a little sweat on their foreheads. After Zhou Jingde, the old chief, finished a set of fists, someone brought a towel and wanted to wipe it gently for him. "I'll do it myself." The old chief took the towel directly, wiped off the sweat on his forehead, and then walked in the direction of the three. "Chief," the two men said cautiously. "Dad, it's almost time. Tianjin Group is about to open its business." Zhou Fulu reminded. Zhou Jingde nodded and took a look at the two humanitarians in front of him. "Those families in your jurisdiction are so powerful that they dare to block an enterprise directly. I wonder what happened to Tianjin Group?" "No, there is nothing wrong with, we must find a way to remedy it." Jiangqing's rights number 1 and number 2 never thought that the old leader had grown up and called them to come early in the morning, actually for the sake of the Jinggang Group. Tianjin Group was blocked by those families. What's the matter with them? They are really going to cry. The key who knows that the person standing behind Tianjin Group is the old chief. Zhou Jingde snorted coldly and directly threw the towel out. "Remedy? Since we want to remedy it, what are we still doing here? Tianjin Group opens at 9 o'clock. I hope to see your remedies." The two men were stunned and ran out of the yard. They soon disappeared into Zhou Jingde's sight. "Dad, is Yichen really worth it? If we support Tianjin Group, it means that the relationship with Xia family is broken." Zhou Fulu said. Zhou Jingde's eyes narrowed slightly, and his turbid eyes seemed to have a trace of light. "Fulu, your position in Jiangnan province is not low. How can you not improve your skills? You had a discussion with him in the hospital that day. His strength is a martial arts master, right?" "Dad, that's right." Zhou Jingde continued. "You have witnessed his martial arts strength, and I have witnessed his unpredictable medical skills, which is even more terrible than the master. It's not easy for a genius to practice both medicine and martial arts. If we don't stand in line today, we won't be qualified to stand in line in the future. What's the matter of breaking up with the Xia family? Are they still ready to deal with my Zhou family? Since ancient times, businessmen have been unable to play with those in power. Do you understand?" "I see. Is your basket ready?" "Ready in the car." "Good. Let's go now. This may be the most important day to change the pattern of our Zhou family." Tianjin Group, 9 a.m. Yi Chen and Shen Haihua and others were standing at the door, but no one came. There are several media outside ready to report. The title has been worked out. The words are even more insulting. Tianjin Group may be the earliest enterprise that died in Jiangqing history. Tianjin Group has opened a cold business, and no one has sent a decent flower basket. Jiangqing's history of humiliation, unveiling Tianjin Group's veil. Standing outside, Zhao Yuqing sneered and said to Chu Shiran, "Miss Chu, we don't need to waste time here. No people will come?" Chu Shiran nodded. The morning in Jiangqing was a little cold. She didn't want to stay. She just wanted to see Yichen make a fool of herself. Now it seems that there is no need to read. The newspapers in the evening must be scandals of today's Tianjin Group. Just as she was about to turn away, she saw two beautiful figures in the distance. Each of them had a flower basket in their hands. Xia Ruoxue and Sun. Why are they here? To support Tianjin Group. The appearance of the two beauties changed the surrounding atmosphere. These two beauties walking on the red carpet are undoubtedly stars. This temperament, this look, this figure. Jiangqing can't find the third one. There was a lot of noise coming from the crowd, and the reporters were even more crazy to capture. This is definitely a hot news topic. Xia Ruoxue and Sun Yi put the opening flower basket on both sides of the gate of Tianjin building, then blinked at Yichen. "Xia Kenzi, are you very moved? I'm risking my dismissal to help you. If I'm fired, you can support me." Sun Yi smiles like a flower. Now Huamei Group has been accepted by Xia family, so she is undoubtedly contradicting Xia family, and her position will not be guaranteed. Yichen laughed. "Ziyz, you are so good to me. I can only make a promise by myself, and Tianjin Group is short of people. All positions are optional. The annual salary is 10 times of what you are now." Sun Yibai glanced at Yichen and stood quietly beside him. She knows Yichen must be under great pressure now. But what's the significance of her and Xia Ruoshue's support? Who wants you to make a promise, huh? Sunny said. Xia Ruoshue also looked at Yichen. I'm curious, but you don't have a trace of panic on your face. Is there any assassin's mace? Yichen just wanted to talk, and suddenly there was a noise in the crowd. See a long Maybach slowly stop. 2 bodyguards with strong breath get out of the car and open the door. The next second, a hunchback man in a suit came down. When this man appears, the whole world seems to be quiet. Dead silence. Because this man is the helmsman behind Yuhao Club. Famous rudder master. Jiangqing. Who doesn't know this man? If you want to be the top figure in Jiangqing and control the real resources and contacts, you must become a member of Yuhao Club. You have to get this man's nod. Countless Jiangqing's big families and entrepreneurs should respectfully call out the rudder master when they see this man. Even many of the dandies who came to the theater knelt and licked the hunchback man. Even more bizarre things appear. The man who controls the top resources is holding a flower basket. Even on the red carpet. Step by step towards Tianjin Group. Sleeping trough. What the hell is this? How can the rudder lord send flowers to Tianjin Group? All people look at Tianjin Group again. Their eyes are widened to the extreme. They are shocked in fear and surprised in fear. The blockade of the 4 families in Jiangqing? Stop the fart. You should try to block Yuhao Club. The resources controlled by Rudder Lord are enough to kill 100% of the enterprises in Jiangqing. In addition to the rights of Jiangqing number 1 and number 2, who dares to touch this man's mold? Chapter 110. Tianjin Group. When the Rudder Lord appeared, Shen Haihua was confused. I'm totally confused. He had been in the upper class of Jiangqing 10 years ago, and naturally knew who the hunchback man was coming to them. In recent years he wanted to be a member of Yuhao Club for countless times, but he got only one reply. He's not qualified at all. But now, the helmsman behind Yuhao Club appears. He also personally sent flower baskets to Tianjin Group, which is more weird than comet hitting the Earth. Of course, the rudder master can't look at Shen Haihua's face. It must be Mr. Yi. But he knew that Yichen was a bull, but he didn't know Yichen was so strong. The rudder master put down the flower basket and came to Yichen. He arched his hands and said, "The whole congratulations, Mr. Yi. In the future, Tianjin Group will surely have a lot of money and fortune." Yichen nods, light way, "Thank." Rudder master quickly waved his hand, should be. With that he stood behind in silence. A man who should have stood in position C actually chose to stand behind Yichen. See this scene, summer such as Snow Beautiful Mao is full of accident and shock. She knows more or less about the identity of the rudder master. The head of the family in Jiangqing should bow to thank him when he saw such a big man. However, Yichen did not have any fluctuation in the whole process. On the contrary, he was cautious. It even makes people feel that the rudder master is looking at Yichen's face. How could it be? She stares at Yichen and finds that this man is far from simple. Isn't this guy an ordinary guy? How the hell could this be? Zhao Youqing's brain in the crowd is blank, and he doesn't know what to say. What's the status of rudder master? How can I send flowers to Tianjin Group in person? Miss Chu, is there the helmsman of Yuhao Club standing behind Tianjin Group? Zhao Youqing looks at Chu Shuran, and his voice trembles. If this is the case, he and Shen Haihua quarrel, no doubt is looking for death. Rudder's contacts destroy him every minute. Chu Shuran finally wakes up from the shock. She thinks that Yichen seems to be working as a waiter in Yuhao Club. Although I don't understand why the rudder master did this, there is such a relationship in it, and it can be explained easily. Yichen, the legal person of Tianjin Group, used to be an employee of rudder master. It should be normal for the boss to come to see the employees. Chu Shuran far-fetched said, in fact, she did not believe. I see. Zhao Youqing nodded thoughtfully. I don't think that Tianjin Group and Rudder Master have much to do with it. Before he finished, 2 more cars came. The car is an Audi A6, which can't be compared with the Maybach of Rudder Master. But when he saw the license plates of those 2 cars, The whole person was shocked. This is the license plate of Jiangqing Municipal Committee. And it's the exclusive car of Jiangqing Quanquan number 1 and number 2. No way, it can't be. There seems to be a meeting in the province today. He rubbed his eyes. The car had stopped. 2 middle-aged men in suits stepped out of the car. When he saw the faces of the 2 men, 10,000 grass mud horses flew by in Zhao Youqing's heart. It's really 2 men who control the top power in Jiangqing. Any decision and attitude of them is related to the development of the whole Jiangqing. Now it appears in the opening ceremony of Tianjin Group. Sleeping trough. Who can explain it? More terrifying things appeared. These 2 big figures took a flower basket from the secretary's hand and walked towards the Tianjin Group quickly. Miss Chu, why are those 2 here? Zhao Youqing's voice trembled. Chu Shuran clenched her fist tightly and said in a cold voice, "You ask me, I ask who?" The appearance of the 2 leading groups made those reporters crazy in an instant. The crowd exploded. The signal is too elusive. Those who have published vulgar headlines called the editor-in-chief to withdraw the report, because this matter is not only related to Tianjin Group, but also involves 2 top powers. Who dares to discredit Tianjin Group? Before everyone can relax, 2 more cars have been driven in the distance. When you see the 2 cars, everyone's heart seems to hang up. A strong sense of depression around the whole body. Breathing almost stopped. I dare not breathe. The hands of those photographers in the crowd seemed to have lost consciousness. Forget to press the shutter. The periphery of the whole Tianjin Group seems to be like a mound of graves, falling into silence. A reporter and those family children and entrepreneurs who watch the good plays are petrified on the spot. Big eyes. Like sculpture. What did they see? It's 2 camouflage green military vehicles. Some knowledgeable people, eyes slowly down, fell on the white license plate. Because the first 2 letters of the license plate can show the place of ownership. The first letter is location and the second letter is department. When they saw the letters of the 2 military vehicles, all kinds of waves set off in their hearts. Southwest Field Troops. The field forces are the forces that undertake the main combat tasks and cross-regional combat tasks in China. The existence of cattle. The military vehicle slowly stopped and a man in military uniform came down. Go straight to Yi Qin of Tianjin Group. Sleeping trough. The crowd outside is completely blown up. Crazy. What the hell is Tianjin Group? How come the people from the military district are coming too? It's okay to understand that the leading group of Jiangqing has come to send flowers, but the people from the military area command are too much force. How can we play with it? All the people who watch the good play of Tianjin Group are pale to the extreme. The expression was so embarrassed that it was like eating shit. Miss Chu. Zhao Youqing inside that shirt is all wet. Even the outermost suit is wet. His legs were weak and he almost fell to the ground. He is a businessman. He knows what a successful enterprise can see in China. Don't look at the product, just look at the background. What stands behind Tianjin Group? The helmsman of the top networking club. Number 1 and number 2 leaders of Jiangqing. Now it's about the military again. Who dares to move Tianjin Group? The 4 big families in Jiangqing are very good, but under the absolute power and background, the 4 families are nothing. Miss Chu, what about Tianjin Group? Shut up. Chu Shuran roared wildly. She stares at the distant Yi Chen's indifferent face, and her nails have fallen into the flesh. It's bleeding. She thought it was to see Yi Chen make a fool of herself. But I didn't expect to make a fool of myself. The key is how the waste of 5 years ago can make these big people come to join us. What qualifications does he have? He lost the Yi family, should only be more miserable, but why now everything is developing in the opposite direction? But who can tell her why? Miss Chu. Zhao Youqing's eyes are dead staring at a direction, fear way. I told you to shut up. Chu Shuran is completely angry. She is like a crazy woman, and she scatters all her anger on Zhao Youqing. But Zhao Youqing didn't respond at all. He held out his finger outside and said in horror, "Here comes the car again." Chapter 111. Chu Shuran heard the 4 words, "Come to the car again." Her eyes shrunk slightly. She is really afraid of these words. Is it hard to say that the top figures in Jiangqing will come to support Tianjin Group? Who else can be more terrifying than the previous few? She subconsciously looked at it. It was a long Lincoln. But the license plate is South A23660, indicating that it comes from Jiangnan Province. Is it a big figure in Jiangnan Province? Tianjin Group has affected Jiangnan Province. But her body trembled. However, lengthening Lincoln did not drive to Tianjin Group, but stopped far away. The driver opened the door carefully and a woman stepped out of the car. She looks elegant and looks like a pair of black shoes. When saw this woman, Chu Shuren's eyes appeared a little surprise. Because this woman is the real existence of Tianjin Group. It is also the first one to stand up against Tianjin Group. The 4 families in Jiangqing blocked Tianjin Group just to please this woman. Because behind this woman stands the whole Xia family. Her attitude is that of Xia family in Jiangnan Province. In front of this powerful woman, what is the leader of Jiangqing? What's the rudder? What's even that military district? One side of Zhao Yuqing looked at the woman in surprise and said curiously, "Miss Chu, who is this woman? Why doesn't she go to Tianjin Group?" Chu Shuren gave a cold smile and explained, "That woman represents the Xia family in Jiangnan Province. Who do you think she is?" With her appearance, even those 2 leaders have to weigh whether to continue to stand in the side of Tianjin Group. There's going to be a good show. Zhao Yuqing suddenly realized that the original hanging heart also fell down. Far away, Xia Mu got out of the car and looked at the past from a distance. When she saw Maybach and the military vehicle, as well as some flower baskets visited at the door, she frowned slightly. When she heard that someone dared to disobey her meaning and support Tianjin Group, she couldn't help coming to have a look. I didn't expect that the military power behind Tianjin Group was still involved. Have you found out? Xia's mother asked a middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man nodded and explained, "At present, Tianjin Group is the rudder master of Yuhao Club, the 2 leaders of Jiangqing, and Luo Jingguo with military background. There are rumors that Nanjiang King stands behind the rudder master. Behind Luo Jingguo is by Li Xiong, commander-in-chief of the military region. I just don't know if it's the meaning of the people behind them." Xia's mother frowned and sneered. Nanjiang Wang and Beilexiang both know that it is impossible for them to intervene in the opening of small Jiangqing enterprises, and Yi Chen and Shen Haihua are not qualified to contact these 2 people. However, Tianjin Group has some ability to let the rudder master and Luo Jingguo come to the stage. I underestimate Yi Chen. But if you dare to disobey the meaning of my family, you have to pay some price. The rudder lord and Luo Jingguo are not very active, but the 2 leaders in Jiangqing, it's time to retire. When I'm almost old, you'll get in touch with them later. Yes, ma'am. By the way, what's the matter with you? Summer mother rode. Ready in the car. Xia's mother nodded and went to Tianjin Group. Take it with you. It's so lively that we can celebrate for Tianjin Group. Tianjin Group here, Xia Ruoshue's mood is like riding a roller coaster, ups and downs. Her beautiful eyes have been staring at Yi Chen curiously. She thought the rudder master was Yi Chen's biggest card, but she didn't expect that Yi Chen could even invite the leaders of Jiangqing and the people of the military region. Although I don't know how this man did it, she has been greatly surprised. Suddenly, Xia Ruoshue's face changed. She saw her mother coming slowly towards this side. The servant behind her mother was holding a small sculpture. It is strange that sculpture is a good, loose, money boy. Where has the practice to send loose money boys ah? This is a big taboo in feng shui. It indicates that enterprises can't gather wealth, only disperse wealth. She was shaking with anger. How could a mother do this? The rest of them noticed that their faces were rather ugly, but they knew the identity of the woman and did not dare to make the slightest mistake. Yi Chen's eyes shrink slightly, and there is a funny smile in the corner of his mouth. It seems that Xia Ruoshue's mother really hates herself. Is it because she destroyed the marriage of Xia family? After a while, Xia's mother had already come to Yi Chen's face and told her servants to put the statue at the door. Then she came to Yi Chen, raised her head and said, "Mr. Yi is really young and promising. Today, I don't know why." After going to several flower shops, There are no flower baskets, so she just gave up my favorite good fortune boy to Mr. Yi. I hope this boy can make Tianjin Group's financial resources roll on. Mother! You are so mean, Summer. If Snow really can't help, indignant way. Xia's mother's face changed slightly. She took a look at Xia Ruoxue and said, "Do you still have Xia family in your eyes? It's even against Xia's intention to stand on the side of outsiders." Then she looked at Sun Yi and said in a cold voice, "Director Sun, it's working time now. As the director of Huamei Group, you actually appear here. You know what it means? Starting tomorrow, you don't have to go to Huamei Group." Sun Yi looks pale. She knew the ending would be like this, but she didn't regret it. She's really pissed off. She glared at Xia's mother, threw out a resignation letter from her pocket, and said seriously, "Quit on resignation. I don't care for your enterprise of Xia family." Xia's mother saw a little girl who dared to talk to her. Just as she wanted to let the people around her do it, Yichen blocked Sun Yi's face, and her cold voice rang out, "You dare to move her and try it. I don't mind letting you disappear completely." This word, Xia mother was shaken back several steps. The heart is also plopping the fierce. The two masters behind her dare not move. It's not the same level at all. How could you? Summer mother just want to talk. Suddenly, the crowd outside a burst of noise completely interrupted her mind. She turned her head and saw a Bentley luxury business car coming slowly. She sneered, "Bentley business car, a group of ignorant bumpkin." But soon her smile stiffened. Because she saw the license plate. She finally understood why there was such a stir. The license plate is South A88888. This license plate. Summer mother mouth slightly open, eyes stare to the extreme. Looking at Jiangnan province, this license plate is enough to be called the top license plate. The key is that money can't get it. This must be the top power in Jiangnan province. The identity behind the estimate can frighten people to death. She vaguely remembered that the Jiangnan provincial government seemed to give the license plate to a family. As for which family it was, she couldn't remember. Many years ago. The Bentley finally stopped. The door opened and a burly middle-aged man came down with two exquisite flower baskets in his hand. When you see this man, Yi Chen's Xiaoruoxitan looks pale. Chest is also slightly undulating. She knows this man. A few years ago, a banquet, this person's anger, directly let Jiangnan province political arena earthquake. Because he is Zhou Fulu. Zhou Fulu, political commissar of Jiangnan province. Chapter 112. Summer Snow eyes to see Yichen, found Yichen from the beginning and end of a little expression has no. It's like a man who's okay. Can't this guy give a little reaction? What to say, also want to give Zufulu some face. Even the rudder behind him was staring out of his eyes. Xia Ruoxue Snow can no longer bear, extend show hand in Yichen's waist poked. How do you know Zufulu? Yichen shrugged, light way. Originally this grumpy call Zufulu, last time almost fight up. Summer Ruoxue is shocked. Look at Yichen look like a fool. Zufulu is a grumpy, right? But this guy and Zhou Fulu almost fight? What a joke. Who dared to do it with Zufulu in the whole Jiangnan province? It's not possible to find death. In fact, Yichen's heart at first was also some unexpected, after all, in the hospital and this week of fluo conflict. He has learned about the other party's temper. But how did he turn around to give him a basket today? Is it his dad's meaning? Yichen saw a smile of Summer mother almost petrified, and knew that the identity of Zufulu was absolutely different. Tianjin Group door. Zhou Fulu just intended to put the flower basket on both sides, and noticed the good fortune boy that Summer mother sent out. He suddenly had a little wrong face. I'm going to open the business and send this thing. This is the fucking thing. Soon, he saw a middle-aged man next to him. His eyes were a little flustered, obviously related to him. He put the basket aside and walked straight towards the middle-aged man. This thing you sent it? How dare the middle-aged man speak? Lower your head, and just pretend to be unheard. Deaf. Zhou Fulu snorted coldly, and his identity was not about to start with such a person, and threatened directly, I will give you 3 seconds. If you don't take it, I promise you to understand what my Zhou family means in Jiangnan province. Zufulu is very clear, dare to send this thing to Tianjin Group in front of 2 Jiangqing Municipal Committee, and its identity is absolutely not low. 1-2. Zhou Fulu has not said 3, the middle-aged man rushed to the past, directly picked up the good fortune children, dead in the arms. He is very clear, he is only Xia family next person. If Zhou family wants to deal with him, Xia family will certainly abandon him without hesitation. He can only rely on himself. Madam. After all this, the middle-aged man looked to Xia Mu and asked for help. Put down the things, can I take back the things I sent from the summer house? Summer mother also from shock to slow God, the cold voices sounded. Although she did not know why Zufulu would appear here, but at present, has nothing to do with the Xia family and Tianjin Group's enmity. But Jiangnan Province Xia family and Zhou family's enmity. Zufulu saw this to notice Xia Mu, smiling. Yo, isn't this Mrs. Xia? What wind blew you? Oh, look at my brain. Yesterday it seems that Xia family was the first to stand out and kill Tianjin Group. Xia Mu's face was a little wrong, and she said in a cold voice, why do you wade into this muddy water, Zufulu? This is my grudge with Tianjin Group. Are you sure you want to take the hand? Xia family and Zhou family have established such a friendship for many years may be destroyed by you. Do you know what the consequences are? Besides, others fear you, Zufulu. I am not afraid of Xia family. Zufulu looked at Yi Chen and said to Xia mother, Xia family is also a big family in Jiangnan province. It's ridiculous to come to such a small place to make people difficult. The faces of the big families in Jiangnan province are all lost by your woman. Hear this sentence, Summer mother whole person angry. She had heard of Zhou Fulu as a crazy person before, but she didn't expect to be so crazy. Zufulu, you'd better understand the seriousness of the matter. Now the position of the head of Zhou family is not you. You have no right to represent Zhou's family. And I came to Jiangqing this time, every decision I made was the current head of Xia family, which my husband allowed himself. Summer mother's voice is completely cold, but also to the middle-aged man in the distance. Put things down. You are Xia family, you should listen to me. No one else is qualified to threaten you. Remember, Summer is responsible for everything that happens. The middle-aged man really wants to collapse. When the lady talks about this, he can only make it. He just planned to put down the good fortune boy, and a very moderate voice came from a distance. Fu Lu has no right to represent Zhou family, so I am. Summer mother heard this voice, body trembling, eyes are filled with a bit of flustered. Impossible! It seemed that a voice roared in her heart. She turned her neck stiff and soon noticed that an old man in a mid-mountain dress was walking step by step. Almost instantly, her face turned pale to the extreme. Suddenly, the old man was just like a heavy hammer, which split her heart. Zhou Zhengde, Zhou clan leader, once the great master of the anti-Japanese war of China. How could it be here? And the other side's attitude is very obvious. It means that Zhou family should stand on the side of Tianjin Group. But who can tell her why? Why the Zhou family would rather break up with the Xia family and stand behind a young man who was exterminated? Old Zhou. Summer mother can only respectfully said. Unless her husband is here, she has no right to show any disrespect to the old man in front of her. She is just a woman. In front of Zhou Zhengde, who really established the foundation of Zhou family, she has no voice at all. When Zhou Zhengde passed by Xia's mother, he stopped deliberately and said in a positive voice, Yi Chen is my little friend. If you want to embarrass him, the Zhou family doesn't mind fighting with your Xia family. I just hope that Xia Hongye behind you has the courage to make such a decision. Threat. A naked threat. Bang! Xia's mother only felt a sense of pressure towards themselves. This is Zhou Zhengde's prestige in the battlefield and political arena for decades. Can a woman bear it? Her face was so pale that she had no right to refute. A few seconds later, let's go back to the villa. Summer mother's tired voice rang out. She won't take it. But what can happen? Jiangqing Municipal Party Committee, Rudder Lord, soldiers, Xia family are not afraid. Only the Zhou family. As a last resort, Her husband Xia Hongye won't let the Xia family take risks. How about the economic strength of Xia family? Several of Zhou Jingde's students and subordinates even work in the central government of Beijing. How can businessmen fight against the Zhou family, who has great influence in the political arena? Zhou Jingde launched Weilai, which may destroy everything of Xia family. Before Xia's mother left a few steps, she heard Zhou Jingde's voice ring out again, "Mr. Yi." She almost stumbled and fell to the ground. The key is that Zhou Jingde's voice sounds respectful. It's quite different from the way she spoke to her just now. Also known as Mr. Yi. Xia mother's heart seems like tens of thousands of waves. She turned her head, deeply looked at Yi Qin, do not know what to think. What is the origin of Yi Qin? Chapter 113. Tianjin Group. Yi Qin naturally heard the dialogue between Zhou Jingde and Xia's mother. For Zhou standing in line, he understood the things behind. It can only be said that Zhou Jingde has a fierce vision. He chose the latter without hesitation between the Xia family and him. Even so, Yi Qin or Archhand, thank Wei, Yi Qin thank you here. When Zhou Jingde heard Yi Qin's thanks, he waved his hand in a hurry and said excitedly, "Mr. Yi, you're killing me. If you hadn't pulled me back from the Devil's Gate last time, my Zhou family would have been exhausted. It's my Zhou family who should be grateful." Listen to this conversation. Xia Ruoxue is a little confused. What is Yi Qin busy with this period of time? How did he save Zhou Jingde again? What can he do to save him? Sun immediately thought of the several flamboyant banners that Yi Qin put at home. Combined with some recent events, she suddenly felt that Yi Qin seemed to be a miracle doctor. And it's an extraordinary miracle doctor. The rudder master's turbid eyes also showed a trace of seriousness. Before, he did not understand why the king of Nanjiang treated this young man of about 20 years old carefully. He even knelt down and called each other the Lord of the Palace. Now it seems that the young people in front of us are really extraordinary. Without the help of Nanjiang king's power, the patriarch of Zhou family in Jiangnan province was so afraid. Since then, no one dares to touch Tianjin Group. As for the two Jiangqing municipal party committees, number 1 and number 2 even kept a close eye on Yi Qin's appearance, and even thought about how to rely on Tianjin Group in policy. They don't ask Tianjin Group to create political achievements for them. They just hope that the young man behind Tianjin Group will not lose his temper in Jiangqing. Their little hearts can't stand it. Of all the people, Shen Haihua knows Yi Qin's medical skills best. Naturally, I think of the origin of the relationship between Yi Qin and Zhou family. His fist is clenched at the moment. A stream of blood seems to be boiling. He knew he was right in the beginning. With this man, you can definitely make great plans. He asked Yi Qin for 3 conditions, one of which is to have a strong background. As a result, Yi Qin gave him several amulets in one breath. This background involves the municipal party committee and the rudder master. More about the military and the Zhou family in Jiangnan province. Now, looking at the whole Jiangnan province, who dares to block the development of Tianjin Group? It's 10 o'clock. It's time for the fireworks. A little sister at the front desk trembled and warned. Yi Qin nodded, and then to the people behind him, "Let's go in and sit down. The group has prepared a small reception for you." Good, good. Yi Qin stood in the middle of a group of big men like this, and undoubtedly became the core of the crowd. His words directly let everyone flow into the group. Only Shen Haihua was still standing outside, looking at the crowd. Those reporters have left. With the intervention of those figures, the news can only be reported objectively, without any embellishment. However, they have witnessed the historic moment of Tianjin Group, which is not a loss. Maybe the photos in your hand can be auctioned at a high price in the future. Just as the reporters were about to leave, a group of soldiers came down and blocked their way. They showed a document and said directly, "According to the instructions above, every equipment must be checked and deleted. Please cooperate." In an instant, the crowd was noisy again. Why don't the news be reported? What rights do you have? But when one of the leading soldiers took out a certificate, the group of reporters did not dare to speak. National Security Bureau. Far away, Chu Shuran took a look at the Tianjin building. Her eyes twinkled with anger and unwillingness, and turned to leave directly. She knew that whether it was Tianjin Group or Yichen, her Chu family might not be qualified to move again. The Yi family waste 5 years ago is no longer there. Next, people who were involved in the banquet at Yunhu Villa in those years would pay a painful price. Because Yichen is back. Miss Chu, if you're gone, what can I do? Zhao Yuqing just wants to pull Chu Shuran and is pushed to the ground by Chu Shuran's bodyguard. Go away. Chu Shuran left mercilessly. Zhao Yuqing sits on the ground with a blank brain. His first reaction, it's over, it's all over. Just then he caught a glimpse of a dark shadow. He raised his head and found it was Shen Haihua. He didn't care about his face. He directly held Shen Haihua's thigh in his hands and said, Haihua, we've been fighting for so many years, you will certainly help me, right? Haihua, I apologize to you. All the things I did to you were ordered by the Chu family. You won't blame me. We are brothers. Isn't it? Zhao Yuqing is like a madman. He knows very well that only Shen Haihua can save him now. Haihua, you must save me or my life will be over. Zhao Yuqing pleaded bitterly. Shen Haihua trembled and his face turned red. He kicked Zhao Yuqing out. He roared with all his strength, Zhao Yuqing, I used to treat you as a brother. What about you? Do you regard me as a brother? You're down in the hole. Despicable and shameless. All the emotions that Shen Haihua suppressed just now are released at this moment. If Yichen hadn't been for him, everything of Shen Haihua would have been destroyed today. And the foot of this man will be mercilessly humiliated him. This is the reality. What else does Zhao Yuqing want to say? Shen Haihua doesn't give him a chance. From today on, I, Shen Haihua, have nothing to do with you. You can live and die for me. There will be someone to deal with you. With that, Shen Haihua turned and left. Zhao Yuqing is the only one left in his place. Countless negative emotions roar in his mind. Regret. Fear. What did he just want to say? Outside the Tianjin Group, 100 fireworks suddenly bloomed. A loud sound as if the earth opened up a new era of Jiangqing. Yichen and Tianjin Group's Xingshi just started. At the same time, Jiangqing International Airport. Jiangdong Airlines SC-8838 aircraft landed. A rather strange team got off the plane and attracted crazy photos from passers-by. It's just because there are 8 people in the team, but all of them are wearing a Taoist robe and stepping on cloth shoes. The head of a white-haired old man's eyes are extremely gloomy, his hands are full of calluses, negative behind him, a master's temperament has let passers-by retreat toward both sides. Some people even feel shortness of breath, and their faces turn red, as if the air has been mercilessly drained. Master Qin. Here it is. A mustache man waved outside with a pickup card in his hand. There are 4 simple words on it, Zhangqing Qinjia. The old man Mao Sun congeals, direct toward the mustache man to walk. Very quickly, several people met. Master Qin, you are here at last. My father set up a dinner party for you. He knows what the old man is like. Jiangqing Qin family master. Although the Qin family has declined, it is entirely because the old man is not there. You know, the old man was the first martial arts master in Jiangqing. Strength to the sky. At that time, the strength of the Qin family was far more than that of the Chu family. Now the old man has been practicing in Wui Mountain for so many years, and his cultivation is bound to be more terrible. If it was not for the destruction of the Qin family, the old man would not have broken the customs barrier ahead of time and returned to Jiangqing. And from today on, Jiangqing is doomed to be bloody. Chapter 114. Jiangqing Wanya Restaurant, VIP Box. 8 people were seated. A good dish is served instantly. Master Qin, come here. I'd like to propose a toast to you. For so many years, I only serve you one. A gray-haired man in Tang costume said respectfully. He glanced at Chen Baogua, the great master of that time. The killing opportunity of the other side's eyes made him feel some palpitation. He knew very well that if Chen Baogua did not go to Wui Mountain, the Chen family would have jumped out of Jiangqing and set foot on Jiangnan province. I don't know what kind of state Chen Baogua has been practicing in the mountains these years. It is estimated that Jiang Yuanli's strength is comparable to that of Jiang's family. Even though Ji Rudong toasted, Chen Baogui didn't sell face at all. He didn't even plan to take a cup. Instead, he directly looked at Ji Rudong and said, "What's the matter? I asked you to investigate? Who killed my children and grandchildren? My Chen family is also a big family in Jiangqing. Who has the courage to do so?" His voice was cold as if dead. Ji Rudong and the 8-bearded man were pale. They know that Chen Baogui is a master's realm, but they didn't expect the realm to be so terrible. The two glanced at the other 7, and it was obvious that each was a master. It seems that Chen Baogui is prepared to come this time. Ji Rudong took a deep breath and said in a hurry, "Master Chen, these days my Ji family has been investigating the matter, and even through the strength of Jiangqing police, but I don't know why, all the things about that day were blocked for no reason. Obviously, the people who killed your children and grandchildren have a strong background." Pa! Chen Baogui clapped his hand on the tabletop. Almost instantly, the whole table cracked. Plates of delicacies fell on the ground, and there was a crackling sound. "Ji Rudong, I don't want to listen to nonsense, I just want to know the name of the murderer." Chen Baogui is standing up, eyes such as eagle. As long as Ji Rudong does not give him a satisfactory answer, the other party will die. Ji Rudong's legs tremble with fear. He is an ancient warrior and a famous figure in Jiangqing. But in front of Chen Baogui, he has no emotion at all. He quickly took out a picture from his arms and handed it to him carefully. "Master Chen, although it is not easy for the police to investigate, I still found out some enemies made by Chen Feng and others before their death through relations. Among them, this boy has the greatest suspicion of murder, but there is no conclusive evidence." Chen Baogui's double fingers moved, and the photo was directly separated from Ji Rudong's hand, and a blood stain was drawn on his hand, and then it accurately fell into Chen Baogui's hand. Only this move, directly in Ji Rudong's heart, set off a storm. Chen Baogui actually reached this level? So terrible! Chen Baogui glanced at the photo on his hand, which is exactly what Yichen looks like. He frowned and said in surprise, "The other party looks like he is only about 20 years old. How could he possibly kill my Chen family? Is this man behind the martial arts family?" Ji Rudong shook his head again and again. "Master Chen, the boy's name is Yichen. Before your son and grandson died, they had a conflict with this boy, and it is said that the boy's force is extremely strong. The killing is decisive, but according to the latest news, it's better for Master Chen not to move this boy behind him. It seems like the Zhou family in Jiangnan province." Chen Baogui Mao's son congeals, roars, "I Chen Baogui works, also need your instruction." In the next second, a terrifying force will be cut off like a blade. Ji Rufeng's head landed on the spot. Blood is directly stained on the broken table. It's shocking. Seeing this, the man knelt down directly. "Master Chen, please stop being angry." Chen Baogui snorted coldly. Just about to start, the door of the box was pushed open, and an old man with crutches came in. It was the old Ming who was abandoned by Yi Chen. When Chen Baogui saw the old man, his eyes were stunned. "You didn't die?" Old Ming lost his crutch and knelt down directly in front of Chen Baogui. "Master, I didn't protect young master." Chen Baogui quickly helped the old man up. He was shocked to find that the other party was already a useless man and had no accomplishments. Who did all this? His heart was filled with anger. The old man glanced at the photo on the table, and his eyes flashed a little panic. "Master, it's Yi Chen, Yi Chen of Yi family." Tianjing Building, meeting room on the 19th floor. The storm of opening a business has been calm, and those big people who supported the show have left one after another. Naturally, it is the first meeting of Tianjing Group. There were 5 people sitting on the left and right sides, all of whom were elites at home and abroad recruited by Shenhaihua. In addition, Xia Ruoxue and Sun Yi also stayed. Because of Xia family's reason, 2 people in Huamei Group's president and director's positions were removed. Yichen promised to be responsible for them. Jiangqing's Tianjing Group has just begun, but with the Zhou family's standing team, the Xia family absolutely dare not move them rashly. Yichen sat on the top, his eyes swept over the crowd and did not speak. The atmosphere was extremely dignified. "We haven't recovered from the morning's fright. They know that everything in the morning is the result of the top youth's efforts to turn things around. So they dare not speak for fear of offending this man. Don't you have anything to say about the development of the group? Yichen said earnestly. When the words fell, Xia Ruoxue said, the only thing I'm curious about now is that Tianjin Group doesn't have the same products. What's the development? That's what she worries about the most. Even if Yichen has the Zhou family in Jiangnan province, Yichen can't rely on Zhou family all his life. The speed of this kind of big family face changing is too fast. Shen Haihua also frowned and said, Mr. Yi, this is also my most worried problem. If you don't have a direction, we can only take investment and internet routes. However, it is impossible to catch up with Xia's consortium in half a year. It's a reality, and he has to say it. When those elites heard that they had caught up with Xia's consortia for half a year, they could not help but take a breath of cold air. Play a fart? It can't happen at all. They look at Yichen and instantly think that each other is just a rich second generation. It is nothing but the face of the family to know so many big people. But does this rich second generation really want to develop enterprises? Impossible. The other party is obviously playing. For a moment, the whole conference room was a bit chaotic. Yichen looked at the people from a high position, her eyes twinkled with a trace of fun, and then he slapped on the table, "All give me peace." The next second, silence returned to the conference room. We Tianjin Group does not need internet and investment, we only do industry. And it's an absolute profiteering industry. Shen Haihua's mouth is slightly open, just want to say something. Pa! A sound, Yichen will be a document on the table. All the people looked at the past, and suddenly their eyes shrunk, because it said, medium standing yen yi. I promise you, this one course of treatment can make any woman as young as 5 years younger. Before the public reaction, there was another pa sound, and another document was left on the table. Clotting and longevity pills. I promise you, it will extend the life of any old man by 3 years. At this moment, the entire box only leaves the voice of Yichen, as well as the sound of everyone's rapid breathing. Chapter 115. The scene was a little quiet. After a long time, some people responded and said, it's fake. There's no such thing in the world. I graduated from Stanford University, and I haven't heard of this drug that can prolong life. If there was such a thing, the top international pharmaceutical companies would have developed it long ago. There was a question from the crowd. At this moment, a voice of affirmation resounded throughout the conference room. It's true. I can take my life as my guarantee. It was Shen Haihua who spoke. At the moment, Shen Haihua stares at the documents of coagulation Isho pill and intermediate Juyen liquid. Could it be fake? Of course not. Yichen can even save the dead, and even gave him a pill to increase his life. This kind of miracle doctor-like existence, take out these things can only say normal. With Shen Haihua's guarantee, everyone was confused. They don't know Yichen, but they know Shen Haihua. Shen Haihua never joked about the development of such a group. The key is that Shen Haihua is guaranteed by his life. Almost instantly, a pair of eyes are also looking at the two documents, some blazing. If this document is true, that Beijing Group undoubtedly has the world's top products. Half a year, more than the Xia Group, how impossible. Xia Ruoxue and Sun Yi are naturally the most unstable. Their beautiful eyes are somewhat widened. They know Yichen has a magic prescription on his hand, and it is true. Great value. But last time, it was only a junior resident. Now what Yichen takes out is actually an intermediate standing yen. A higher level, the efficacy of natural more powerful. This is not what. The key now is another clotting Isho pill. 3 years lifespan is not much for these young people. But for those who are dying, the price of $1 billion will buy it. Throughout the conference room, everyone held their breath and their hearts beat. The things on the table are worth a lot. Yichen looked around at the crowd, put his hands on the conference table and continued, what I should do has been done. The next thing is for you to do. I only have 2 requirements. First, mass production and put into use as soon as possible. Second, prescriptions must be kept strictly confidential. If anyone dares to divulge the secret, I guarantee that he will not be able to walk out of Jiangqing alive. Threat. A naked threat. Shen Haihua directly stood up. Mr. Yi, no problem, give me a month, I will let you see the picture of Tianjin Group shaking the whole Jiangnan province. Good. Yi Chen is very satisfied with Shen Haihua's attitude. Then he looks at Sun Yi and Xia Ruoxue and asks, what position do you want to hold in Tianjin Group, or the original one? Sun Yi thought for a moment. I can take charge of the market. Yi Chen thought Xia Ruoxue would like to continue to be president, but she shook her head directly. Xia family is still my home after all. I don't know how long I can stay in Jiangnan province, so I don't want the position. What can I do for Tianjin Group during this period of time? I will do it. Of course, I have to calculate the salary, and the daily salary is 10,000 yuan. Yi Chen can feel the helplessness in Xia Ruoxue's words. How did the girl suddenly become pessimistic? Yi Chen didn't think much about it and said, that's it. From today on, Sun Yi is the vice president of Tianjin Group, responsible for all marketing and marketing business of Tianjin Group, and Shen Haihua is the CEO of Tianjin Group. As for Xia Rushu, she has the decision-making power and one vote negative power for the development of the group in the next few days. If there is no opinion, the meeting will be over. 10 o'clock in the evening, Dadu apartment. After 3 people had been busy all night, they came home, and Sun Yi went to wash first. On the balcony of the living room, Xia Ruoxue and Yi Chen are standing outside the window, blowing the wind. Yi Chen turns to head. This is the first time to look at Xia Ruoxue so close. Xia Ruoxue has waterfall-like long hair just to the waist, and her slender thighs wear a white and blue skirt, showing her perfect figure. In addition, with a small waist, the round, beautiful lines of double hips, towering peaks, it is really beautiful and admirable. This girl should be the most satisfactory work of God. However, at the moment Yi Chen can feel the mood of summer if snow seems to have some fluctuations. Yi Chen, I'm really curious about you. Xia Ruoxue said, where have you been in these 5 years? Why have you changed so much? According to my investigation of you, you used to be nothing but a waste well. It should be said that it is a very small existence. Yi Chen did not speak, quietly lit a cigarette, smoke up. At this time, a white show hand stretched out, took off Yi Chen's cigarette, and said in a soft voice, it's not good for your health to smoke less. Yi Chen doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. As a practitioner, how can nicotine affect him? It's just a habit. He is not addicted to smoking. He doesn't smoke if he doesn't. Xia Ruoxue took a glass of red wine and drank it. She was a bit drunk. She said to herself, Yi Chen, I really like this place. It's much better than my living environment. But I may be leaving soon. Xia family, how can I hide? I still have to go back. After going back, it may be difficult to come out again, but I will always think of this time on the balcony. You're drunk. Yi Chen doesn't understand why Xia Ruoxue is so sad. She just wants to win the wine glass, but she never thinks Xia Rushu drinks all the red wine directly, and even pours a cup on the balcony table. There are some tears in the corner of the eye. That's what happens to the children of big families. Outsiders envy us, but we envy ordinary people. If I can choose one day, I hope to be like Sun Yi. Xia Rushu said to herself in this way. You're really drunk. Don't drink any more. Yi Chen advised. Xia Ruoxue blushes. The next second, directly hugs Yi Chen. That sexy red lip directly kisses up. Yi Chen is totally unprepared. What is the iceberg president going to make? Throw yourself in the arms? He couldn't help swallowing a little, but it was like sucking the tip of her tongue. He could feel Xia Ruoxue's heavy breath and what her flexible tongue was asking for. He subconsciously tightened his hands and hugged Xia Ruoxue's small waist and pressed her tightly to close to himself. Xia Ruoxue's eyes are wide, and Yi Chen's knees soften. She feels like waves of waves, constantly scouring his back. For a long time, a trace of movement came from the bathroom. Summer if snow quickly broke free of the embrace of Yi Chen. My eyes are a little flustered. She didn't know why she did it. It was her first kiss in the true sense. Unexpectedly, he gave it to Yi Chen. She touched her cheek and found it was very hot. She tried to recover her composure and said to Yichen, "This kiss is an accident. You can forget it. I may be drunk." With that, he quickly turned to the room. The moment the door closed, Xia Ruoxue trembled Jiao body, squatted down, cheek buried in the thigh. She took out her mobile phone. There was only one short message from Xia Hongye. "The marriage is fixed in 5 months. If Snow, you have no right to regret. You should know what consequences offend the Qin family, the first martial Taoist family in Jiangnan province. You should be lucky, because the one you are going to marry is the martial arts genius of the Qin family." She deleted the message and cried silently. Chapter 116. Yichen naturally does not know what happened to Xia Ruoxue. He directly smokes a cigarette on the balcony and hears Sun Yi urging him there. "I'm done. Who do you wash?" Sun Yi is wearing pajamas and her hair is a little wet. Because she doesn't wear a bra, the turbulent feeling makes Yi Chen's nose hot. Didn't she know she had a big breast and she came back like this? This hot figure sways in front of me, which is really hard to control. Sun Yi turns around in the living room and finds Xia Ruoxue in the room. She asks outside if she wants to take a bath. Xia Ruoxue's hoarse voice replies that she is uncomfortable. She will wash later. Sun Yi can only give up. She looks at Yi Chen and says with a smile, "Xia Kenzi, today you are very lucky to be the second one. Go quickly. Remember to leave some hot water for Rushu." Yi Chen nodded and took a set of wash trousers from the room, and then went to the bathroom. Just then, Sun Yi received a call. To her surprise, it was Aunt Zhang from the couple's barbecue. "Last time I went to dinner with Yi Chen, I specially left a number so that they could prepare the dishes in advance if we went next time." What does Aunt Zhang call her? "Hello? Zhang." 1 minute later. Bang! Yi Chen just took off his coat in the bathroom and found that the door was pushed open by Sun Yiming. "Sun Yi, this is sexual harassment." Yi Chen joked. "What's the trouble? Something's wrong. Come on. Put on your clothes and let's get out of here," Sun Yi said eagerly. Yi Chen finds that Sun Yi has changed her clothes and is obviously ready to go out. "What's the matter? In such a hurry?" Chen asked as he put on his clothes. "Don't ask, I'll tell you again in the car." Not long after, Sun Yi stopped a taxi and said directly to her master, "Master, go to Jiangbei University. As soon as possible." "Okay." The master stepped on the accelerator directly and the car rushed out. Yi Chen looked at Sun Yi, frowned and said, "Now you can say it." Sun Yi's face was a little heavy and said softly, "You should remember Wang Yuheng." "Of course I remember. Isn't it Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang's son? When I was 1 year younger than us, he always called me Brother Chin. When I was alienated by all the people, he contacted me. I had planned to visit him when I came back this time. I didn't have time, but he seems to be still studying in university." Yi Chen Dao. For Wang Yuheng, in fact, Yi Chen is somewhat grateful. When he was scolded by everyone, Wang Yuheng also stood up to reason for him. As a result, he was beaten. Even this guy is afraid that he can't get over it. He deliberately takes him to the barbecue stand at home to eat and drink every day. This is one of the reasons why he is familiar with Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wang. If you want to say that these years, his friends in Jiangqing, in addition to Sun Yi, Wang Yuheng should be the second. What's the matter? Wang Yuheng studies in Jiangbei University. Sun Yi held the mobile phone tightly, as if determined, and then said, "Wang Yuheng was hit, broke a hand." Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen is stunned. Immediately a nameless anger burns in the heart. He knows Wang Yuheng, honest, smart. Go ahead. His character generally will not offend people. But now, how can you be beaten? The key is to break a hand. Who fucking move your hand? You can't find death. Sun Yi seemed to have expected that Yi Chen would be angry, and quickly advised, "The matter is not yet known why. Later, don't be impulsive." Yi Chen forced to suppress the inner anger. He thought of what serious way, hand broken, not the first time should go to the hospital, how to go to school? Sun Yi smashed the air with her mobile phone, which was her most angry place. "I heard from Aunt Zhang that Wang Yuheng's hand was not only interrupted, but also refused to let people take him away. There was no ambulance on the other side, and the school was blocked. Obviously, The caller had some background, which should be the reason why Aunt Zhang called us. What? Yichen can't help but burst a rude sentence. Palm pressed on the door of the taxi, there was an extremely deep depression. Jiangbei University. Sun Yi and Yichen got out of the car and rushed to the university. Although it's night, the lights on the campus are very bright. What's more, there are screams coming from inside. 6 or 7 security guards were standing at the gate of the school. When they saw Yichen and Sun Yi coming, they even said, "Show me your student ID card." With a smile, Sun Yi said to the security uncle, "Uncle, if you don't have your student ID card, you'll be flexible. You'll close the dormitory door later and deduct credits. You see, we are obviously students." If it is normal, the school security will certainly be flexible, but today something big happened in the school. The school leaders issued an order not to let any outsiders in. They did not dare to take it lightly. No. If you don't have a student ID card, you can't go in. Call your counselor to prove it. Sun Yi is speechless now. They are not Jiangbei students at all, which has the counselor telephone. Go. Talk nonsense to them. Yichen's cold voice came. He went straight inside without any scruples. Stop. Several security guards just want to stop Yichen. As soon as Yichen steps, an invisible air wave forms on both sides. It seems that the security guards are hit by something. They step back 5 or 6 steps and almost fall to the ground. You boy! The security guards responded and drew out sticks from their waists to stop Yichen. The next second they stopped one by one. The whole person is like petrified general. Their pupils are dilated. The hell! See, Yichen directly came to the middle of the 2 iron doors, hands on the iron door. Power explodes. The steel bar of iron gate is twisted instantly. This is a damn iron. Not only that, the 2 gates were pulled down by Yichen. These are 2 iron doors. It was twisted into a ball of iron bar. Yichen did not stop at all, a fierce swing. Hiss! A sound as if cut through the sky. In front of a few security guards. Deep into the ground. It's blocking the way for security. Several security guards who were close to him were even more scared to sit on the ground. It's still a fucking man. All people stare at Yichen with dead eyes. Fear. I'm afraid the other party will attack them. Do you want to stop me? Yichen's back to them, the cold voice rings out. All of a sudden, he turned around, and his eyes swept the audience. He said, "School is a place to teach and educate people, not a place to help tyrants. If you still want to block me, I don't mind breaking your bodies." Plop. Those security guards were scared to their knees. What the hell is this? For a moment he even felt that he was dying. It's like that kid's taking all the air out of his surroundings. A pair of invisible hands on their throat. Once you resist, there is only one dead word left for them. Yichen snorted coldly and directly grasped Sun Yi's hand. Let's go in. Sun Yi's brain is blank. She knows Yichen has been a soldier and is good at fighting, but it's against the weather. 2 steel gates are twisted directly like this. What kind of monster is Yichen? Chapter 117. Jiangbei University, Male Dormitory, E2 floor. The atmosphere was extremely dignified. There were several circles of people inside and outside, most of whom were attracted by the news. It's a completely numb face. In the middle of the crowd, Aunt Zhang, holding the injured Wang Yuheng, sat on the edge of the flower bed, shivering. She is in love. Wang Yuheng has always been her pride, from small to large, good grades, and sensible, finally admitted to the best university in Jiangqing, but in the university was actually interrupted by a hand. The key is that these animals are so powerful that they even collude with the school. Even the ambulance is useless. All information is blocked. What kind of evil is this? Uncle Wang held a stick in his hand, so he stood in front of Wang Yuheng and his wife, protecting his mother and son with his stubborn body. In front of him stood several people. At the head of the group is a young man wearing a famous brand casual clothes. His eyes are full of pride, and a woman with a rather hot figure is nestled in his arms. It looks like it should be a couple. There are 2 big men standing beside the arrogant youth. Their heads are short and their muscles are bulging. They are very frightening. In addition to these, There are several middle-aged people with big bellies after the man, who should be school leaders. School leaders bow waist, from time to time, and proud young people to say a few words, face full of smiles. The arrogant young man's eyes were exposed on Wang Yuheng's body and sneered, "Wang Yuheng, I thought you were looking for someone else. It turns out that they are the two old things." Wang Yuheng's eyes burst out of flames, stood up, but was pressed down by Aunt Zhang again. "Yu Qingdong, you dare to scold my parents again." Obviously, the arrogant youth is called Yu Qingdong. For Wang Yuheng, no one can insult his parents. If his parents didn't get up early and late to earn his tuition, he couldn't afford to go to college. Although he was not born in a wealthy family, but with such parents, he is very satisfied. Over the years, he has been studying hard and taking the entrance examination of Jiangbei University in order to get ahead. But who could have thought that today's Jiangbei University completely let him cold heart? The leader of the school should flatter a student with family background at all costs. What kind of world is this? After Yu Qingdong took a step forward, Uncle Wang became alert and waved his stick. "Don't come here. I've already called the police. If you move my wife and children, I'll catch you if I die." "Call the police?" Yu Qingdong laughed. "It's your son who touched my girlfriend. The police are here. Maybe your son will be locked in." "I didn't." Wang Yuheng almost roared. When he was caught in the library, he was baffled when he went back to the library. When there were more onlookers, the woman next to Yu Qingdong stood up and accused him of attacking the chest. As a result, this group of people fought even harder. Only when he saw Yu Qingdong appear did he understand everything. Just 3 days ago, he witnessed Yu Qingdong nearly raped a girl in the school grove. He slapped Yu Qingdong with awe-inspiring justice. And all this is obviously the revenge of Yu Qingdong's design. He knew the identity of Yu Qingdong. His father, Yu Xingbang, was the boss of Xingbang industry. In Jiangqing, he ate everything in black and white, and his means were connected with the sky. How can he, a poor student, fight against such a rich second generation with background? He turned to the school for help at the first time, but who could have thought that the vice president and the director of the academic affairs office stood on the side of Yu Qingdong, accusing himself of being mean? Discredit Jiangbei University. Yu Qingdong looked down at a family of 3 in front of him. "A group of old things, dare to threaten me? What can you do with the rest of Jiangqing? And you, Wang Yuheng, aren't you very capable? I'll just give you a bloody hand. What can you do to me? Poor force, just dare to learn others to meddle. I don't know who gave birth to that son of a bitch." Wang Yuheng can't help it any longer. He breaks free from Aunt Zhang and kicks Yu Qingdong in the past. Yu Qingdong did not move at all. One of the men with an inch in his side directly grasped Wang Yuheng's leg and pressed it down. In an instant, a deep pain hit him. Later, Wang Yuheng was thrown out. Looking at his son being bullied like this, Uncle Wang directly took out his stick and smashed it at that inch. The inch snorted coldly, took a lunge, and slapped it on Uncle Wang's chest. How did Uncle Wang beat such a professional training guy? He threw an old bone heavily on the ground. Yu Qingdong held the woman in his arms and stepped on Wang Yuheng's chest. "Aren't you very fierce? Let me have a try. If you care about my business, I will not only make you stay in Jiangbei University, but also the whole Jiangqing city." Aunt Zhang's face was pale, so she went to ask the school leader, "Vice President, you can help our family Yuheng. He also won a first-class scholarship last year." Who expected? The vice principal directly shook hands and pushed Aunt Zhang on the ground. "You, that cheap kind of you, don't grow eyes, offend people who shouldn't be offended, and ask for trouble." After that, the vice principal came to Yu Qingdong, changed his expression and said respectfully, "Yu Xiao, what should I do next? Do you want to keep this kid in for a few days? I have a relative at Jiangqing police station." Yu Qingdong didn't pay attention to each other, but looked down at Wang Yuheng and suddenly thought of something. I seem to remember something wrong. It's your right hand that touches my girlfriend. What I just discarded was like your left hand." Wang Yuheng, eyes full of anger, just want to get up, but was held down by the 2-inch. "Yu Qingdong, you can't die easily. Someone will cure you." Yu Qingdong burst out laughing. "I can't cure you, Qingdong, even if I'm here. I'm going to waste your other hand today, so that you can't hold the pen forever." With that, Yu Qingdong fiercely raised his leg and stepped on Wang Yuheng's right hand. This step absolutely destroyed a person. Aunt Zhang's face changed. Uncle Wang tried to get up, but he found that he had no strength. His despair and remorse are incomparable. Why don't you work hard when you are young? Just when Yu Qingdong's feet were about to fall, a startling roar sounded from the outside. You move him and try it. The next second, the crowd seems to be torn by the hurricane, a merciless opening. Some students even felt a terrible force coming from behind and lifted them out directly. Through the shadows. It is Yi Chen who comes from rage. Yi Chen saw that the beast was about to step down. He condensed a wave of genuine qi in his hand and directly blew it out. Yu Qingdong only felt a black in front of his eyes and flew out. Touch. Heavy hit on the ground, back pain not only. Chapter 118. Yi Chen took a look at the three people on the ground and quickly helped Uncle Wang and Aunt Zhang up first. Their injuries were not too big. Later, he helped Wang Yuheng to one side and said, Hengzi, how do you feel? Wang Yuheng stares at Yi Chen, suddenly discovers something and exclaims, You are Chen elder brother. Why are you back? Yi Chen nodded, but when he noticed Wang Yuheng's other broken hand and the black and blue face on his body, he immediately rolled up a burst of bloody evil spirit. If it is not their own time to come, the consequences are unimaginable. Once his hands are abandoned, Wang Yuheng's efforts over the past 10 years are in vain. Wang Yuheng at the moment, he has experienced more pain than anyone else. He never thought that it was a student who abandoned Wang Yuheng's hand. Is the university so social now? The most unbearable thing is that all this happened in front of the school leaders. What qualifications does this kind of inaction leader have to teach and educate people? Social rubbish. Not only that, but also these indifferent people around. From the beginning to the end, no one stopped or even called the police. They are so indifferent to watch the three vulnerable groups being bullied. What kind of world is this? Is this the numb Chinese? Brother Chen, don't get involved in this matter. I can handle it. Wang Yuheng smiles and looks relaxed. Yi Chen understands Wang Yuheng's character. He patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, You have always called me Brother Chen. Today, I will give you a breath. Wang Yuheng's face changed greatly, but he knew Yi Chen's strength. 5 years ago, he was bullied by others every day. He didn't say a word. The key is that he won't fight. Even if you can fight, things will only be more troublesome. Yu family is very powerful in Jiangqing. No, Brother Chen, I beg you. But Yi Chen has already let him go, step by step toward Yu Qingdong. Wang Yuheng just wants to stand up and hold Yi Chen. Sun Yi has already squeezed in and pressed Wang Yuheng. How are you hurt, Hengzi? When Wang Yuheng saw Sun Yi, he was stunned. He immediately reacted and said excitedly, You are Sister Sun Yi, why are you here? Wow, I can hardly recognize you. However, Chen's strength is so many. Before he finished speaking, Sun Yi interrupted, Don't worry about him. Now no one dares to move him in the whole river city. What? Sister Yi, are you kidding? Yu Qingdong has been helped up by the vice president and the teaching director. Yu Xiao, is there anything wrong with you? Yu Qingdong pushed 2 people away, regardless of the dust on their clothes. He glared at Yi Chen, who came by. He said angrily, What the hell are you? Dare to move me? Yi Chen's eyes were cold, with a strong intention to kill. Since your parents can't teach you how to be a man, I'll teach you myself today. Feeling something wrong, Yu Qingdong quickly said to the 2-inch-headed men around him, Help me break this boy's hands and feet. Yes, young master. At the end of the speech, the 2-inch-headed men rushed up with their right hands into claws, which was as impressive as an eagle attacking a rabbit. It's very imposing. Yu Qingdong's eyes narrowed slightly, showing the winner's smile. Because he knew that both of them had ancient martial arts background. He had been with him for 2 or 3 years, and he had almost no failure. In his opinion, the young man with short eyes was about to fall to the ground and beg for mercy. Yi Chen looks at 2 strong winds coming, sneers. Trash like you are only allowed to be dogs. Go away. Yi Chen stretched out his hands indifferently and directly clasped their wrists. The two Kuntas' faces changed greatly, because they felt that their bodies were frozen by a force. Can't move at all. The next second, Yichen suddenly force, 10 fingers like a steel needle directly buckle into the wrist of two people. Blood burst out in an instant. Those 2-inch head pour a breath of cool air, have not had time to scream, Yichen hands a fold, click. 1, the most important bone of 2 arms, directly broken. The pain hit the heart, let 2 Kunta also can't control, scream. But all this is not over, Yichen hands with a strong chi, arms suddenly contraction. The 2 heads suddenly collided. The powerful power directly makes 2 people's faces bloody. Mouth is spit out a mouthful of blood. Gu Wu didn't let you bully the weak. Bang! Yichen flung them out fiercely. Their waists smashed into a tall pine tree, almost twisted. They may not die, but from then on, they are useless people and they are no longer qualified to use martial arts. From Yi Chen's hand, to 2 people were thrown out like mud, the whole process, only 5 seconds. Only 5 seconds? The key means are extremely brutal and fierce. At this moment, the whole world was silent. There's no breathing. Some of the students couldn't even respond. They know how terrible the 2 men around Yu Qingdong are. Once a taekwondo club and a taekwondo club. But such a terrible existence could not last 5 seconds in front of that young man? Still beaten to death? Wang Yuheng is muddled, brain a blank. This still he knows Chen elder brother? The Chen elder brother who is called a waste by the whole school? It's too good to fight. It's like a war machine rushing into the crowd. Invincible. He did not know why a flame was burning in his heart. Blood boils. He wants to be strong too. Yi Chen's cold eyes fell on Yu Qingdong's body and walked step by step. Yu Qingdong's face turned pale. Who knows the guy in front of him can fight so well? I always thought that the strongest bodyguard was directly disabled, even did not support for 5 seconds. A sudden blow, like a heavy blow on his body. He subconsciously stepped back a few steps, but also pushed the woman in his arms to Yichen. Yichen coldly glanced at each other, rouge vulgar powder. Even though the body is hot, but a look is the whole, and Sun Yi's real hot body cannot compare. One is the earth, the other is the sky. Go away. Yichen backhand a slap to throw out, directly fan the woman on the ground. The latter's mouth corner is overflowing with blood. You beat a woman? Yichen sneered. Do you believe that I dare to kill a woman? The woman's eyes shrunk, really afraid. And judging from the other party's behavior just now, this man is a thug, can do anything. I'll ask you, my friend, whether or not you have been molested. If you dare to tell a lie, I will wring your neck on the spot. Threat. A naked threat. The woman took a look at Yu Qingdong and found that the other side had shrunk to the back, and could not count on it at all. She didn't care about everything. She knelt down to tell the truth. No, it was Yu Xiao who made me wrong, Wang Yuheng. The truth is revealed. Pa! Yi Chen's backhand is another slap. This slap directly slapped that woman, spitting blood from the corners of her mouth, and the whole world was spinning for her. Yi Chen does not beat women, but this kind of cheap women are excluded. Chapter 119. Later, Yi Chen again toward the direction of Yu Qingdong. At the moment, Yu Qingdong has hidden behind the 2 school leaders, and quickly dialed his father's phone. Up to now, only father can save him. You too, help me stop this guy. Yu Qingdong saw that the phone was not connected, so he ordered the 2 school leaders. The 2 men were pale. How dare they stop the evil spirit in front of them? However, the vice principal still said seriously, which department are you from? Do you know it's against the law to beat people? When the time comes, the police. Words have not finished, Yi Chen angrily rebuked, kneel down. The 2 school leaders who were directly frightened by the powerful pressure knelt down on the ground and were soaked through. You are worthy of leadership and education. It's just a rich dog. Yes. What else can they say? They can only nod their heads again and again. They're almost on the verge of collapse. They thought that as long as they knelt down to make a statement, the man would not trouble them. Who could have thought that the other party raised his foot mercilessly and kicked him in the vice principal's body? Vice principal a roll, The whole person lies on the ground, eat a ground of soil. You owe it to Aunt Zhang. After all this, Yi Chen's eyes finally fell on Yu Qingdong. It's cold. Like death. Yu Qingdong was scared to sit on the ground, but soon, the phone went through. Qingdong? What are you doing calling me so late? There was a majestic voice on the other end of the phone. Yu Qingdong seemed to catch the last straw to save his life. He quickly and excitedly roared, "Dad! Someone is going to kill me!" Yu Xingbang at the other end of the phone was stunned. He thought his son was joking, but his tone seemed to be wrong. He said seriously, "What happened? Who's going to kill you? Aren't you at school?" Yu Qingdong quickly hung up the phone and sent a WeChat video call directly. Almost seconds. "Dad, I'm at school now. You'd better send someone over, or you'd really collect the corpse for me." Yu Qingdong looks at Yi Chen getting closer and closer, and the whole person panics to the extreme. Yu Xingbang through the video, found his son's pale face, completely angry. Who dares to move Yu Xingbang's son? "Qingdong, give him your mobile phone, I'll tell him. I want to see who dares to move my son in Jiangqing." "Good." Yu Qingdong quickly raised the mobile phone, facing Yi Chen. "Don't come here. My father wants to talk to you. My dad is." Words have not finished, Yi Chen a lunge rushed up, a backhand slap in Yu Qingdong's face. This palm does not have the slightest sincerity, but also is not the average person can bear. Yu Qingdong fell 2 meters away. The corners of the mouth were bloody. He clenched his cell phone and roared, "Dad, help me! When on earth will your men come?" But when he scanned his father at the other end of the screen, he found that his father was still, his face was ugly, his mouth was shaking and his voice was saying something about Yi Chen. "You know, Yu Xingbang's Xingbang Group is one of the enterprises that publicly banned Tianjin Group. He witnessed the whole opening process of Tianjin Group this morning. Never forget. Behind Tianjin Group stands the Municipal Party Committee. Stand on the helm. Stand by the military. The key is the top families in Jiangnan province. The rest of his family only have a little money. What can he do to fight against this kind of top power? Dad, what the hell are you doing?" Yu Qingdong panicked. The next second, a startling roar came from the mobile phone. "Yu Qingdong! Are you looking for death? How did you offend the Tianjin Group? You can die outside for me." Soon, Yu Xingbang noticed Yi Chen's figure in the picture. He changed his violent attitude and said excitedly, "Mr. Yi, I'm from Xingbang Group." Words have not finished. Yi Chen a foot stepped on the mobile phone, the screen black crack. Yu Qingdong's only dependence is thus destroyed. The key is that he just found out that his father was flattering the man in front of him. Even because of this man, he gave up his baby son. How could it be? Before he reacts, Yi Chen's cold voice rings out. "Do you like to interrupt other people's hands and feet? Maybe you should try that." Words fall. Yi Chen Meng's step on Yu Qingdong's arm. Click. The bone is broken. Yu Qingdong called out crazily, trying to struggle, but found an invisible force locking him. Then there was another click. Yu Qingdong's other arm is also useless. Yi Chen doesn't like tormenting this kind of person and wasting his time, but he was too angry in his heart, because if he did not come, Wang Yuheng would be injured. And it's going to be a more painful price. Wang Yuheng is the only hope of Aunt Zhang and Uncle Wang. If it is destroyed, the whole family will be hit. The whole male dormitory downstairs sounded a scream. The 2 school leaders beside him were full of panic. They just felt the change of Yu Xingbang's attitude. They knew that the man in front of them was so unscrupulous and the background was absolutely terrible. There is no such big man in Wang Yuheng's student status information. Not only the 2 of them, but all the students around the scene couldn't help taking a breath. They wanted to take it out with their mobile phones, but at the thought of the man's means, they gave up again. Even some students quietly left. This place is not for people at all. Yu Qingdong has passed out completely and is no different from a disabled person. At this time, the siren was loud, and a group of policemen rushed in. Yi Chen did not pay any attention to. He made a phone call to Bai Li Bing, then came to Wang Yuheng's front. Wang Yuheng still had some reaction. "Chen, elder brother." Yi Chen laughed and lifted Wang Yuheng's broken arm up. "It will hurt a little, you can bear it." The next second, Yichen turns slightly and corrects the misplaced bone directly. At the same time, a stream of genuine qi rushes into Wang Yuheng's arm. The warm feeling wrapped around the injured part, and the pain was relieved a lot. Wang Yuheng even found that his hand felt something. I'll give you some medicine at that time. It should be almost enough to eat for a few days. If you don't worry, you can go to the hospital to take a film. As for the guy in the school, I'll say hello. In the future, if you go to school here, no one dares to touch you. Yi Chen's words showed no doubt, but clearly fell into the ears of the two kneeling school leaders. It's like a needle. 5 years ago, Wang Yuheng protected him with kindness. In 5 years he will pay back his own strength. When Wang Yuheng's injury is good, Yi Chen will also give him some mental skills and martial arts skills to practice if he intends to embark on a path of cultivation. Of course, it all depends on the other party's choice. Chapter 120? Jiangqing Chenjia Villa, Bright Lights. Chen Baogua looked at all the information of Yi Chen in his hand, frowning tightly. This guy is Yi Tianjing's son? The Yi family is just a small family in Jiangqing. How could such a person be born? The old man of Ming dynasty on one side also said, Master, the Yi family has been destroyed. There is nothing to fear. Now the only trouble is the power behind the Tianjin group, the rudder master, the municipal party committee, and the military area command. We can ignore it. But the Zhou family has a clear attitude, that is, to protect this son. If we kill this son, there will be trouble, and the National Security Bureau is likely to stare at this boy. Chen Baogua's eyes were cold. Even the Zhou family and the National Security Bureau. This son killed my Chen family. It's natural for me to take revenge. Not only that, this boy doesn't care about the 2 women around him. I personally captured them and killed them in front of him. Let him feel despair. Looking at the old man's anger, the old man turned his eyes and thought of something. He quickly reminded him, Master, I have a way to kill this son in front of everyone. It can make the Chen family strong and make Goen and the Zhou family helpless. What can I do? Chen Baogua Dao. Since Yi Chen is an ancient warrior, you might as well use a life and death war book to force him to the martial Taoist stage. On Wudotai, there is life and death. No one can stop it. It will be easy to kill the master. Chen Baogua's eyes brightened, but he thought of something. He said, My strength is enough to crush this son. If he has a little brain, he will not accept Wudotai. The old man of Ming dynasty gave a heavy smile and said, Yi Chen can't accept it. If the master threatens with the woman around him, does he dare not agree? Chen Baogua's eyes are slightly narrowed. Although this kind of behavior is somewhat despicable, it is nothing in front of his own hatred. At this time, a voice with dignity suddenly came, Deal with Yi Chen, count me a how? Hearing this, Chen Baogua's face changed slightly. He has stepped into the realm of a master and has not found anyone yet. How could it be? A few seconds later, the gate was directly pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a robe appeared in the sight of Chen Baogua and Ming Lao. Look at this man, 2 eyes together. Because the other side is Jiangqing Hermit Wu Dao family, Jiang family. Jiang Yuanli. Why did Jiang Yuanli come uninvited? Chen Baogua was not angry at all. In terms of strength, Jiang Yuanli was not necessarily weaker than him. He arched his hand and said, Master Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Yuanli went straight to the sofa. With a slight lift of his robe, he sat opposite Chen Baogua. His eyes glanced at the picture of Yi Chen on the table. The next second, the finger pressed on the photo. The force is extremely terrible. Even through the photo, is the marble table hard to poke a hole. Later, he just lightway, come for this son. Jiang Yuanli has used almost all his strength in recent days. Although all the monitoring has been maliciously erased, he still finds out the murderer behind the murder of his son, Yi Chen. Not only that, in the investigation, he was surprised to find another force is also investigating this little beast. Chen Baogua is the master of Qin Jiagong's return. After some understanding, he found that Chen Baogua was more miserable than him. Not only did he die, but also his grandson. The forces behind Yi Chen are complicated. Even though he is a martial arts family, he still has to fear the Zhou family and the National Security Bureau. and he's here to find allies. Chen Baogua took a look at the traces of the marble table, and his eyes showed a trace of light. He tried to say, "Does Master Jiang have a grudge against this son?" Jiang Yunli snorted coldly, "The hatred of losing one's son is not the same day." Hearing this, Chen Baogua was stunned and immediately slapped on the table. "Good. In this case, from today on, the Su family and the Jiang family are allies." Jiang Yuanli nodded. What he wanted was this result. "By the way, I heard you were going to go to war and let this son go to Wudao stage?" "That's right. This is the only way now. Even if you want to assassinate this son, the National Security Bureau and the Zhou family will surely find that it is more interesting to kill this son in an above-board manner." Chen Baogua said gloomily. Jiang Yuanli's eyes twinkled with a hint of murder, adding, "I have a more optimized plan. I investigate that this son lives in Dadu apartment now. There are 2 girls who are ambiguous with him. They should be confidants of beauty. How about sending someone to take one? At that time, he will certainly go to rescue himself. First of all, we can understand the real strength of this person. Second, I want this kid to be tortured. It's too cheap to kill this son in Wuda Otai alone. I can't swallow that breath. We, Jiang family, are willing to send 3 top-notch strong men." Chen Baogua pondered for a few seconds, looked at the disciples behind him, and made up his mind and said, "Okay. I am willing to send my 4 strongest disciples. I'd like to see what the boy is fighting us for." Yi Chen and Sun Yi came out of Jiangbei University at 12 p.m. Although Yi Chen has treated Wang Yuheng's broken hand, there should be no big problem, but Aunt Zhang is still worried. She and Wang Shu take Wang Yuheng to Jiangqing Orthopedic Hospital overnight. Yi Chen also understands that the 2 husband and wife, after all, hurt their muscles and bones for 100 days. What he said is so easy, how can they believe it? Breaking a hand is no small matter. If it is not cured, it may be destroyed for a lifetime. As for Yu Qingdong and school leaders, they were directly taken away by the police. With the relationship of Bailey Ice, Jiangqing Police Station even has no plan to let Yi Chen make a record. This may be the so-called relationship society. Because the location of Jiangbei University is relatively partial, Sun Yi has been on the internet for a long time, and no one has received the order. She regrets that she has driven the beetle out. If it wasn't too urgent, she wouldn't have gone downstairs without her car keys. Well, let's go a little way. Maybe there's a car ahead. Yi Chen Dao. Good. Sunny nodded. The wind in the early morning is a little strong, and Yi Chen takes off his coat to put on Sun Yi. Sun Yi shudders and looks at Yi Chen without saying a word. I don't know how long after that, she suddenly said, "Yi Chen, 5 years have passed, why do I feel so strange to you now? It's like you've become another person. Sometimes I can't understand your character and means. It's just like breaking the iron gate. It's incredible." Yi Chen stretched out a stretch and said faintly, "I have understood a truth for so many years. Man, there are only 2 ways to live. Either be changed by the rules, or change the rules yourself. I want to be the latter." Sun Yi lightly read that sentence. "Just want to ask what? A taxi just came." "Master." Stop, Sun Yi waved. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of them. Chapter 121. Half an hour later, they crept back to the Dadu apartment. After a brief wash, they went back to their rooms to sleep. Yi Chen just closed his eyes a few minutes later. He found that the door was opened, and Sun Yi sneaked in with the quilt. "Xiakenzi, I didn't sleep." "Not yet." "You are." Sun Yi spat out her tongue. "Ruoshua's sleeping appearance is a little poor. She has occupied the whole bed, and I can't sleep at all. She has to get up early tomorrow. I can't wake her up. I'll make do with you for a few hours." Sun Yi is almost the first of the 3, so there is no need to worry about Xia Ruoshua's discovery the next day. In addition, she has slept with Yi Chen for the same time and twice. She also believes that Yi Chen will not cross the Thunder Pool. All right. Yi Chen sleeps outside for a few minutes, leaving a place for Sun Yi. After a while, Sun Yi came in wearing her pajamas. More than 10 minutes later, Sun Yi heard Yi Chen's heavy breathing and called Yi Chen's name lightly. Seeing that the other side did not respond, she held Yi Chen from behind and held him tightly. Because he didn't wear a bra, the soft peaks were squeezed and deformed on Yi Chen's back, and then Sun Yi fell asleep. She has always been like this, holding things to sleep. In fact, Yi Chen's eyes are open all the time, but his back is facing Sun. The other party can't find out. He feels the incomparable softness behind him. He doesn't know whether to cry or to laugh. Is Sun Yi encouraging him to commit a crime? The next morning, when Yi Chen wakes up, she finds that Sun Yi has long been gone. From the living room comes the voice of two daughters chatting. Rushu, why are your eyes so swollen? Did you cry yesterday? Sun Yi was surprised. No, is that obvious? Summer such as Snow hurriedly went to the bathroom to take a picture. As expected, the eyes are very swollen. Although it doesn't affect her beauty, it can't be tolerated for a strict person like her. Rushu, what happened? Someone bullied you? Or what? No, I was blowing on the balcony yesterday, and my eyes were a little dry. Xia Ruoxue deals with the way. When she saw Yi Chen come out of the room, she looked at her with interest. She ran into the room and said, I'm not comfortable today, so I won't go to Tianjin Group. However, Yi Chen, I will list the development and operation plan of the group at home and discuss it with Sun Yi at that time. Good. Yi Chen agreed to come down. Now the group has Sun Yi and Shen Haihua and has excellent products, enough. As long as the implementation is in place, the development of the group will be irresistible. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chen and Sun Yi went out. Sun Yi goes to Tianjin Group, while Yi Chen is going to see Wang Yuheng. In the morning, he also writes down the most suitable skills for ordinary people to practice in his mind and prepares to give it to Wang Yuheng. If he is really suitable for cultivation, this book is enough to enable him to protect himself. After all, I can't help him all his life. When they arrived at Jiangbei University, the security guards saw Yi Chen's face pale. The 4 security guards took the initiative to open the door for Yi Chen. Their attitudes were quite different. Yi Chen went directly to the bedroom and found Wang Yuheng. Since yesterday's incident, almost all the students of Jiangbei University saw that Wang Yuheng had to change his way with his head lowered for fear of offending the man. Not much time, boys' dormitory roof. Yi Chen looked at Wang Yuheng's left hand in plaster and asked, How does the hospital say? Wang Yuheng scratched his head. I thought my hand must have been broken, but the hospital said it was just a slight sprain. My mother didn't believe it. After taking 3 films, the doctor was almost annoyed, and the result was the same. My mother said it was just a miracle. I went to the Bodhisattva temple this morning, but I know very well, Brother Chen, this must be your reason. Oh, so sure. Yi Chen has some accidents. Brother Chen, I really feel that you are not the same, regardless of temperament or strength. I listened to my mother. You went to the army 5 years ago? Wang Yuheng asked. Yi Chen did not answer, but looked at Wang Yuheng and said, Do you want to be as strong as me? Like yesterday. Wang Yuheng was stunned, swallowed his throat and nodded fiercely. Of course I want to. If I have the strength of Brother Chen, I won't bully me, and I won't watch my parents get beaten but can't return my hand. His other fist clenched. He knew very well that if there was no elder brother Chen last night, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Chen is very satisfied with the answer. He took out the book from his hand and handed it directly to Wang Yuheng. If you want to be stronger, this book will give you the answer. Wang Yuheng stretched out his hand tremblingly. His eyes fell on the top of the book. Purple cloud running thunder decision. Opened slightly, and his eyes directly widened. Brother Chen, how can it be possible, is this? You're right. It's that thing. If you follow the lines on the previous pages, you'll understand what's going on. And you have to write down everything on it in one day, and then burn it yourself. You can't find it by anyone else, understand? Understand? Finally, I must remind you of one thing. The road of martial arts is much more dangerous than you think. Keeping the heart of Tao is the key. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Yes, Brother Chen. Wang Yuheng said excitedly. Yi Chen also told Wang Yuheng some things about the ancient martial world. Just halfway through, his phone rang. It's Yi Ling Tian. What's the matter? Yi Chen presses the answer key. Master, something is wrong. Ling Tian is willing to be punished. At the other end of the phone came Yi Lingtian's voice. Yi Chen Mao's son instantaneous cold, question asks, what happened in the end? Miss Xia has been taken away. I protected Miss Xia's 3 strong men. They were all killed. What? Yi Chen forced himself to calm down and asked, can it be taken away by the people of the Xia family? If it was Xia family, Xia Ruoxue would not have anything. The master of the hall should not be the Xia family. The Xia family does not have such a strong master in Jiangqing. Judging from the wounds of my men, it must have been done by the master, and more than one. Yi Lingtan said solemnly, Lord, it's all my fault. I don't care if it's your fault, Yi Lingnan. From now on, use all your strength to find Xia Ruoxue. If you can't find it, don't come to see me. Also, send a car to Jiangbei University to pick me up as soon as possible. Hallmaster, I have arranged that it will be in the east gate of Jiangbei University in 30 seconds. Yi Chen hung up the phone directly. Wang Yuheng felt that there was something wrong with Yi Chen's breath. He just wanted to speak. Yi Chen jumped down from the top floor directly. Brother Chen. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yuheng was shocked to find that Yi Chen had fallen on the ground and turned into a remnant shadow in situ, like a cheetah rapidly heading for the school gate. Is this still human? Chapter 122. Most apartments. Yi Chen came upstairs like a madman and found the door open. He rushed in fiercely and found that the Summer Mother had already been inside. At the moment, the eyes of Summer Mother are full of anger. She put the latest life detection bracelet on Xia Ruoxue's body, which will transmit Xia Ruoxue's heart rate and body data at all times. The data was suddenly interrupted 20 minutes ago. As a mother, she instinctively means that things are wrong the first time to the Dadu apartment. Found the whole house in a mess. Not only that, she also took most of the monitoring, found that there were 3 people took Xia Ruoxue. She has used all the power of Xia family to investigate, and now, the most important thing is to find new evidence at the scene of the crime. When seeing Yi Chen's appearance, Xia's mother almost collapsed. Endless anger makes her want to kill Yi Chen. She grabbed Yi Chen's clothes and roared, You promised me a few days ago. You said no one can hurt Rushu. What about your guarantee? Now if Snow is missing. Yi Chen Mao's son is cold, did not speak, let Summer Mother start at the same time, his fist clenched. Cold killing machine covered. Give me a day, and I'll bring the Snow back intact. Xia's mother just wanted to say something, Yi Chen continued, If I don't do it, you will deprive me of my life. With that, Yi Chen came to the house and glanced around. There was no discovery, but there was a strong breath. The other side is really a master. Since he is an ancient warrior, the other side plundered Ruoxue, he must have come for him. Damn it. Yi Chen tried to calm down and broadcast 3 phone calls. The first is Bailabeng, let her use the power of the police station, looking for Xia Ruoxue. The second one is Jin Lingyan. He wants to make sure that all the forces in Jiangqing are powerful masters. The third is Zhou Jingde. Hope to let him use his network to find all useful information. But 5 minutes later, no one gave him the answer he wanted. At this time, Yi Chen's mobile phone rang. It's a strange number. Hello. Yi family waste, how do you feel now? Nervous? A deep, playful voice sounded. Yi Chen Mao's son shrinks, kill the opportunity to break out, the cold voice falls. It is you who took away if Snow. I don't know who you are, and I don't know what you want. I'll just give you one chance and let her go now. I'm not looking for you, I'm not going to trace you. That's all. But if you don't let go, I can tell you that in these 5 years, I have become a nightmare for many people. Next I'll find you, and I'll cut your neck with my own hands. No matter who is standing behind you, I will let them disappear into the world. At the other end of the phone, the script is wrong. It is not for him to threaten the other party. How can he be threatened by the other party instead? He just wanted to say something, doodle dash, and the phone hung up directly. Sleeping trough, what the hell? It's not like this. He hasn't said the address yet. No address. How can this guy come here? The man played back, but showed that the other party's mobile phone has been turned off. He's going crazy. Does this kid just give up the woman in front of him? Jiangqing Bailuan Port. The man came to Jiang Yuanli and Chen Baoguo with his mobile phone. Chen Baoguo sneered and said, "When did that kid come?" Jiang Yuanli also said, "Jiang Song, is this sun in chaos?" Jiang Song's face was very embarrassed, just like eating excrement. He took a look at them and said that he threatened me and hung up. I didn't even say the address. Yeah. What are you talking about? Call back again. The boy turned off his computer. How could it be? Chen Baoguo frowned. He didn't understand what Yi Chen was up to. He took a look at Xia Ruoxue, who was tied and blindfolded in the distance. They wanted to catch Sun Yi, but they didn't expect that their people brought Xia Ruoxue back. Xia Ruoxue is the daughter of Xia family. If something happens to them, the consequences will be unimaginable. They just want to lure Yi Chen. But right now, this guy doesn't seem to worry at all. Find a way to inform him that, in any case, he must be here today. Jiangqing, Dadu apartment. Yi Chen sits cross-legged and closes his eyes. There is a strange rune in front of him. On the rune, there is an earring of Xia Rushu. He's angry. He would never use this technique until he had to. This kind of human search technique is too much loss to the body. A little careless, the body will be more by the phage, repair stagnation. But for the moment he can't take care of that much. Yi Chen fingers to strangle, mouth constantly said what, to the end of the flow, and to create everything. The source of turbidity is the source of the clear, and the base of the static of the moving. People can always be quiet, and heaven and earth know all return. This is the road search, and the old man gave him no way to decide. Can break the vitality, thousands of miles to find people. With the speed of Yi Chen's voice getting faster and faster, the rune and earrings in front of him were suspended. Next second, burn directly. Strange things appear, the flame is blue. Even formed a strange shape. That's now. Yi Chen gnaws his finger and shoots a blood essence. When blood essence hits the fire is big. The picture came to him. Container, crane, sea, Bailuan. Yi Chen eyes suddenly open, blood up, no longer can suppress, spit out a mouth of blood. Even if the face is pale, the cold murderer is still overflowing, the whole house is in the dead silence. I am sure to uproot you all, who dare to move me in Bailuan Port. Beijing time 4 p.m. Bailuan Port. This is the old port of Jiangqing. Because the government has planned a new port of Wangjiang, this side will be out of time and space temporarily. The ground was covered with old containers. At this moment, in a container, Xiarishi was tied to an iron chair, and the rope had hidden on her white skin and had blood marks. She was not nervous, but rather calm, and she was aware of everything around her. From the point of view of these people, they are ancient martial arts people, and obviously through careful planning. And the group should know her identity, so they didn't hurt her, and even gave her water regularly. She felt more like a bait, and a few outside seemed to be waiting for something to come. Should these people threaten Xia family with their own help? Looking at the whole river city and Jiangnan province, who dare to take such a risk and offend Xia family? At this time, Jiang Song came in, holding a bottle of water in his hand, and he said to Xia Ruoxue, with no expression on his face, "Drink." Xia Ruoxue turned to turn around and refused the other party's kindness, and said coldly, "Who are you? Do you know what it means to offend Xia family?" Jiang Song saw that the other side was ignorant and evil, and he threw the water out directly. Love drinking or not drinking? Damn, when did I wait for someone like this, Jiang? Jiang Song's voice stopped suddenly, almost exposed. Miss Xia, don't take out your Xia family's prestige in front of me. This world is not so easy as you think. I'm just a mean life. Even if you kill you, I will not live a life. And you... Before he finished speaking, a red light flashed on an instrument in his hand. Seeing the red light, Jiang Song's face changed slightly, and he came to him. He naturally did not think it would be that leaf, but once they were discovered by others, the consequences were unthinkable. He also, regardless of Summer Ruoxue, hurriedly walked out. Leaving the container, Jiang Song suddenly noticed that the wind started at Beiluan port. There is a strong wind. It was like the whole Beiluan port was locked by a sudden invisible gas field. Chapter 123. The entrance of Beiluan port. Bang! With a loud bang, the iron gate was kicked directly on the ground, almost split. As the dust rose, a figure of youth appeared at the entrance. It was Yi Chen. Yi Chen Mao Sun swept around, natural discovery several strong breath. Here it is. Since you like playing games so much, I will accompany you to the end. Who are you? 4 young people came to Yi Chen in an instant, blocking Yi Chen's way. They are all Chen Baogua's disciples, the strength of the master. For convenience, Chen Baogua directly named them Wu Jin, Wu Mu, Wu Hua and Wu. Over the past 10 years, they have been practicing ancient martial arts and killing skills. Their strength is extremely terrible, which is one of the reasons why Chen Baogua brought them down the mountain. But when they saw Yi Chen's appearance, everyone was stunned. His eyes are wide as hell. Doesn't this guy know the address? How did you get here? Zhang's 3 masters also came out of the container, see Yi Chen's silly eye. All people's eyes cannot help but fall on Jiang Song's body, because he called. Jiang Song, are you lying to us? How can you explain that this son has come here? Jiang Songjin wanted to cry without tears. I don't know. He clearly did not mention the 4 words of Beiluan port on the phone, and the key other party did not give him a chance. But this guy happened to appear in front of his eyes. Jiang Song really felt a bit fucked. Well, go and explain to them yourself. Wu Jin said coldly, since this son has come, I will understand it. I want to see what kind of strength makes you so unscrupulous. Words fall, Wu Jin in situ into a shadow, is a fist toward Yi Chen's chest smash. Very fast. In the moment of approaching Yi Chen, change fist into claw. His fingers have thick calluses like steel bars. Once caught, he has the confidence to crush the boy's shoulder directly. It seems that the strong vitality of the Qin. The rest of Chen Baogua's disciples had a victory curve. They know Wu Jin. Once he uses the Tiger King's claws, it shows that he is facing up to the young man. And once let him face it, only blood and death. Yi Chen did not move, as if frightened stupidly. Jiang Song is a little strange. Is it enough to deal with this boy alone? Chen Baogua and Shifu are too high on this boy. Even so, he still pressed the button of the remote control in his hand, and 30 cameras at Beiluan port captured the picture at the same time. These cameras can transmit the picture fax to Qinjia Villa more than 10 kilometers away. Boy, you're so fucked up. Wu Jin sneered. In order to kill him, he directly changed direction and grabbed Yi Chen's chest. He's going to penetrate the kid's body and dig out the heart. However, in Yi Chen's opinion, all this is no different from that of children. At the moment when Wu Jin's Tiger King's claw is about to fall on Yi Chen's chest, Yi Chen moves and smashes out directly with a fist. This punch is simple and unadorned, but with a touch of air. Damn it, I want to fight my tiger with one fist. Words have not finished, fist and claws collided together. Strength and true spirit constantly collide, but the result is crush. Wu Jin's 5 fingers were smashed and broken directly. The powerful air current cut off his 5 fingers like a steel knife. Not only that, Yi Chen's fist seems to have no obstruction in general, directly smashed through the other side's chest. Blood burst out. Wu Jin didn't even have time to react. His body flew out, his blood splashed and he died on the spot. One punch. Tiger claws? The name is good, but the strength is really rubbish. Everyone's brain is blank. No matter how rubbish Wu Jin is, it's also a master's realm. Can it be that the city is full of masters and rubbish? Don't give everyone reaction time. Yi Chen moved again. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in air waves, where the wind howled and made a low whistling sound, tearing the air and rushing away. No, let's go together. The 3 people no longer hesitated, but did not have time to move. He found that the body seems to be a force of imprisonment, cannot move. And Yi Chen's step, the ground actually appeared a deep footprints. His body more and more half-empty, and then a fierce whip leg, horizontal sweep away. 3 face flustered, eyes full of fear, can only raise their hands, block away. But it doesn't work at all. Click. A clear sound of fracture came, and then there was a cry of heartrending. Not only that, but also a force like 1,000 pounds. 3 people's bodies were lifted directly. Hit the container on top of it. The 2 containers were sunken on the spot and twisted out of shape. Those 2 people's bodies were constantly twitching, and they had no power of World War I. And the most tragic martial fire, the body hit the container above the opening, the strong momentum directly let his body break in two. Gollum. Jiang Song swallowed and salivated, and his back was completely wet. His eyes are staring at Yi Qin, and his fear is shrouded in his heart. Although these 4 people have just entered the realm of master, they are also masters. For people join hands, unexpectedly still can't touch that boy. The key is killed. The whole process, Yi Qin only made 2 moves. The punch. What kind of devil is this? Yi Qin's cold eyes fell on the 3 masters of the Jiang family. In different voice sounded, "If I am not wrong, Xia Ruoxue is the 3 of you abducted it." The voice was very light, but it exploded in the ears of the 3 masters of the Jiang family. "If you don't speak, you'll admit it. In that case, die." Yi Qin rushes to the front 2 people. He hates threats. More hate others to threaten with the people around him. The 2 masters of the Jiang family changed their faces, and several steel needles appeared in their hands. They shot at Yi Qin without hesitation. They are very clear, if close combat, they are not qualified to meet the guy in front of them. The strength of the other side completely crushed the general master. This person's strength can definitely enter the Chinese master list. How do they fight? Unless Chen Baogua and Shifu do it in person, it is possible to kill this son. When the steel needle shot out, there was a sound of breaking through the air. They thought it would make the other party afraid, but they didn't expect that when the steel needle was about to fall on each other, they stopped. The steel needle suddenly twisted and landed on the ground. How could it be? The 2 people's faces changed greatly, but they didn't get clear from the shock. Yi Qin split his hands and one of them hit the ground on the spot. His body almost twisted and died completely. When Yi Qin was about to kill another man, a voice of exclamation rang out, "Stop! If you dare to kill him, your woman will not want to live." Yi Qin's violent breath suddenly stopped, and his palm fell on the head of the Jiang family master. The fierce wind directly cracked the other side's cheek and blood oozed out. Chapter 124. Not far away, Jiang Song's hand appeared a short knife, and the knife is against the white neck of Xia Ruoxue. As long as Jiang Song moves, Xia Ruoxue will die. "Yi Qin, if you dare to move my elder martial brother, Miss Xia will surely die," Jiang Song threatened. And at the moment of Xia Ruoxue not a bit flustered, but looking at the distance of Yi Qin some surprise. What happened to this guy? Is he here to save himself? Xia Ruoxue looked around again. When she saw those miserable corpses, her eyes were full of panic. Are these all made by Yi Qin? Jiang Song saw Yi Qin did not speak and continued, "I know your strength is very strong, but since you appear here, you want to save this woman. You'd better not act rashly. We are nothing but a humble life. This Miss Xia is a noble princess of Xia family in Jiangnan province. You should know who is worse." Yi Qin did not have any expression but sighed, "You should not move her, really should not." Jiang Song snorted coldly, "Boy, don't give me nonsense, now kneel down for me. Or I want this woman to die." "Yi Qin, don't listen to her, he dare not kill me." Summer Snow Road. Jiang Song saw Xia Ruoxue so uncooperative, his face was a little angry. "Stinky bitch, don't give me nonsense or I will directly wring your neck." Finish saying, he is to stare at Yi Qin command way. "Still did not let my person, then kneel down." "Kneel on your knees." "Come on. You make me kneel? Are you sure?" Yi Qin's faint voice sounded, as if to hear what funny joke in general. Jiang Songgang wanted to say something, saw Yi Qin move, a hand directly in front of Jiang family master's neck. Click. With a sound, the neck was broken on the spot. The cold, killing intention covers the whole audience. Jiang Song Mao's sun shrinks. 10,000 did not expect oneself to take summer such as snow threat. The other side is still indifferent. Is this guy not afraid of Xia Rushue's death? Yi Chen throws the corpse out, and then walks towards Jiang Song step by step. Although there are hostages in Jiang Song's hand, he is still flustered at this moment. Yi Chen's momentum is too terrible. He can only use a knife to hold Xia Ruoxue and step back. You don't come here, you come here one more step, I will really kill this woman. No matter how strong you are, how fast you are. It can't be faster than the knife in my hand. Is it? Yi Chen outlines a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and then shoots out a genuine qi from his fingertips. What an arrow! Cut through the sky. Puff! One sound. Straight through Jiang Song's eyebrows. Jiang Song's eyes stare big. He didn't expect Yi Chen to hand at the last moment. Bang! His body fell straight to the back, lifeless. Yi Chen glanced at Jiang Song's body and said faintly, "You should be the man who talked to me. I gave you a chance on the phone. If you had chosen the former and let Ruoxue go, you might have been another ending. Unfortunately, you would have wanted to die." Summer if Snow beautiful eyes dead staring at Yi Chen, she found that this man gave her too much surprise. As the Pearl of Xia family, she has seen all kinds of characters, even martial arts masters. But no strong man has such a means as Yi Chen. She suddenly thought of the Qin family genius that her father asked her to marry. Although the other party is a strong martial arts person, Yi Chen is not bad at all. She even has some small expectations in her heart. If Yi Chen's strength is far more than that genius of Qin family, will she be able to change her father's mind? Moreover, in so many countries she found Yi Chen more attractive than those so-called big families or talented people. At least in this moment, let her feel the security of the explosion. Yi Chen has come to Summer if Snow in front of worried Wei, have hurt. Summer if Snow shakes his head like a rattle drum, no. Well, let's go. A lot of people are worried about you. Yi Chen Dao. After all, in order to find Xia Ruoxue, the power of the whole Jiangxing is surging. Moreover, when Yi Chen came to Beiluan port, he accidentally found several bodies outside. Obviously, some people found them here, but because of their poor strength, they were directly killed by those people. Otherwise, there would be no news of Xia Ruoxue in the whole city. Yi Chen then sent a few short messages to let those people not to look for it, but also let the king of Nanjiang come to deal with the body. These bodies should be able to identify who's behind the scenes. No matter what kind of power or family, Yi Chen must be uprooted. All of a sudden, Xia Ruoxue stopped, and his cool and proud eyes were staring at Yi Chen. Are you really an ancient warrior? Yi Chen Zheng nodded. Calculate is. In fact, he was a practitioner, but he didn't want to explain it. Both the ancient martial arts world and the cultivation world were the existence of the respect of force, and the essence was the same. Do you know the Qin family in Jiangnan province? Summer if Snow hesitated for a long time or rode. Yi Chen frowned and shook his head. I don't know. Did they offend you? I don't mind killing it for you. Xia Ruoxue heard that Yi Chen was going to destroy the Qin family. She took a breath of cool air and waved her hands repeatedly. No, I'm just asking casually. From childhood to adulthood, Xia Ruoxue heard the word Qin family in almost every banquet or family meeting. These two words for all the families in Jiangnan province, like the existence of high above. She has never been to the Qin family, nor has she met any of them. But it did not hinder her understanding of the horror of the Qin family. Yi Chen's attempt to wipe out the Qin family is almost impossible. In fact, Xia Ruoxue wants to resist the engagement and strive for her own happiness. Otherwise, she will not leave Xia's family early and come to Jiangnan province. But as time went on, she found that there was not much time left for her. The key is that the object of their engagement is actually the Qin family. Once they resist, not only will she have an accident, the whole Xia family may no longer exist. Forget it, step by step, what chance do you hope to see? At the same time, the Qin family villa. There was silence. Chen Baogua and Jiang Yuanli were staring at the big screen in front of them without saying a word. They even feel their breath choked. 7 masters of Huajing can't kill a young man in his 20s. You're kidding. Anyone who practices martial arts will not believe it. But the naked facts appeared before their eyes. and they could not refute it. For a long time, Chen Baogua took the lead in breaking the silence, saying, "According to the strength of the other side, at least you can enter the master list." Jiang Yuanli nodded, but judging from the opponent's hand, it seems that this guy doesn't have any martial art skills. It's just the crushing of strength. I don't know whether those people are too weak to use the boy's martial art skills, or because he doesn't have any martial art skills. Chapter 125. Chen Baogua also said, "This is my only doubt now. This son kills all kinds of moves, and his means are cruel. But we can't see his real strength from the video. But just imagine, this boy is only in his 20s, and he has only practiced martial arts for 5 years. Even if he is a demon, he can't be our opponent who has practiced for decades." "What do you mean by Master Chen? Do you still decide to challenge this man in Wuderotai?" Jiang Yuanli said. Chen Baogua stares at Yi Chen on the screen and says angrily, "Of course. He killed my people cruelly. If he doesn't kill him, my martial arts realm can't go any further. If you let it go on, everyone will think that my Chen family is afraid of this boy. I had planned to kill this son, but now it seems that the strength of the other side is good, so I can only torture him slowly." Jiang Yuanli took a look at Yi Chen's appearance. Somehow, he had some ominous premonition in his heart. However, since Chen Baogua had made up his mind, he naturally wanted to support him. He turned his eyes and said, "If this boy should fight, I will ask Mr. Yuan to be the judge. With the friendship between me and Mr. Yuan, even if the boy has a chance to win, I will reduce him to 0. In the challenge of Wuderotai, there will be several strong referees to preside over justice." When Chen Baogua heard of Mr. Yuan, he took a cold breath and said excitedly, "Is it the old Yuan who once entered the 400 list of Chinese masters?" Jiang Yuanli nodded, "Yes. I'd like to see what the boy wins." Jiangcheng Dadu apartment. Yi Chen and Xia Ruoxue have just arrived home, and the door is pushed open before the buttocks are heated. It was Xia Mu who came in. Xia's mother came to Xia Ruoxue and carefully inspected every part of her body. "If Snow, are you all right? How could you be taken away all of a sudden?" Xia Ruoxue frowned at her mother's impoliteness, but she still said, "Mom, there's nothing wrong with it. It's just a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Xia's mother's voice raised a few points, and even coldly glanced at Yi Chen. Then she said to Xia Ruoxue, "What misunderstanding will make you faint? What misunderstanding will break the door and take you away? If Snow, since some people can't guarantee your safety, you go home with me now. Your father has transferred 3 strong men from Jiangnan province. They are enough to protect you." Xia Ruoxue resolutely refused. "I will not go. I'm going to stay here and not go anywhere." Summer mother wants to take Xia Ruoxue by force, but when she sees Yi Chen's cold eyes, she dare not do so. At present, the boy is really a little strange. The breath on the key body is like half of the body climbing out of the corpse heap. The murder of this boy that day broke out. Although it has been so many days, she still has some lingering fear. Suddenly, Xia's mother thought of something and said to Xia Ruoxue, "If Snow, you should know that your birthday is coming soon. You can come back here at any time after your birthday with me." Xia Ruoxue some heart. After all, mother has done the biggest step back. And anyway, she will attend the birthday party. What's more, your grandmother may return to Jiangcheng today to celebrate your birthday, so you don't want to see her? Xia Ruoxue heard the last sentence, her chest heaved and she was quite excited. "Do you say grandma is coming? She's back from abroad?" Summer mother nodded. "I don't need to cheat you on this matter." Xia Ruoxue bit her lip and looked at Yi Chen. She just wanted to say something. Yi Chen nodded and said, "You go back. Meet the old man. By the way, please say hello to me. Also, I'll come to your birthday and I'll pick you up to your apartment." Yi Chen has his reasons. Most apartments are not safe. Xia Ruoxue back to the villa is a good choice. What's more, he can see how much Xia Ruoxue cares about her grandmother. Of course, more importantly, he has to clear some things these days. He wants to nip all threats in the cradle. Finally, Xia Ruoxue and her mother left together. Even before she left, she handed a development planning document of Tianjin Group to Yi Chen. He didn't know business, but he could see the value of the document. As the president of Huamei and even the children of the top business family in Jiangnan province, Xia Ruoxue has higher control over the development of the enterprise than Shenhaihua. Yi Gang is going to take this document to Tianjin Group. Suddenly, a little boy about 10 years old comes to the door of the apartment. Are you Uncle Yichen? Yichen nods. Uncle Yichen, a grandfather asked me to give it to you. The little boy handed the letter in his hand to Yichen, and then he left skipping. Yichen frowned slightly and opened the letter in doubt. Soon found the text above. Kill me, Chen family. You can accept it. If you don't fight, you can keep the people around you, several times. Signature, Chen family, Chen Baogua. The latter sentence is obviously a threat. Yi Chen's eyes are slightly narrowed. When they killed Chen's father and son, they threatened him with the old man of Huaishan. Now the old man is back. Judging from the latter sentence, Xia Ruoxue's kidnapping is also related to the old man of the Chen family. Only the master can avoid everything and take Xia Ruoxue away. If you don't accept it, Sun Yi and Xia Ruoxue will not be peaceful. If you send it to the door yourself, I won't have to go to you. Yi Chen's mouth appeared a cold radiance. Later, Yi Chen left Dadu apartment and prepared to go to Tianjin Group. As soon as he arrived downstairs, a black business car stopped in front of him in an emergency. The door opened and Jin Lingyan hurried down. Mr. Yi, have you received the challenge letter from Wuda Otai? Yi Chen Zheng immediately raised the letter in the hand. Wei, you say is this? Jin Lingyan grabbed the letter and glanced at it. His face changed greatly. He murmured, it's true, damn it. What's the matter? How do you know that? Yi Chen is very strange. After all, he has only received a minute. Is it true that the Jin family of Wudao family has received the news? It's too fast. Jin Lingyan quickly explained. Mr. Yi, Wudaotai has been posted for a long time. Now the whole force in Jiangqing knows that you and Mr. Chen fought. Jiangqing Wudaotai is a place for settling disputes, which has not been started for 5 or 6 years. Because on the Wudaotai, a warrior must die. Chen Baogua obviously intends to kill you on Wudaotai. Seeing that Yi Chen had no expression, Jin Lingyan continued. Mr. Yi, the challenge letter from Wudaotai can be rejected. You just have to ignore it. It's not called recognition, it's called judging the situation. Besides, you have the Zhou family and the military behind you. Chen Baogua dare not move you. She thought her persuasion would be useful, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to smile. Why refuse? I haven't paid attention to Chen Baogua. Since he has come to die, I will kill him. Jin Lingyan's face turned pale. Mr. Yi, you don't know the strength of Chen Baogua at all. He stepped into the realm of master more than 10 years ago. It is said that he got a very strong martial arts book when he practiced in Wui Mountain for so many years. Afraid of being watched by others, I hid in Wui Mountain. Even my father may not have the strength to deal with such a strong man, let alone you. Only one life. Don't be impulsive. If it wasn't for the pills she had seen a few days before Yi Chen, she would not have come all the way to persuade her. She knew that Yi Chen was very powerful and even killed Jiang Wenlin easily. But can Jiang Wenlin compare with Chen Baogua? One by one, one by one. Mr. Yi. Jin Lingyan just wanted to say something. Yi Chen interrupted. Wudaotai, I have to go. One day when the tiger comes back to the mountain, I'll make half the skies stained with blood. Chapter 126. It's not a confession, it's a matter of judging the situation. Besides, you have the Zhou family and the military behind you. Chen Baogua dare not move you. She thought her persuasion would be useful, but she didn't expect Yi Chen to smile. Why refuse? I haven't paid attention to Chen Baogua. Since he has come to die, I will kill him. Jin Lingyan's face turned pale. Mr. Yi, you don't know the strength of Chen Baogua at all. He stepped into the realm of master more than 10 years ago. It is said that he got a very strong martial arts book when he practiced in Wui Mountain for so many years. Afraid of being watched by others, I hid in Wui Mountain. Even my father may not have the strength to deal with such a strong man, let alone you. Only one life. Don't be impulsive. If it wasn't for the pills she had seen a few days before Yi Chen, she would not have come all the way to persuade her. She knew that Yi Chen was very powerful and even killed Jiang Wenlin easily. But can Jiang Wenlin compare with Chen Baogua? One by one, one by one. Mr. Yi. Jin Lingyan just wanted to say something. Yi Chen interrupted. Wudotai, I must go. Jin Lingyan did not expect Yi Chen to be so persistent. It's no different from dying. Once set foot on Wudotai, Yi Chen will be mercilessly crushed. The key Yi Chen has few acquaintances in Jiangqing's martial arts circle. If Chen Baogua tampers with the referee at that time, this guy doesn't even have a chance. Jin Lingyan sighs and says goodbye to Yi Chen. He goes back to the car and dials his father's phone. Dad, this guy still wants to go to Wudotai. Do we have to help? The other end of the phone was quiet for a few seconds, then came a majestic voice. You prepare for the funeral company, prepare a better coffin for this boy, live can't repay, dead give him scenery big funeral. Jin Lingyan's face changed slightly. This dad, is it a little too much? Too much? My gold family gave him opportunities again and again, and he did not cherish them once. Who is too much? Also, I advise you not to be involved in Yi Chen's affairs. Even if this son has the source of pills, this kind of young man who doesn't know how to cover up his edge can't become a climate. Yes, Dad. Yi Chen came to Tianjin Group, just ready to go upstairs. Yi Lingtian's phone also called. Temple Master, do you want to accept Chen Baogua's challenge? Yi Lingtian's rapid voice came. Where did it all spread to you? Hall Master, Chen Baogua is very strong. At least he can enter the top 600 masters list. Do you want me to send someone to kill you? No, I can handle it. Yi Chen Lightway. Hall Master, it is said that Chen Baogua still has a special martial arts book in his hand, so he can't take it lightly. Yi Lingtian has not finished. Yi Chen then hung up the phone. Just hung up, Zhou Jingde also called. Obviously, it's also about Wudotai. It's just to persuade yourself not to accept Chen Baogua's challenge. Not only that, Bai Li Bing, Zhu Ren and Yi Chen's acquaintances almost all called. No one is optimistic about Yi Chen. Yi Chen is looking for death. Persuade him to give up the challenge of Wudotai. This angry Yi Chen almost fell off his mobile phone. As for this group of people, as long as other people's ambition to destroy their own prestige? Fortunately, Shen Haihua and Sun Yi didn't know about it. They directly told him about the group. At present, the group has been negotiating with several pharmaceutical factories in Jiangqing, and the progress is faster through acquisition. It is expected to be on the production line on the 1st of the next month. Mr. Yi, now there is a big problem in front of us. The drugs we produce are some special, so it is very difficult to record and approve there. I can't get down at all. Even if the approval is successful, once the prescription of the drug is filed, the confidentiality will have a great impact. In the end, those people are less likely to allow such things to exist. Yi Chen thought for a while and said, I'll give you a reply in the evening. Yes, Mr. Yi. Shen Haihua is very clear that without Yi Chen's connections, Tianjin Group will not develop at all. But now they are obviously subordinates, and it's strange to call Mr. Yi, but Yi Chen is not allowed to be called Yi Zong. Because Sun Yi had to work overtime today, Yi Chen had to go back first. Just after leaving the gate, the phone rang again. It was a strange number. Yi Chen hangs up the phone directly. Maybe it's someone who advises him not to go to Wudotai. But after a few seconds and ring, helpless, Yi Chen then answered the phone. A low voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi Chen, I should be holding it. I went out of the door and went to the direction of 8 o'clock. There was a white van with double flashing, and got on the bus directly. With that, the phone hung up. Should we? This guy said to give himself news in 3 days. How many days has it been? At present, the approval of Tianjin Group is not just in need of help. It is obviously more efficient if we directly rely on Yingqing. Want to understand all this? Yi Chen directly toward the position of Yingqing said. Sure enough, there was a white van at the intersection, and the key van was very shabby. So no cards? Not even a decent car? Yi Chen opens the door and sits directly in. He finds Yingqing sitting inside. Yingqing was slightly sorry and said, I'm really sorry. I've been delayed these days. Now in the past, do you have time? Yi Chen nodded, okay. Yingqing made a gesture to the rearview mirror, and the man with inch head driving started the van and went to the west of Jiangqing. Half an hour later. The car has been verified by many levels of checkpoints and stopped in front of a special building. Yichen, this pass card is on you. Yingqing handed a green card to Yichen and then ordered, "Follow me. I'll see that person later. I hope you can be restrained a little bit, whether you are for Tianjin Group or for yourself." The words are even threatening. Yichen did not speak to his convergence can, if the other side too much, no wonder he. After a while, Yingqing took Yichen to a special meeting room. He knocked on the door and said outside, "Report, Yichen has arrived. Let him in." A majestic voice came from the conference room. The door opened, Yichen walked in, and soon saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes with his back to himself, his hands behind him, looking out of the window. Although the other side does not have any action, but Yichen can feel that the other side is a warrior, the strength is not weak. Even Yichen felt a little danger. At this time, the middle-aged man said, "Yichen, male, from Jiangqing, Jiangnan province. His father, Yi Tianjing, and his mother, Jiang Peirong, died 5 years ago in the Yunhu Villa massacre in Jiangqing. 5 years later, Yichen died and came back to Jiangqing. He has entered the realm of a master." Chapter 127. The middle-aged man said finally, turning around, the sharp eyes like an eagle seemed to penetrate the heart. "Yichen, your resume of this period of time alone is enough to crush others for a lifetime." Yichen Mao Sun a congealing, the information in front is found is nothing, but he never thought, killed Jiang Wenlin, was also found by the other party. It seems that there is no airtight wall in this world. It's easy for the real Chinese authorities to find out something. The middle-aged man sat on the chair and poured 2 cups of tea. "I'm really curious about where you've been in the last 5 years. I've even mobilized satellites for you, but I haven't found out. I'm not only curious about this, but I'm more curious about your courage to accept the challenge of a master who has been in martial arts for decades." Words fall, the middle-aged man in the hands of the cohesion of energy, fierce in front of the tea cup pushed out. The tea cup glides along the tabletop, the gust of strong qi gushes, the speed is extremely fast, but the drip does not scatter again. Yichen snorted coldly, stretched out his hand directly, the teacup stopped, and the vigor was rippling. He picked up the teacup and drank it calmly. Then he said, "You're so much nonsense." The middle-aged man's face changed slightly. He knew better than anyone what kind of power the teacup he had just pushed out. Even if the master is strong, he may not be able to catch it intact. Even if lucky catch, strong enough to tear the cup. But Yichen not only caught the teacup, but also broke up his energy. His old well-knot wave's heart has been greatly shaken. This son's strength he far underestimated. Suppressing his shock, the middle-aged man said, "Introduce yourself. My name is Lei Shuwei. I heard Yingqing say that you want to cooperate with the Dragon Soul Commando team? What kind of cooperation? Now, with the help of Zhou family, many problems will be solved easily. Of course, if you choose to join the Dragon Soul Commando, I can do many things for you. Your strength is worth it." Yichen knocked on the table with his finger. "Join you? Impossible. I'm used to it. Now Tianjin Group needs to produce drugs. Some procedures are too troublesome. I just want to ask you if you can give the green light on this matter. If not, I will go immediately." Yichen has stood up. Lei Shuwei pondered for a few seconds and said seriously, "I can help you with this piece, but what can we get? Win-win is the best situation." Yichen snorted coldly, took out a pill from his pocket and threw it out directly. "I can give you 200 of this kind of thing. I can't bargain." His attitude is extremely tough. Lei Shuwei took the pill. He heard Yingqing say that he had an excellent healing pill on his body. When he saw the Danwen, his eyes suddenly shrunk. Sure enough, the effect is excellent. This son absolutely controls a lot of pills. For the Dragon Soul Commando, this pill is too important. 500. Lei Shuwei thought for a moment and bargained. He must strive for more pills to maximize his interests. 500 Yichen certainly won't agree, but adding 100 to 200 should be no problem for him. Yichen hears this number, throws the door directly and goes. The bird does not want the bird. He gave 200 of them, which is based on the fact that the Dragon Soul Commando team has made contributions to the country, but some people are so greedy that he can't be blamed. Seeing Yi Chen going, Lei Shuwei knew that he had made a mistake in his prediction. He even said, "Stop. 200, 200. Yi Chen stopped and changed his mind and said, "I've changed my mind now. If you can make a deal directly. If you can't, I'll leave immediately." Lei Shuwei was furious. Who dares to talk to him like this in China? I agree with the other party's conditions. The other side has shrunk by half. He lost a lot. He just wanted to say something. Yi Chen's faint voice sounded again. If I don't make a decision in 5 seconds, I may change my attention. Lei Shuwei has an inexplicable sense of suffocation in his heart. He thought he was in charge of everything, but he didn't expect that the boy changed from passive to active in an instant. He has no choice. If it was not for the army, he would not have come to the base of Jiangqing. Lei Shuwei makes a decision when Yi Chen counts to 2. In that case, make an agreement. Yi Chen Dao. Lei Shuwei's eyes widened. Can't you think that the Dragon Soul Commando and my identity, as for cheating you? It's hard to say. In a minute, someone prepared 2 agreements. Lei Shuwei was cold all the way. He was about to sign. Yi Chen interrupted, "Wait a minute. One more." Lei Shuwei is really going to be angry. He flushed his face and roared, "Yi Chen, don't push your luck." Yi Chen did not pay attention to, directly said, "Add another one. I personally send another 100 to the wounded soldiers for the country." Lei Shuwei was stunned. His eyes were full of accidents and incomprehension. In this way, he found that the young man had no imagination, and he didn't know what to do. Although his temper was violent and changeable, his emotional intelligence was extremely high. Now he feels that he owes the other party something. Yi Chen signed, took a document and went outside. "Well, you ask Ing Qing to pick it up tomorrow. Call me in advance before taking it. As for the affairs of Tianjin Group, you can find someone to connect with Shanhaihua." When Yi Chen was about to walk out of the room, Lei Shuwei thought of something and said, "Would Otai, you can refuse. As far as I know, it's not only Chen Baogua who will deal with you this time, but also the martial arts family Jiang family. If there are their people in the referee's seat, it's definitely a dead end for you." Yi Chen stopped, hesitated for a few seconds, or disappeared in the sight of Lei Shuwei. Not long, should Qing walked in. "Chief, with Yi Chen's character certainly will go." Lei Shuwei, with his eyes slightly narrowed, said, "Prepare for the plane. I went to the Central Committee all night to ask the leader to approve the document. Take this document and hide it under the stage. If the 2 unknown masters kill Yi Chen, show the document directly. Protect this man." Ing Qing heart set off a million waves. The head actually for Yi Chen asked the capital that. Is it more important to protect this person? As for it, the man is in charge of not only state affairs, but also Yi Chen? You're kidding. Chief, what are you doing? For so many years, he has never seen the chief so concerned about a person. Chief, is he worth it? Should be the voice of uncertainty or ring. Lei Shuwei's eyes seemed to flash a fine light, extremely complicated. It's worth it or not, just see the result of Wudotai. Gold, Lin is not a thing in the pool, once the wind and cloud change dragon. I Lei Shuwei, bet that this sun will turn into a dragon. Chapter 128. At night, Yi Chen didn't go back to Dadu apartment and went directly to Tangshanipin. He didn't have 200 pills at all, so he had to refine them before tomorrow. Fortunately, the medicine is enough, and with the cooperation of Baichao Ding, it should not take too long. The whole house was wrapped by the fragrance of medicine. Yi Chen even felt that his accomplishments had been improved. Baichao Ding is really not a common thing. I spent hundreds of millions to buy it, and absolutely earned blood. At the same time, most apartments. Sun Yi went home directly after work and found that there was no one at home. Compared with the bustle of the past 3 people, the current apartment is too cold. Yi Chen has told her during the day that Xia Ruoxue was picked up by Xia's mother. She also understands. But she didn't understand why Yi Chen didn't come back? Out again? Why don't you say it to yourself? Sun Yi was watching TV while waiting in her apartment. At 11 p.m., she found that Yi Chen had not come back. She couldn't help calling, but no one answered. This guy can't have an accident. Sun Yi's worry is especially strong. After all, there are too many things happening these days. There are many people who want to deal with Yi Chen and Tianjin Group. Sun Yi thinks more and more flustered, although she does not want to admit, but Yi Chen does occupy more and more weight in her heart. I don't know when she was used to this man. Sun Yi paced back and forth in the living room, frowning and worried. Suddenly, she thought of something and took out a delicate key from the room. This is at the beginning of two people in the taxi chatting about Tang Shenipin, Yi Chen gave her. She always thought Yi Chen was joking, but what happened later seemed to be that Yi Chen really had strength. This guy doesn't really have a suite in Thompson Epine. Tianjin Group's current registered capital is 100 million, Yi Chen 100% holding. But the price of Thompson Epine is far more than 100 million. The key point was that when the guy gave her the key, he seemed penniless. He even asked her to borrow 3,000 yuan. Under the devil's will, Sun Yi came to Tang Shenipin and showed the key. Those security guards welcomed him with a smile. Take the elevator to the top floor. Soon she came to a gate. She shook her hands and inserted the key. It can't be true. At this moment, Sun Yi was a little flustered. She twists a little, only to hear click. The door is open. At the moment, Sun Yijing is in the same place, like 5 thunders. She never thought Yi Chen would have a suite in Thompson Epine. This is the top district in Jiangqing. Still on the top. Riverview House. Even more upscale than villas. How can this guy give himself such a valuable key at will? What's more, since he has such a luxury house, why does he still live in a large apartment? Sun Yi's nose tip slightly moved, smelled a smell of medicine. She gently opened the door, saw a pair of let her lifelong unforgettable picture. Yi Chen sits cross-legged with a golden light covering his whole body. In front of him is an ancient and simple dan ding. The key seems to have a flame from Yi Chen's palm. Weird to the extreme. Ding. The last batch of pills was refined, and Yi Chen opened his eyes. He found something. He clapped his palm on the ground and jumped back. Naturally, he found Sun Yi standing at the door as if he were petrified. Sunny? Why you here? Sun Yi recovered from the shock for a long time, and said in a trembling voice, Yi Chen, is this really yours? Yi Chen smiles and nods. Now, there is nothing to hide. It's just a property. Yi Chen directly pulled Sun Yi in. Don't come in and have a look? Sun Yi nodded, ignored the dan ding, went around the indoor swimming pool several times, and then came to the French window. From this point of view to the outside, Jiangqing has a panoramic view. The scenery is wonderful. If you can live in this place, it's like a fairy. Over the years, every time she passed through Tang Shenipin, she would take a few envious glances. She never expected that she would one day stand on the top of Tang Shenipin and overlook Jiangqing. But now, has it come true? Sunny ran to another room and jumped up to the soft big bed. I don't want to. The proud peaks trembled through the clothes, and the spring appeared. This is not only the decoration and location, but also the place she dreams of. Yi Chen also saw Sun Yi's love and said with a smile, if you like, this house will be given to you. Tomorrow I'll send someone to transfer the ownership. 5 years ago, Sun Yi was desperate to bury the 3 members of the Yi family, far from being able to repay with a single house. What's more, the house is not what Yi Chen pursues at all. With his strength, he can easily refine a few pills and change into several villas. In the future, Tianjin Group will be able to make more money, not to mention Jiangqing. Even the houses in the core area of the first ring of the capital city can be bought one by one. What he is pursuing now is the highest realm of martial arts. Because only the strong can survive in the world of the weak and the strong. When China's affairs are completed, he should also go to Kunlun. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Sun Yi shook her head in a hurry. No, you're kidding. I don't want to transfer the ownership of the house. I owe you more than a house. Yi Chen Dao. Sun Yi was stunned. Naturally, she thought about what happened 5 years ago. She didn't want Yi Chen to be sad, so she changed the topic and said, well, anyway, no one lives in such a big house. Unfortunately, most of the apartments are empty first. I move here. No, I have to stay here tonight. I want to fulfill a wish I made a few years ago. If Snow comes back, you won't have to squeeze a bed with her every day. With so many rooms and one sleep a day, it's not like a week. Sun Yi felt the spring on the trampoline directly. The chest apparatus was undulating and magnificent. After a while, Sun Yi went directly back to Dadu apartment and took some necessities. She decided to stay here. In terms of comfort and convenience, there are more than 10 blocks of apartments here. Yichen is casual. It's too big here. His room has a secret room close to 100 ping. When it comes to alchemy or cultivation, it will not affect. He had planned to explain the alchemy to Sun Yi, but the girl was completely fascinated by the decoration and style of Tangchen Yipin and didn't want to ask. Forget it. I'll talk about it then. After finishing her clothes, Sun Yi took a bath directly in the bathtub. Tangchen Yipin has 4 bathrooms, each of which is equipped with a bathtub as standard. Even if there are more people living there, there will be no rush to the bathroom. Sun Yi, who was soaked in bath, wrapped a bath towel and put on a mask. What he thought of suddenly asked him, Xiao Chenzi, the day after tomorrow is the birthday of Snow. What are you going to send Snow? To remind you, don't be naive to buy chocolate for girls, it's out of date. Yichen Wenzheng, facial expression some is not right, Xia Ruoshue's birthday unexpectedly in the day after tomorrow? The challenge of Wuda Otai is the day after tomorrow. 2 things come together. Chapter 129. Sun Yi finished the mask and returned to the room quite ceremonial. Before leaving, he even joked to Yichen, the dream of our palace for so many years has finally come true, thanks to Xiaokenzi. By the way, Xiaokenzi, lonely night, spring curfew, lonely man and little girl, do you mind sleeping in this palace? Yichen pretends to stand up, and Sun Yi spits out her tongue to Yichen and closes the door with a song. My aunt is here today. Another day. Changed day? Yichen touched his nose helplessly and went back to his room. He entered the secret room and began to practice. Although he has the absolute confidence to defeat Chen Baogua, but for the sake of insurance, there is nothing wrong with improving the strength. Even if there is an accident, he still has the biggest card. Black Stone, activate the great power. I don't know how powerful the ancient characters are. Forget it. Don't think about it. Practice at ease. Now he is in the 7th level of Kaiyuan realm. Take some pills and try to break through to the 8th level tonight. Yichen closed his eyes, running 9 days Xianyang Ju. A faint light from the body exudes. His whole body was covered by a red light, and the powerful breath made a burst of dragon chant from the dantian. At this time, a black stone flew up, suspended in the top of Yichen. A trace of aura shot from the stone, but also into Yichen's eyebrows. All of a sudden, the red light of the whole room flickers, and Yichen's cultivation is also rapidly climbing. The next day, Yichen opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid qi. After a night of practice, he successfully entered the 8th level of Kaiyuan realm. The speed of cultivation is too fast. In principle, the aura of China is thin, far less rich than that of that place. The speed of breakthrough should be slower, but the situation is just the opposite. Yichen's sight falls on the black stone. Is it because of you? At this time, the black stone was suspended, even more gently shaking as if nodding. Sleeping trough. Can you move the stone? Words fall, the black stone fell into silence, as if some angry. Yichen intended to continue to study stones, but Sun Yi's voice came from outside. Xiaokenzi, breakfast. This palace is not waiting for you. Coming. After breakfast, Sun Yi went to Tianjin Group, and Yichen called In Qing and asked him to take pills. 10 minutes time, should Qing to come to Tangchen Yipin, ring the doorbell. Yichen opens the door, In Qing excitedly says, Mr. Yi, excuse me. After what happened yesterday, In Qing even changed her voice. He knew very well how important the chief's words were. And the chief is extremely optimistic about the man in front of him. Yichen took a look at the 2 people at the door, nodded and took the plastic bag on the table and handed it to In Qing. In Qing thought it was breakfast and quickly waved his hand. Mr. Yi, you are so polite. I had breakfast in the base. Yichen a zheng, white one eye should Qing, wei, 200 pills are inside if you don't want that even if. Yeah. Pills? Should hold out his hands subconsciously, he found that his hands are a little stiff. How can you use this kind of plastic bag to pack such expensive pills? You're kidding. What if the pills are contaminated? Should Qing reaction take over the plastic bag in disbelief, swept a glance, the face is instantly pale. Lying trough, this guy actually put pills in it. What a monster. He looked flustered and quickly told his companion, "Come on. Bring the oxygen-free protection on the car." "Captain, but the device contains blood samples from this mission." Ing Qing scolded, "Throw it directly." Blood samples can be collected again? How to deal with the problem of pills? Yes, Captain. Yichen can't help laughing at the two people's great reaction, and reminds him, the pills I refined are not so fragile. They don't need an anaerobic environment. Just pack them in plastic bags. Don't worry. If you have any problems, you can go to me directly and pay 10 for the damage. Ing Qing hears Yichen's assurance and breathes a long breath. He also gives Yichen a standard military salute. On behalf of the Dragon Soul Commando team, I thank you for everything you have done. Don't give me that. Don't give it to me. Yichen was just about to close the door. Ing Qing said in a hurry, "There's one more thing. The chief asked me to inform you that no matter what tricks Chen Baogua and Zhang's family play tomorrow, we will do it when necessary." "Thank you." The gate closes. At the same time, a tea house in Jiangqing. Chen Baogua and Jiang Yunli sat on both sides, and at the top sat an old man with a terrible breath. The old man is one of the judges of Wudotai, Yuan Jingfu. Once entered the top 400 of Chinese masters list. What's the concept of the first 400? He's only 514 Jiang Yunli. And after so many years of practice, I can't even enter the top 500. Yuan Jingfu has been active in Jiangnan province for the past 10 years, laying a foundation in Jiangnan province. Not only that, he is also the vice president of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan province. How many martial arts masters can't enter the Wudao Association even though they have broken their heads? It can be seen how noble Yuan Jingfu's identity is. According to the convention, Yuan Jingfu is in charge of Wudaotai in Jiangqing. As long as Wudaotai is started, he will come to judge. At the moment, Yuan Jingfu drank Weishen's Dahongpo and looked at the two people in front of him with interest. "Two Jiangqing Wudao masters, please come here for tea." Chen Baogua quickly took a brocade box and placed it carefully in front of Yuan Jingfu. "In front of Mr. Yuan, how can we call him a master? It's just a junior." This is from the younger generation. Yuan Jingfu has been used to this kind of thing for a long time. It is normal for the weak to respect the strong and seek refuge. He opened the box and glanced at it. Suddenly, his eyes shrank and he said in surprise, "The 1,000-year-old spirit-seeking ginseng. It's a big gift. It's a bit expensive." This spirit-seeking ginseng has a strong stabilizing effect on the breakthrough of martial arts, especially for the existence of Yuan Jingfu's realm. The key year is over the millennium, which is extremely rare. It's not expensive. It's only Mr. Yuan who deserves it. Yuan Jingfu took a deep look at Chen Baogua and nodded. "You are very good. You can try to apply for admission to the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province when your realm is further improved." Chen Baogua's face turned red, obviously a little excited. After a while, he thought of the biggest purpose of coming here, and even said, "Mr. Yuan, tomorrow is the battle between the younger generation and the boys Wudaotai. What's your opinion?" Yuan Jingfu's eyes narrowed slightly. Of course, he understood the meaning of the other party and said with a smile, "The other party is only in his 20s, and his hair has not grown up. You have no confidence?" Chen Baogua quickly shook his head. No, old Yuan, don't look down on that boy. I heard that the boy got a magic pill from the auction. After taking it, he can increase his strength greatly. I'm afraid it will be unfair for this son to treat me with this pill. What's more, the boy has already spoken, threatening to kill me in Wudaotai, even boasting that even if you are here, you can't stop it. This is the explanation that Chen Baogua and Jiang Yunli discussed yesterday, trying to discredit Yichen. Yuan Jingfu listened to Yichen's use of this kind of forbidden pill, and even more drew himself to it. He snorted coldly and clapped his palm on the table. He dares. With me, Yuan Jingfu, if he defeats you with forbidden pills, I will make him kneel down in front of you and apologize with death. Chapter 130. Chen Baoguo was overjoyed when he heard Yuan Jingfu's statement. Yuan Jingfu is the judge of Wudaotai this time. Another top player. With such a master, what room does Yi Chen have to win? Yuan Jingfu suddenly thought of something. He looked at Chen Baoguo and said curiously, "You initiated Wudaotai this time? Do you have a deep blood feud with Yi Chen?" Hearing this, Chen Baoguo trembled and his eyes were full of blood stains. "This son killed my son and grandson. Let me have no empress. Can I not avenge this?" Yuan Jingfu was stunned. Just about to speak, Jiang Yuanli also said, "This son is a violent man. He kills people without blinking an eye. My youngest son, Jiang Wenlin, took a pill that day. This son had the heart of prying and killed my son cruelly. This kind of guy is the scum of ancient martial arts." Hiss dash. Yuan Jingfu took a breath of cold air. This boy called Yi Chen was too crazy. He killed the sons of 2 top masters in Jiangqing one after another. Completely reckless. He also had a trace of anger in his heart and assured them, "Don't worry. I'll take care of the things tomorrow. Even if the heavenly king and Laozi come, don't try to save this son. This kind of evil animal should be humiliated and killed." Jiang Yuanli clenched his fist, then his eyes turned and clapped his hands. He said to the outside of the box, "Bring people in." A few seconds later, 3 women with a bumpy figure came in. He understood Yuan's preferences and was more interested in women than in practice. Although very old, but as an ancient warrior, that ability is better than ordinary people. Jiang Yuanli said respectfully, "Mr. Yuan, these 3 are female college students of Jiangbei University. They have been admiring you all the time. They intend to go back to your room and discuss some moves with you." Yuan Jingfu saw the 3 young girls, their eyes showing a trace of stars, touched their beards and laughed. It's easy to say, now female college students are eager to learn. As an elder, I naturally want to comfort them. Top floor of Thomson Ipin. Yi Chen received a call from Shanhaihua. The 2 products of Tianjin Group have been put on record successfully, and the license has been obtained. Shanhaihua has been amazed by the speed at which he has been on the phone. After all, it will take a week as soon as it can be used. But Yi Chen arranged for the people to do it in just 1 day. With the license, the assembly line will be built much faster, and the time for mass production will be greatly shortened. Sun Yi has started marketing. It's estimated that it won't be long before it's successfully launched. Later, to Ye Chen's surprise, Xia Ruxue sent a WeChat video, complaining about her boring days in the villa. In recent days, many young talents in Jiangnan province have come to Jiangqing for the first time, mostly to prepare for Xia Ruoxue's birthday. So Xia Ruoxue is not to see this, or to be dragged by her mother to see that. The Xia family has found that the development of the family is in a weak state, so all kinds of relationships need to be maintained by the next generation. By the way, Yi Chen, today my mother told me that you may not be able to come to my birthday. Is that really the case? After chatting for a long time, Xia Rushu entered the topic, which was what she wanted to know most. Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds and laughed. "Don't worry, I will arrive on time tomorrow." Hearing Yi Chen's assurance, Xia Ruoxue breathed a long breath at that end. Then, her smart eyes blinked slightly. "Can you disclose in advance, what is the thing sent to me tomorrow?" Yi Chen showed a mysterious smile and said, "This gift should only belong to you." "Yi Chen, what's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? I protest." Xia Ruoxue frowned and pretended to be a stranger. Who would have thought that the once cold and proud president of Iceberg would have such a small woman's side? The protest was invalid. The video just hung up. Later, Yi Chen took out a tortoise shell and 3 copper coins from the cabinet. With a slight toss, I pinched my fingers and began to try to calculate the bad luck of tomorrow. However, tortoise shell did not respond in the slightest. What was more strange was that 3 copper coins fell down and there were no positive and negative sides. Instead, they stood on the table. In the past 5 years, this has been the result. At the beginning, Yi Chen is still a little curious. After that, he is really used to and numb. Is it true that the old man said that my life is not even entitled to the law of heaven? No longer think more, Yichen closed his eyes and entered the state of cultivation. The next day at 10 a.m., Yichen opens his eyes and suddenly shoots out a cold killing opportunity. It's almost time to start. Yichen gets up. There is a breakfast left by Sun Yi in the living room. There is also a note on the table to remind Yichen that if the breakfast is cold, go to the microwave oven for a while. Sun even worried that Yichen would not use the microwave oven, so she wrote down the specific steps on the note. This girl, I really don't know anything. After eating Sun Yi's love breakfast, Yichen goes downstairs as usual. He was going to call a taxi, but found a black Mercedes-Benz business car had stopped at the door. Outside the car stood a rather amorous woman. It was Jean Lingyan. Seeing Yichen, Jean Lingyan quickly stepped up and said, "Mr. Yi, are you really going to Wood Otai? Otherwise." Yichen shrugged. Now Mr. Jinya will not help me to open the door. In fact, she is very clear in her heart that this may be the last layer she sent Yichen. Good. Yichen lightway. On the car, Yichen sat down and closed his eyes. Jean Lingyan asked Yichen several times if he had any wish that he had not finished. He swallowed it again in his mouth. Alas! Her father reminded her that there was no need to contact Yichen again, but every time she thought of a martial arts genius, she still felt a little pity. Half an hour later, the car stopped slowly. Mr. Yi, here we are. Good. Yichen got out of the car and noticed that it was a place similar to a football field. In the middle of the field stands a challenge arena made of a huge stone. There are all kinds of sword marks and signs of damage around the arena, some of which are ancient. It may be because Wudarotai has not been used for a long time, and it has accumulated some dust. Not only that, Yichen also found that many people gathered in the stands around the challenge arena, most of them ancient martial artists. The strength is not too strong. I must hear the news to see the good play. Of course, there are also several Yichen cannot see the strength of the strong. Yichen's eyes suddenly swept towards several directions, but found many acquaintances. Zhu Ren's family. By Li Bing Luo Jingwa, Ingqing. Zhou Jingda and his son Zhou Fu. Chu Shuran. Helmsman. All of a sudden, Yichen's eyes shrunk and his eyes fell on a man in black, sunglasses and cap beside the rudder lord. If you don't look carefully, you will think that this man is under the helmsman. But in fact, Yichen found that this guy is actually the king of Nanjiang. The famous king of Nanjiang in Jiangnan province. Chapter 131. How come this guy is here? Even if it's not exposed, there's no need to pretend to be the helmsman's man. At the moment of looking at each other, Yiling Tian, the king of Nanjiang, nods to Yichen. Yichen is very clear that once he has problems on Wudarotai, the king of Nanjiang is bound to be exposed regardless of everything and even take action. At this time, Ingqing came over and raised a file bag in his hand. If there is any problem with the documents approved by the chief executive, please rest assured that he did not dare to hurt you. Do these guys just don't believe in themselves? Yichen shook his head helplessly. Just then, there was an uproar from the crowd. Yichen followed the voice and found 3 old men in tang costume coming towards Wudarotai. The martial spirit of the 3 people is extremely strong, and the one in the middle is more terrible. It's a strong aerodynamic environment. The other side must step into the realm of master for decades. Extremely dangerous. This is the strongest person Yichen met in Jiangqing after he left that place. That old man is one of the judges, Yuan Jingfu. Yichen is now in the 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Although he is about to break through the aerodynamic environment, it is still very difficult to meet a real aerodynamic one. The 3 elders took a look at Yichen, and their looks were flat. Then, as they approached the Wudarotai, the strength of their feet condensed and they jumped directly onto the 3-meter Wudarotai. Very calm. The real master. Only this one hand, countless martial arts clapped their hands. Yuan Jingfu's wrinkled face was full of a trace of cold, his right hand held high, and his 5 fingers closed suddenly. Silence under the stage. Silence. Who dares to offend the powerful? I, Yuan Jingfu, as one of the judges of Wudarotai, must strive to be fair and maintain order, so far as everything is concerned. If someone destroys the balance of Wudaotai, no matter what their status, they will kill them. The other two elders said similar things. Seeing Yi Chen frown, Jin Lingyan explained, "This is the rule of Wudaotai. The three judges are Yuan Jingfu, Wang Zhixin and Wu Xiangming. It is worth mentioning that all three of them are in the top 500 of the Chinese masters list. Mr. Yuan Jingfu is the most terrible. He once ranked in the top 400 masters list. As for the ranking, no one knows. Some people say that he has entered the top 300, while others say that he has been injured and fell more than 400. But these are not important. The important thing is that Mr. Yuan is the vice president of the Wudao Association of Jiangnan Province. The meaning behind the words Wudao Association in Jiangnan Province is too great. Looking at the whole Jiangnan Province, there are not many families and forces that dare to offend. Later, if you have the opportunity, try to please this person at least politely. The subjective factors of this person are very important to you." Yi Chen coldly hums, "He is what thing I with what want to please." Jin Lingyan heard this sentence, scared almost to cover Yi Chen's mouth. If Yuan Jingchen heard this, he would be dead. You should also pay attention to Wu Xiangming. Wu family is a Wudao family in Jiangnan Province. It's good if you know him. If he wants to protect you, Chen Baogua doesn't dare to touch you. Jin Lingyan wanted to say more. The bell rings on Wudaotai. Yuan Jingfu's majestic voice rang out, "Yi Chen, Chen Baogua, please come to the arena." The next second, Chen Baogua stepped out and came to the arena. There was a burst of applause from the audience. "Master Qin mighty. Master Qin, kill that Yi family waste." Later, Yi Chen also came to Wudaotai. In a flash, there were boos everywhere, and even some people began to sneer at Yi Chen mercilessly. How can this kind of rubbish deserve to step on Wudaotai with Master Qin? Damn it. I guess they want to be on the Wudao stage before they die. It's worth it whether they live or die. Haha, it's the first time I've seen this method of looking for death these days. In the crowd of all kinds of abuse, Wu Xiangming Mao Sun glanced at the crowd, noisy. If anyone talks nonsense again, he will be killed directly. The crowd was completely quiet. Wu Xiangming took out 2 life and death agreements and let Yi Chen and Chen Baogua sign and draw fingerprints. On Wudaotai, life and death can't be predicted. Everything is up to now. If you are not careful about casualties, there should be no more hatred. Wu Xiangming Dao. Master Xie Wu, Master Wu has worked hard. Chen Baogua bowed to Wu Xiangming with a flattering smile. Wu Xiangming ignored him, took a look at the indifferent Yi Chen, sighed deeply, and returned directly to his own arena. The next second, the bell rings. Wudaotai, official start. Chen Baogua looked at Yi Chen. His eyes were full of blood and anger. How did my son and grandson offend you? We should hurt the killer. Yi Chen raised his head and glanced at Chen Baogua indifferently. This is what they asked for. It happens that today I will kill you, and the Chens in Jiangqing will become history. Hearing this, not only Chen Baogua laughed, but everyone in the audience laughed. This is obviously a one-sided outcome. Yi Chen actually put forward a big talk to kill Chen Baogua. I didn't wake up the hell. Jin Lingyan can't help shaking his head. This Yi Chen is dying, but he still talks big. Chen Baogua smiles and freezes. The cold killing opportunity is released. It depends on whether you have this ability. I want to see what kind of dog Yi Tianjin gave birth to. Words fall, Chen Baogua moved. His eyes were full of cold, and in an instant his strength was rolling and flowing, and his whole body momentum was released. Extremely strong. After 10 years of separation, Master Chen's rise is so terrible. The boy will die with one move. Under the stage, someone said with emotion. Feel that momentum. Yi Chen eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Chen Baogua's strength is stronger than imagined. Die for me. Chen Baogua roared, his fists roared, and the tiger became powerful. He smashed directly at Yi Chen's face. The speed is extremely fast, does not give Yi Chen reaction time at all. He knew that Yi Chen's means were cruel and decisive, so he had to kill with one blow. Chen Baogua is rolling up the dust of Wudaotai. Momentum like a rainbow. Seeing that this fist is about to hit Yi Chen's body, Yi Chen's eyes are slightly narrowed, and one side of the body evades this fist. Chen Baoguo was so angry in his heart that he hit him with another blow. But Yi Chen can easily avoid it every time. It looks like he's teasing Chen Baoguo. The original cheering sound of the field gradually light down. Everyone's eyes have a trace of surprise. Chen Baoguo didn't kill this boy with a single blow. On the contrary, they are led by the nose. You punk, don't hide if you have the ability. Chen Baoguo was angry and ferocious on his face. Yi Chen's body method is so weird that he can't even touch this guy's clothes. Damn it, it's hard to bend. Chapter 132. I just want to see how rubbish the so-called Master Chen is. Now it seems that there is no need to continue to look at it. Yi Chen no longer dodges, in situ into a shadow, suddenly force. The next second, unexpectedly meet Chen Baoguo and go. Fist clenched, a sharp wind whistling, the air sounded a low tearing sound, cold killing machine completely broke out. Chen Baoguo sneered, the same blow broke out. This blow, powerful momentum directly tore his clothes. It's scary. You're wearing clothes. Master Chen is too good. That boy dares to fight against Chen Baoguo. He's looking for death. There is no empress of Yi family in Jiangqing, haha. This kind of waste family is doomed to be eliminated. Seeing Yi Chen and Chen Baoguo face to face, the crowd is in an uproar. Under the stage, Ying Qingmo-san is extremely serious. As long as Yi Chen has a problem, he will certainly come to the stage, regardless of all obstacles to save Yi Chen. Yi Lingtian, the king of Nanjiang River behind the rudder master, is also full of strength, and his cold killing intention covers the whole audience. As long as he is there, no one can move the temple master. No one. Bang! Finally, on the Wudao stage, two fists suddenly collide. A dull explosion. Chen Baoguo's ferocious face suddenly changed color. He felt a strong wave coming. 1,000 pounds of anti-shock force came from the arm. Can't help but let him take a breath. How could it be? If he didn't use the secret method to remove some strength, the whole hand would be useless. But the wave was far from over. Chen Baoguo felt the blood surging up. The next second, the whole person turned over several meters. As soon as he was about to fall off Wudaotai, Chen Baoguo changed his fist into claw and clasped it on the stone on the edge of Wudaotai. His strength broke out. Like a cheetah, he turned it up and met Yi Chen again. At this moment, the whole world fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes are wide, unbelievable. Under one blow, Chen Baoguo, who has been in the ancient martial arts for decades, was almost defeated. Jin Lenjian is confused. Should hold a blank brain, holding the document hand is full of sweat. Under the cap of the leaf Ling Tian, the corner of the mouth outlines a smile. The hall master is the hall master after all. He never misunderstood people. All of a sudden, the crowd reacted and was in an uproar. Yi Chen's fist not only broke Chen Baoguo's power, but also broke the cognition of those martial artists on the spot. Yi Chen is only in his 20s. Chen Baoguo's face was pale and his eyes were almost blood red. He has blue veins on his neck. Staring at Yi Chen like a hungry wolf. You forced me. I don't want to use that as a last resort, but I can't do it now. Even if I pay a painful price, I will kill you myself. Chen Baoguo smiles darkly. More than 10 years ago, I got a martial arts book about cultivation. Without hesitation, I chose to close down in Wyashan. Now, it's time to let it show off in the world. Words fall, a strong breath from Chen Baoguo's body. Kill the sky, the momentum is high. In the distance, Jiang Yuanli and Yuan Jingfu change their faces. This is not the martial art of the ancient martial arts world. Yi Chen naturally discovered it, and he knew the origin of this martial art better than all the people present. This is the martial art of the cultivator. And the grade is not weak. He finally understood the meaning of Chen Baoguo's words just now, because the ancient warriors and practitioners are quite different. Their elixir fields are weak. Once they use this kind of martial arts skills, they will inevitably cause great damage to their internal organs and 6 organs. Breaking the thunder palm. Chen Baoguo roared all over. The whole person jumps high. The most powerful blow burst out in an instant. The earth trembled, and suddenly a gust of wind rose. The surrounding magnetic field is completely disordered at this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone's face changed a lot. Because this palm actually caused a vision. Once hit, Yichen may not even have a complete body. In a flash, Chen Baoguo's palm seemed to be enlarged several times. Drop from the clouds. It's even more radiant. Yichen, you must die. Yichen raised his head, his hands were negative behind him, and said faintly, I've seen this move more than 100 times. The next second, Yichen rolled up a burst of heaven evil intention, Dantian real gas surging, a foot down. There is a deep depression in Wudarotai. Damn you! Bang! In a flash, the whole Wudarotai vibrated. A great muffled sound resounds through the world. Dust rolling, the whole world at this moment seems to block out the sun. No one knows what's going on inside. Everyone held their breath and didn't know what happened on the Wudao stage. I'm so nervous. Yichen, that guy, should even have no body. Chu Shuran in the distance trembled and said, she is very clear, whether Yichen has survived or not, is not her Chu family can provoke. An old scream sounded, and then Chen Baoguo, covered with blood, flew out and smashed on the stone pillar in one corner of Wudao. The stone pillar was broken on the spot. There's a big bang. At this moment, the crowd took a breath. Chen Baoguo lost. And lose incomparably thorough. At this time, the smoke and dust gradually dispersed. A proud youth figure appeared in front of everyone. The youth's hands are behind him and his eyes are indifferent. The whole person seems to have a kind of spirit that is superior to the universe and overlooks all living beings. No damage. This sudden picture, it is just like an invisible fist, will be the hearts of all the people on the scene will be bombarded into pieces. 2 moves. On the Wudarotai, Yichen has only 2 moves. Chen Baoguo was nearly knocked down by 1 move. Another move directly beat Chen Baoguo almost half to death. What kind of monster is this? Golden Goose brain a blank. My chest is shaking. She thought of countless endings, but she never thought Yichen could defeat Chen Baoguo, a great master of the generation, with such crushing power. Even if Yichen began to practice from her mother's birth, he couldn't be so rebellious. Sitting next to him, Jin Fu grabbed the chair with 5 fingers, and the armrest of the chair turned into sawdust. His eyes were fixed on the young man on the Wudarotai, and a trace of fear occurred in his heart. If he stood on the stage and fought Chen Baoguo, could he live if the other side showed that kind of martial arts? No way. Leng Yen, this time I have lost sight. For a long time, Jin Fu sighed. The whole person seemed to be an old teenager. On Wudarotai, Yichen goes to Chen Baoguo. He can't let such a threatening person live. His hand condenses the true spirit, just ready to hand. A voice of reprimand rings out. It's up to the point, no killing. It's Yuan Jingfu. Yuan Jingfu promised Chen Baoguo that he would not die. Naturally, he should stand up at this time. Yichen looks at the killing machine that steals behind him and quickly retreats. In order to stop himself, Yuan Jingfu actually moves a killing move. Chapter 133. At this moment, Yichen is completely angry. The vice president of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province actually made such a thing. Before that, I said it was fair. Fair fart. If it was him who lost and Chen Baoguo started, would Yuan Jingfu still stand up? Not at all. Yichen has killed his heart. Today's Wudaotai is not only Chen Baoguo, but also Chen Baoguo. Yuan Jingfu will not want to leave alive. The best time for him to retreat is to kill Jiang Yuanchen. He thought out the alternative plan at that time. If Chen Baoguo could not defeat him, he would attack at a crucial time. So the position of watching the battle is infinitely close to Yichen. At this moment, no longer hesitating, Jiang Yuanli rolled up a burst of murderous intent. The strength condensed in the right palm, jumped to the stage, toward Yichen. All this happened between the electric light and flint. Yiling Tian and Ying Qing did not respond. Even if you react, it's impossible to stop the 2 masters. Who could have thought that Wudaotai has won or lost, and some people will break the rules and start directly. Yichen's life and death are only in one thought. Yichen can't care about Jiang Yuanli behind him. Dan Tian rushes out with a fist and hits Yuan Jingfu in front of him. Although it blocked Yuan Jingfu's attack, his blood was surging up. Not only that, but Jiang Yuanli suddenly hit him in the back. He had no chance to hide. Can only carry down. Bang! His body a stagger, spit out a mouthful of blood, eyes full of endless anger. He tried to hold back the pain, red evil spirit wrapped around the whole body, the real chi of Dan Tian broke out, and the whole person jumped up with extremely fierce killing intention. Get out of your legs! Seemingly simple action, but produced a very strong force. Jiang Yuanli did not expect that under his attack, Yichen would fight back, so he could only fight back in confusion. Bang! Yichen hits Jiang Yuanli's blocking arm with one foot. Jiang Yuanli stepped back more than 10 steps, and his arm was paralyzed by the strong force of the shock. He was standing in front of him, and he was standing in front of him. No way! This guy is still so fast when I'm seriously injured. Yichen a claw buckle on Jiang Yuanli's shoulder, hard to penetrate. Then the true chi swept through and then burst out. Jiang Yuanli was directly lifted up by Yichen and smashed on the ground. Bang! There's a big bang from Wuderotai. Jiang Yuanli's eyes were full of panic. He wanted to resist just now, but who could have thought that an invisible air current enveloped him and made him unable to move at all? Is this boy a devil? Jiang Yuanli just want to prop up the body. Yichen a foot mercilessly raises, then fiercely presses down. Click! A sound. Jiang Yuanli propped up the right hand unexpectedly fracture. Jiang Yuanli cried out in pain. He was about to faint, wet and pale to the extreme. The eyes full of blood, only fear. Endless fear. Yichen looked at him from above, his eyes were indifferent. This is just the beginning. What is it called? Finish speaking, Yichen's right foot presses again. With the power of 10,000 caddies. Click, click, click. Jiang Yuanli felt a force penetrating his body, and all his bones were broken. Very harsh. Life is better than death. The next second, Yichen directly seized Jiang Yuanli's neck and forcefully raised it. You shouldn't have provoked me, really not. Jiangqing Wudao family, Jiang family? Perhaps from today on, the Chang family will disappear forever in the history of Jiangqing. Yichen just planned to start. Yuan Jingfu's voice of cold threat sounded. If you dare to hurt the innocent, I will kill you. Innocent? Yichen smiles. Then an angry rebuke resounded through the whole widow. What are you? Yichen wants to kill people. What qualifications do you have to stop? The next second Yichen's arm trembled, and Jiang Yuanli flew out upside down and broke another stone pillar of Wuderotai. The body is almost torn. Flesh and blood. Jiang Yuanli, the great master of Jiangqing, died on the spot. Number 514 in the list of Chinese masters. But Yi Qinyuan did not end. His cold eyes fell on Chen Baogua, who was breathing. Chen Baogua's body was stiff in an instant, and an invisible killing opportunity seemed to lock him in. Fear filled his heart. Chen Baogua quickly looked at Yuan Jingfu and held out his hand. Old Yuan, help me. You promised me yesterday. Yuan Jingfu nodded. No one wants to kill you with me here. Hearing this, Chen Baogua breathed out a breath. In the next second, a blade of wind broke through the air directly. His pupil enlarges, stares at not far away that cold arrogant youth. The young man has a cold smile on his mouth. Like the devil. Like death. He tried to cover his neck at the last moment, but found it impossible. His head rolled down to Yuan Jingfu's feet. It's shocking. Yuan Jingfu's face is completely black. Slap in the face. Face naked. He promised 1 second before, and 1 second later, someone killed him directly. This moment, silence. There was a dead silence under the Wudao stage. Everyone seems to see the ghost in general. Who could have thought that Yichen not only killed Chen Baogua? Even Jiang Yuanli of the Chang family was killed. In less than a minute, killed 2 top masters in Jiangqing. This boy is crazy. These are not important. The important thing is that Yichen killed people in front of Yuan Jingfu, the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province. Isn't it equal to slapping each other's face hard? Everyone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. 5 years ago, the Yi family in Jiangqing was destroyed, and the Yi family has become the laughingstock of Jiangqing people. 5 years later, the disappeared Yi family boy came back and killed 2 masters one after another in Wudotai. Turn back the powers of darkness. If Yi Chen does not die today, what 4 families do Jiangqing still need? What kind of martial arts family do they need? Just one Yi family is enough. Today's events are enough to be recorded in the history of Jiangqing, let alone shocked Jiangqing. Even Jiangnan province will be scared to death. Under the stage, Yi Lingtian, with a duck cap, gradually loosened his fist, and his eyes turned red. He knew that maybe from today on, the temple master will rise. The situation in Jiangnan province and even in China will change. Zhou Fulu stares at Yi Chen, turns his head, and says to Zhou Jingde, "Dad, it seems that my horizon is still too narrow. If you don't show kindness to Mr. Yi in time, maybe we Zhou family will never get on this huge ship." Zhou Jingde's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes shifted from Yi Chen to Yuan Jingfu. "Fu, the next thing is the key. Offending Yuan Jingfu is tantamount to offending the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province. Mr. Ye's fate is worrying. Although he can kill Chen Baogua and Jiang Yuanli, if he can kill Yuan Jingfu, alas, everything depends on nature." Chapter 134. On Wudotai. The atmosphere was extremely dignified. Yuan Jingfu, as the vice president of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province, once had the existence of the top 400 masters in China. Who dare not give him face? Many great people in Jiangnan Province should respectfully call him Old Yuan. But the boy in front of him not only scolded him and killed his men in front of him. An invisible anger is piling up on Yuan Jingfu. It's about to explode. As soon as he stepped on it, Wudotai was slightly shaken, and countless dust rose, and a strong killing opportunity shrouded Yi Chen. "Boy, it's a foregone conclusion. Why do you still hurt the killer? Don't you turn a deaf ear to my words." Yuan Jingfu's voice had a trace of chill, and people on the edge of Wudotai could not help shaking. Yi Chen Mao Sun a congealing, smile way. "You calculate what thing, I with what listen to you? Who am I, you ask?" Yuan Jingfu sneered. "I'm the judge of Wudotai this time, and I'm also the vice president of Wudao Association of Jiangnan Province. Do you think it's qualified or not?" Yi Chen glanced at each other lightly. "Dance association? You'd rather have a ballet in your socks." Puff. Some girls heard this sentence directly laugh out. The people next to quickly covered their mouth. All the people in the field can't help but take a breath when they hear this sentence. Yi Chen dared to say it too. Even Yuan Jingfu dared to abuse. Even the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province scolded it. This is looking for death. Offending the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province is tantamount to offending the masters of Jiangnan Province. Isn't this forcing yourself to the end? Yuan Jingfu's suppressed anger can no longer be controlled. All of a sudden, Wudotai swept a wave of invisible air, making Yi Chen's body shape a meal. Yuan Jingfu steps lotus, in a flash appears in front of Yi Chen, just about to hand a dark shadow toward Wudotai. Falls steadily in the middle of Yi Chen and Yuan Jingfu. "Master Yuan, you are a famous master in Jiangnan Province. You are also the judge of Wudotai. How can you attack a younger generation?" It is Wu Xiangming who is talking. One of the judges this time. Behind is the Wu family of Jiangnan Province. Wu family. Yuan Jingfu frowned and said in a displeased tone, "Master Wu, can't you see that this son killed innocent people indiscriminately? Not only that, this son is disrespectful to the referee, so he should be killed." Wu Xiangming shook his head and said seriously, "Master Yuan, first of all, on Wudotai, this little brother killed Chen Baogua, which is in line with the rules. This is an agreement signed. Although the means are too much, it also conforms to the rules of Wudotai. Second, Jiang Yuanli secretly broke the rules and should have been killed. Even if this little brother doesn't kill me, I will fight. Thirdly, Master Yuan, as a judge, why did you secretly attack on Wudao stage? You should be the one who really broke the rules." All the people present were afraid of Yuan Jingfu, but he was not afraid of Wu Xiangming. Yuan Jingfu's face turned black. Wu Xiangming, what do you mean? Are you questioning me? Do you think you can represent the Wu family behind you? Wu Xiangming snorted coldly and did not speak. Yuan Jingfu continued, I warn you that if you insist on protecting this boy, I should also tell the president about it. You'd better make sure that this son has nothing to do with your Wu family. You don't need to protect him. What if I kill him? Wu Xiangming heard the word, president, and his eyes hesitated. He saw the talent of Yi Chen, and really didn't want Yi Chen to die early. And Yuan Jingfu's behavior is too much. Wu Second, who chewed the teeth seriously, said Mingzi. He turned to look at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, would you like to join Wu family in Jiangnan province? As soon as he said this, Yuan Jingfu was not only stunned, but everyone in the audience was stunned. The next second, countless envy and jealousy eyes toward Yi Chen. Wu family is a martial arts family in Jiangnan province. 1,000 years of history. The details are terrible. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, Wu family was the first family in China. Although it has gradually declined in modern times, it does not affect his force. Lord Wu is one of the top masters in China. Once the olive branch thrown by the family is picked up, Yi Chen will surely fly into the sky. Chu Shuren's face was pale under the stage. She looked at Yi Chen's figure and regretted it. If she had accepted Yi Chen, everything would have changed dramatically. With Wu's family as the backing of the Chu family, it is bound to climb to the top. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Pa! Chu Shuren couldn't help but slap herself. Jiangqing Wudao family Jinjia sighed. Jin Lenjian and Jinfu also looked at each other, sighed a long sigh. When they intended Yi Chen to step down, they took the initiative to make friends with Yi Chen. Now Yi Chen has a Wu family, and he certainly doesn't look up to their gold family. Jin Lingyan even thought, if Yi Chen came to the suite with pills at the auction, if she took the initiative and what happened with Yi Chen, that would be fine. With her sexy and beautiful, take the initiative to conquer a man, any man is difficult to control. But now it's too late. On the Wudao stage, Yuan Jingfu couldn't help cursing, Wu Xiangming, you want to put this waste into your Wu family. What do you think of him in the end? Wu Xiangming didn't pay attention to it. He looked at Yi Chen with burning eyes and said, what are you thinking about? As long as you promise, I will take you away immediately. No one dares to move you. His tone is full of no doubt. In Wu Xiangming's opinion, no fool will refuse this big opportunity. However, in the next second Yi Chen said, I'm sorry, I don't need it. Wu Xiangming was stunned and thought he had heard something wrong. What did you say just now? I don't need it. So Yi Chen repeated that he would not accept any invitation from any forces. What he had to do today was to kill Yuan Jingfu. This man has threatened him. He must not be allowed to leave Wudao alive. Wu Daodai was silent for a short second, and the next second exploded directly. Is Yi Chen stupid? Actually refused Wu family. How many warriors' lifelong dream, he actually did not hesitate to refuse. If you don't want to be promoted, you will lose many chances. Only now, Yi Chen did not have the Wu family, Yuan Jingfu will have no scruple to make trouble. Yi Chen's move is to force himself into a desperate situation. Yi Chen is finished, completely finished. It's like burying your own destiny with your own hands. Wu Xiangming's face was very embarrassed. He pulled down his face to ask Yi Chen. He just looked at Yi Chen's talent. But Yi Chen himself does not cherish, still install pure high, that can't blame him. Along the way of martial arts, this self-righteous existence should be eliminated. Wu Xiangming waved his sleeve and walked directly to the Wudao stage. The cold voice rang out. Since you are responsible for your own responsibility, you are responsible for your own life. It is obviously said to Yi Chen. Chapter 135. Yi Chen completely ignored the eyes around him. Instead, he fixed his eyes on Yuan Jingfu, held out his hand, pointed to Yuan Jingfu, and said, Wudao, life and death war, can you Yuan Jingfu accept my challenge from Yi Chen? Wu Xiangming didn't walk a few steps. When he heard this sentence, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. His frightened eyes look at Yi Chen. Don't understand. What the hell is this guy doing? Yuan Jingfu didn't come to him. He wanted to die on his own initiative. Challenge Yuan Jingfu? When Yuan Jingfu became a master, you were not born. Or life and death. What a big breath. All the people in the field are confused. Yi Lingtian, Zhou Jingde, Jin Lingyan, and even Ying Qing. Everyone's eyes are about to stare out. Breath also stops at the moment when Yi Chen's words fall down. Yi Chen is too crazy. Crazy enough to hit the gun directly. What is Yuan Jingfu's cultivation and Yi Chen's cultivation? What's the difference between this and looking for death? Ying Qing under the stage even said, "Mr. Yi, don't be impulsive. It's important to protect your life." Yi Chen did not pay any attention to it. His cold eyes were staring at Yuan Jingfu and said, "Yuan Jingfu, do you dare to fight?" At this moment, Yuan Jingfu laughed. He has seen countless arrogant waste in his life, but he has never seen such existence as Yi Chen. Yi Chen, are you sure you want to challenge me? I think you want to die more glorious. Yes, it's also the greatest honor of your life to die at my Yuan Jingfu's hand. Yuan Jingfu's words suddenly turned and said in a loud voice, "I Yuan Jingfu, I'm willing to take on a war. 3 moves are enough to kill you." The next second, a great master's power condenses and becomes. The strong breath makes everyone's face pale. Yi Chen on the stage instantly felt a powerful force rushing across the stage, just like a storm. He even had a trace of death on Wudao stage. Although he is only on the 8th floor of Kaiyuan, the other side is a strong aerodynamic one. But Yi Chen is to feel the strength of the so-called top strong. He wants to see what kind of strength the top 400 masters of China are. Little bastard, the first move, watch. I will make you feel despair. Yuan Jingfu moved. In place into a shadow, like a tiger general toward Yi Chen. He changed his fist into claw, opened and closed, and a strong air current condensed in his fingers, as if tearing the air. There are bursts of air explosions. Vaguely, some people even saw Mars under the stage. Yi Chen Mao Sun a congealing, he can clearly feel the pressure of Yuan Jingfu also from the sky. If caught by the other party's claw, the whole body will be torn hard. No longer hesitating, Yi Chen runs the real qi of the elixir field, and says coldly, "Blood inflammation palm." His whole body condenses a bloody evil spirit. The blood evil spirit and the true qi gather on the right palm and burst out suddenly. The two forces are superposed together. The red and white light is flashing, and the palm wind is passing by. They collide with Yuan Jingfu vividly. Bang! A big bang explodes in Wudotai. The powerful air waves are surging in all directions, and the warriors in the front row quickly retreat. Those broken chairs are broken on the spot. So terrible! Yi Chen only felt qi and blood surging up on the stage, and all the internal organs were shocked. Subconsciously, he took a step back. Yuan Jingfu also stepped back. His eyes flashed a touch of disbelief. Not only did he not kill the boy, but he beat 2 people equally. How could it be? Even heard there were many discussions. All of them were talking about it. He was a face old and shouted at the top second. This time, he did not dare to take it lightly and use all his strength directly. As soon as Yuan Jingfu stepped on his feet, his body leaped up directly and his palms were clapped out. It seemed that there were 2 virtual shadows towards Yi Chen. Under the shadow, Yuan Jingfu's momentum has climbed to the extreme. In the fall of the moment, is to penetrate the virtual palm mercilessly toward the neck of Yi Chen Pat. It's not 2 hands, it's 4 hands. And the power of each palm is enough to make the boy in front of him into a ball of meat sauce. On the Wudao stage, bursts of sound. The wind is constantly rolling up. At this moment, Yuan Jingfu's power soared to what extent? Wu Xiangming's face changed greatly in the distance and exclaimed, "Yuan Jingfu has not fallen out of the 400 masters list at all, and this force will advance by at least 50. No, Yi Chen is dead." Yi Chen naturally felt the crisis. 9 days Xianyang Ju operation, his body faintly spread a dragon roar. Just about to punch out. Suddenly a voice came from his body. His face changed, but he took back a trace of strength. Turned to a simple punch. Boom! In the twinkling of an eye, the 2 energies collided. Yi Chen only felt a force coming from the mountains and seas. He was secretly plotted by Jiang Yuanli and seriously injured. This blow directly made his chest stuffy, his throat sweet and his mouth spit out a mouthful of blood. Of course, Yichen did not move. His legs were like steel bars inserted in wood. At the last moment, he reached out his hands strangely and caught the blood. All people did not notice that Yi Chen's palm was holding a black stone. The stone shimmered with light. The next second, the blood in his hands disappeared, all absorbed by the stone. Seeing this scene, Yuan Jingfu burst out laughing. "Boy, what do you take to fight with me, and actually you have to fight against me. I really don't know how you practiced here. If I were you, I would choose to retreat instead of being crushed by force. Third, you can go to the hell to meet your two parents who died early." Hearing this sentence, Yi Chen's eyes instantly become incomparable cold. Rolling? Next, I'll show you what the real crush is. Yuan Jingchen only wants to feel his strength. Second punch, he can carry it. As for Yuan Jingfu, he is not so embarrassed. Most importantly, a voice came from his mind, which made him take back a trace of strength. The sound comes from the hundreds of tombstones. Not only that, but also the sound let him spit out blood on the stone. At the moment, Yi Chen feels that the whole world seems to be still. The black stone in his hand is shining. As soon as the picture turns, Wudotai disappears. Instead, it's the Samsara cemetery. And in front of him is a black tombstone. There are hundreds of tombstones. Only the tombstones in front of us have changed. It is Sha Quanzong Luo Yundan. There is a light on the tombstone. The light is constantly rotating, as if it is an ancient text. All of a sudden, Yi Chen found that the tombstone was cracked. Like a spider web. Boom! The whole Samsara cemetery was shaking. The wind ran through the whole cemetery, making low howls. It's very harsh. It was as if there were endless spirits crying. Yi Chen is wrapped up in the meaning of desolation. Although there is no picture in front of him, he can feel what a terrible battle broke out at that time and here. The whole cemetery seemed to be shaking at the moment. Chapter 136. Ha! The tombstone in front of me suddenly split, because a figure climbed out of it. Yi Chen even has some creepy hair. Not many times, that figure appeared in front of Yi Chen. Each other is in a blue robe, with a commanding body, a pair of eyes shooting cold stars, broad chest, the whole people elegant, and like a god, even a kind of invincible power. Even though Yi Chen is crazy, but in front of this person, he feels like a boat, tiny. Even one idea of the other party can kill him. Liunshin. Yi Chen swallowed the saliva and tried to say. The man's cold eyes shot at Yi Chen, saying to himself, "Well, how could the boy master the cemetery in such a state?" Then he looked at the tombstone behind him, and saw that they were all dim, and he breathed, "I thought this sun could lead to hundreds of strong people. It was only me, right? Am I not as good as these people?" He clenched his fist, and his face was angry, and suddenly he thought of something, shaking his head. "Well, I am not as good as the rest of the fellow." "What are you talking about?" Yi Chen was surprised. Liunshin looks at Yi Chen and his hands are behind him. "Boy, since you have control of the cemetery, my inheritance of Liunshin will not disappear. But the spirit of the outside world is too weak. I have been there for a short time. If you can learn more, you can learn as much as possible." Later, Luo Yuntian closed his eyes and glanced at the surrounding situation. The corner of his mouth outlined a sneer. The outside ant even dared to fight the idea of reincarnation tomb owner. "Take advantage of your body." Next second, everything around disappeared completely. Yi Chen found that he returned to Wudotai. But his body has been manipulated by Liunshin. Yi Chen was worried about something, but when a word came into his mind, his eyes were a moment of joy. He controls the cemetery of reincarnation. As long as he thinks about it, Liunshin will surely disperse the world. That is, the other party dare not do anything bad to him. Yi Chen came a little curious. He wanted to see the empty shadow after this tombstone. How terrible. On the Wudotai, Yuan Jingfu has a ferocious face. In his view, Yi Chen is the bow of a strong crossbow, and nothing different from waste. "Boy, you can see the world at last. Don't be so crazy in the next life." This world is not something you can control. The words fell down. Yuan Jingfu just wanted to hand, should hold a step up, directly out a document. Show me the reluctance of Yuan Jingfu. Yuan Jingfu, this is the document presented by the Central Committee. Yi Chen has made great contribution to Huaxia. You can't move him. This is the order number 1, and no one can disobey it. Yuan Jingfu eyes a shrink, dead stare at the red seal and signature under the document. The number 1 above actually wants to protect the Yi family waste in the River City? How could it be? Even if he is afraid of it, Yuan Jingfu knows that if today Wuda Otai does not kill Yi Chen, there will be no chance again. He shot a few strong points in his hand, and the document was smashed on the spot. Take a fake document and you want to cheat me? Get out. Should Prime face change, before time to respond, he was a force to blow down Wuda Otai. Who can think of it? Yuan Jingfu, even the Central Committee's opinion dare to violate. Yuan Jingfu does not want to drag again, a direct blow to Yi Chen to go. The momentum is like rainbow, who will let me go? Son, even if the King of Heaven comes, you will die. At this moment, Yuan Jingfu's fist expanded infinitely, rolling the air and making a wild animal-like roar. Look at it will fall on Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't move at all. Even close your eyes, your hands behind you, and you are very indifferent. Everyone under the stage opened their mouths, even some people covered their eyes, afraid to see a young man in his 20s split up on the spot. At the same time, there is a man in a cap on the duck tongue who shoots rapidly. It is the Leaf Ling Tian. As long as Yuan Jingfu dare to move the Hall Master, he wants the whole Jiangnan Martial Arts Association to compensate. Suddenly, the young man on the Wuda Otai opened his eyes. What kind of eyes is that? As if through all, despise everything, overlooking all living beings. Yi Chen sneered, area of ants, dare to sell in front of me. Next second, he waved his big hand, and the whole Wuda Otai was condensed into a kill. Clouds rolling over the sky. Black clouds pressed the city. It's like the end. Yuan Jingfu stopped in a moment, not if he wanted to stop, but he was bound by a terrible power. Don't move. He is not qualified to do it. Your hands, I want it. The cold voice of Yi Chen rang through the whole field. All of a sudden, there were 2 bursts coming from Wu Dao, and Yuan Jingfu's hands broke open directly. Turn into a blood mist. Yuan Jingfu's strong pain made Yuan Jingfu's agony even more maddening. Yi Chen looked at Yuan Jingfu from a commanding position. His eyes were incomparably indifferent, and he suddenly angrily rebuked, "What qualifications do you have to stand here with me and not kneel down?" Yuan Jingfu's face was pale, and he had not recovered from the pain. It was as if another mountain was pressing down on his back. Click! His knee directly broke. The whole person knelt in front of Yi Chen. At the moment, Yuan Jingfu's eyes have no pride in the past, only fear. Deep fear. He knows that Yi Chen has pills to improve his strength, but how can there be pills in the world that can be promoted to this level? The youth in front of him felt like an abyss. It's too deep to see the bottom. He even felt that the great men he had been looking up to died in front of the young people in front of him. How the other side suddenly strong to this point. Fantastic. He didn't care about everything. He kowtowed to Yi Chen and said, "Yi Master Yi, I'm wrong. Please take my life around me. I'll be a slave." Such a scene, let everyone shock. One after another, the situation is becoming more and more tense. Yuan Jingfu knelt down to beg for mercy. The top 400 masters, even stronger, begged for mercy in front of a young man. Be a servant. The air was filled with a suffocating breath of repression, and everyone's eyes could not help but fall on the young man on the Wuda Otai. Yi Chen glanced at Yuan Jingfu indifferently and said, "My servant? Do you deserve ants like you?" The voice falls, Yi Chen right foot fiercely toward the ground to stamp. Boom! The sound of the earth shaking resounded through the sky, as if the intense thunder, an invisible air wave spread from the foot. The whole Wuda Otai takes Yi Chen's right foot as the center, spreading in all directions like a spider's web. When it spread to Yuan Jingfu, a strong force rose from the sky. All of a sudden, Yuan Jingfu's body burst into pieces. Blood rained all over the sky. Chapter 137. Yuan Jingfu is dead. And in such a tragic form. Not even a whole body. No one thought things would go this way. Yuan Jingfu is the most powerful one here. Top 400 masters of China. Vice President of Jiangnan Wudao Association. However, such a high-ranking existence was crushed and killed by a young man. The scene is incomparably quiet. Everyone looks at Yi Chen, and his eyes become extremely frightened. He can't help but take a breath of cold air. I don't know how long after, the whole Wudao seems to have a vibration, all of a sudden collapse. Only the foot of Yi Chen is still as stable as Mount Tai. Gu-do! The people under the stage swallowed hard and looked at each other. Master Yuan died? It seems to be. In just 10 minutes, 3 masters of Jiangnan province have fallen this time. Not only will the weather change in Jiangqing, but also in Jiangnan province. Jin Lingyan's father stood up directly from his seat and exclaimed, "This sun is against the heaven. How on earth did he do it?" "Dad, I don't know." Jin Lingyan is a little confused. Zhou Jingda's muddy eyes flashed a glimmer of light. He fiercely shook his fist and yelled, "Good, good." Zhou Fulu's face was full of incredible pictures. "Dad, Wudao was destroyed by him. Does Huaxia really have such a master? Why do I feel that person is not Yi Chen?" Zhou Jingda's eyes slightly narrowed, but also doubted. "I also have this feeling. Since Mr. Yi has such strength, he is enough to kill all people at the beginning. Why do you have to be injured before you start? Is it hard to say something?" Nanjiang King has been standing in the position not far from Yi Chen. His eyes are staring at Yi Chen. His fist is clenched and his body is boiling with blood. Although I don't know how the temple master did it, this war alone can be recorded in the history of Chinese martial arts. This is a move to kill the top 400 masters of China. He can't do it. If we want to speed up the progress of the whole Jiangnan, it's not for me to speed up the journey to the south of the Yangtze River. If you want to say on the court, the most shocking should be Wu Xiangming and another referee Wang Zhixin. Both of them are in the top 500 of the Chinese masters list. They have the most say in the power that Yi Chen just broke out. But they can't see through it. Even Yi Chen can't see how to make a move. Wu Xiangming felt hot at the moment. He thought that Yi Chen's refusal of his invitation was arrogant. But now looking back, it is entirely because the Wu family is not qualified at all. Yi Chen has such strength, one hand may destroy Wu family's Millennium Foundation. Master Wu, on the Wudao stage, is that man really an ancient warrior? How can I feel something wrong? Wang Zhixin trembled in his voice. Wu Xiangming stares at Yi Chen for a long time, then says, "According to my observation, he is not an ancient warrior, he should be a practitioner." What? Wang Zhixin subconsciously stepped back. There are really practitioners who destroy heaven and earth. Master Huajing is just the beginning. The legend is true. Wu Xiangming nodded, then his face became serious. "I'm afraid that Yi Chen's edge is too exposed. In front of so many people, killing 3 masters with such strength, if spread out, he will become the public enemy of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province and even the Martial Arts Circle of China. Those who are too evil will certainly be killed by some forces, and will be killed by any means. What's more, according to the rules, there should be a strong man of the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan Province in the dark place. If this man leaves, the whole Chinese forces may have to encircle Yi Chen." Wang Zhixin's face changed and he just wanted to say something. Thousands of miles away, an angry voice rang through the sky. "Yi Chen, how dare you kill the vice president of Wudao Association of Jiangnan Province? Today's affairs, China will know. You wait to die." Everyone looked at the source of the sound and saw a dark shadow leaving rapidly. If it was not for the ancient warrior who could gaze thousands of miles, he would not have found it. No, the man ran away. Wang Zhixin and Wu Xiangming lost their voice. As soon as the man left, the news that Yi Chen was a practitioner must be spread all over China. But such a distance, there is no time to chase. Everyone looks at Yi Chen in the center of Wudao. The other party has no intention to move. Still hands in the back, look indifferent. Should Qin think of what even busy way, "Mr. Yi, I help you to intercept this person. He just wanted to chase. A faint voice sounded, "No need. You should hold your step and stop." But the person I want to kill, even if the other party is thousands of miles away, you can't miss it. Yi Chen's eyes flash a ray of ice that makes people hard to detect. The next second, Yi Chen's right hand is spread out, and the elixir field is surging, and a golden chi condenses from the palm of his hand. Not only that, but his whole body also carries the extremely terrible evil spirit. Wind Fury Volume, only a trace of aura within 10 miles is used by Yi Chen. His palm has gradually formed a shadow of Kendo. The shadow of Jiandao is golden and red, and the evil spirit is soaring to the sky. Under the Wudao stage, everyone was scared to see this scene. They could not understand it with their cognition. Is this a special effect? Is this a movie? Who can tell them what Yi Chen's hands are? It's a fucking reality. This is the 21st century. Yi Chen paid no attention to the people around her. She glanced at the figure that was almost disappearing and sneered, "Although I am the master of the Shaquan sect, I also have the skill of killing thousands of miles." Kill thousands of miles. Whoosh! Kendo virtual shadow rushed out, cut through the air, produced bursts of Mars. Under one sword, it can conquer all living beings. Before the blade arrives, the sword chi comes first. It cuts through the sky and tears the space. In a twinkling of an eye, he even appeared behind the master who ran away. The man just felt cold behind his back and turned his head fiercely. Before he could react, the sword spirit penetrated his body. Bang! The sound roars, like 9 days Xian thunder. The man turned into a blood mist on the spot. Not even a chance to scream. There are a few masters strong natural saw this scene, pale to the extreme. What is Yi Chen's method? They even wonder if Yi Chen will kill people in order to close the news. Sure enough, Yi Chen stood on the ruins, glanced at the whole audience as if to say to himself, "Boy, give you a piece of advice, arrogance should be built on the basis of strength. I have about 3 hours to exist. Before disappearing, I will do you a favor and erase some people's memories. But some people will guess what happened today. I hope that before those people react, you are strong enough to crush people, or you are qualified to see the strong one of the second tombstone." Language down, control Yi Chen body of Luo Yuntian Big Hand, a light covering the whole field. Directly erase most people's memory. Of course, this part of the memory is only about the picture of his hand. After all, it is too shocking and vulgar, but it will harm Yi Chen. Chapter 138. However, the strong in Yi Chen's body did not erase their memory. One is Yi Lingtian, the king of Nanjiang. The other is Wu Xiangming. Yi Lingtian is Yi Chen's request to retain his memory. After all, it is his people. As for Wu Xiangming, it was put forward by the strong in Yi Chen's body. Why don't you erase Wu Xiangming's memory? Yi Chen has a wonderful way. Luo Yuntian said with a smile, "You will know later." Outside Wudaotai, the light gradually dissipated, and everyone's eyes were almost dull, and their bodies seemed to be fixed. Yi Lingtian naturally noticed something wrong, looked around, and found that all people's expressions were almost the same. This is the master's method. Yi Lingtian looks at Yi Chen and finds that the latter steps out and comes down directly. Then he walks towards Wu Xiangming step by step. Wu Xiangming wanted to talk to Wang Jixin, but he found that Wang Jixin's eyes were empty. "Master Wang." No one responded to him. "Master Wang, wake up?" Wu Xiangming continued. At this time, Yi Chen has come to his body, light eyes swept a black Xiangming, "Wei, you call not wake him. All the people in the room are closed by me." After a minute, when they recover, everything just happened will disappear. In other words, part of the memory of these people will be erased. Wu Xiangming was stunned and subconsciously stepped back. How could it be? There are ways to erase memory in the world. If you erase a person, you can understand. Yi Chen has erased all people's memory. This means can't be explained by ancient warriors and practitioners. It's ancient power. Only the legendary characters can do it. Suddenly, he thought of something and said in a trembling voice, "Well, why don't you erase my memory? Because you are more valuable than all the people present." Yi Chen's voice seems to come from the vast sky. Wu Xiangming was stunned and understood in an instant. A trace of relief appeared on his old face. What do you want me to do? In the face of such a powerful man, he has no qualification to resist. The other party can even kill people thousands of miles away, not to mention him. For my servant, even more faithful than the family behind you. Yi Chen lightway, of course, you have another choice, I also erase your memory. Wu Xiangming heard the erasure of memory, and a trace of coldness seeped from behind. Even if he had practiced for another 100 years, he would not have seen such a picture today. For a warrior, seeing the strong hand can make him stronger. He doesn't want to lose this opportunity. More importantly, Yi Chen is the strongest person he has ever seen in his life. It's not a bad thing to become Yi Chen's servant. It's a great opportunity. Thinking about everything, Wu Xiangming Mao Zi showed a trace of firmness and knelt down directly in front of Yi Chen. I Wu Xiangming would like to be Master Ye's servant. Yi Chen nodded and pinched with his fingers. He condensed a stream of essence and blood, which was directly injected into Wu Xiangming's eyebrows. I have put the essence into your knowledge. See, once betrayed, the jade and stone will be burned. Wu Xiangming's body was trembling. He didn't think that the other side had such means. He even said, I dare not. Yi Chen ignored Wu Xiangming and went straight to the stage. Kunsha Zong Luo Yuntian has left his body, and left a sentence. I still have some time, you quickly find a quiet place, let me complete the final mission. It's a minute. Everyone wakes up and looks dazed. What's the matter? Why do you feel dizzy? Me too. By the way, what about Yi Chen? How did Yi Chen kill old Yuan just now? Why, I have no impression. I also forget, it seems that Yuan Leo Yanggong is overexplosive. Really, I vaguely remember that he blew himself up. No, it was Yi Chen who made old Yuan explode through secret method. In any case, the 3 top masters died because of Yi Chen. The Yi family in Jiangqing is doomed to rise. Not only that, it is estimated that no one in Jiangqing dares to move Tianjin Group. In the future, don't call Yi Chen, but Master Yi. Yes, where has Master Yi gone? He killed 3 masters, but he didn't say anything about it? Everyone found Yi Chen missing. Not far away, Wang Zhixin also sobered up, frowned and murmured, how can I feel that my memory has a breakpoint? No matter how I think about it, I can't think of it. Wu Xiangming looked at the reaction of all the people around him, and his eyes became more and more serious. He looked at the direction of Yi Chen's departure, and did not know what to think about. It is estimated that the appearance of this guy will make the Jiangnan province and China suffer a lot, and the situation that has lasted for 100 years should also change. Tang Shenipin, the top floor. Yi Chen came to his chamber of secrets. He just wanted to say something. A virtual shadow appeared in front of him. It's Luo Yuntian, the leader of Shiquan sect. Reincarnation Cemetery, the first stone tablet's power. Luo Yuntian's hands are negative behind him, and the strong breath spreads out. Such a substantial breath can't help but make Yi Chen feel ethereal. I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart. I don't want to spend too much time answering you. You can only ask 3 questions. Luo Yuntian lightway. Yi Chen thought about it and said, first question, how can you be trapped in a stone, and why do you want to help me? Luo Yuntian looked at Yi Chen with a little deep meaning and said, you are 2 problems. First, we are not trapped in the stone, but trapped in the samsara cemetery. The stone in your hand just carries the reincarnation cemetery. You are the only one who wants to be the ruler of your tomb. If you don't, you will be the master of the tomb. You have one last question. At this moment, Yi Chen has to think deeply. Although he wants to know the back of this samsara cemetery, what can he do even if he knows it? This is obviously the magic weapon of ancient times. Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds before deciding on the 3rd question, how to move the remaining 99 tombstones? Luo Yuntian explained, there are only 2 ways. First, as long as you have enough strength to make them feel that you are qualified, they can arouse them naturally. Second, let them accept something you do. I can tell you a little more. You may think that I am very strong, but I am the weakest among the 100 people. Yichen Zheng, the heart set off the waves. Is such a terrible Luo Yuntian the weakest? Can all the remaining ancient powers tear up the void and destroy the stars? Yichen suddenly thinks of Kunlun Su. It is located in the depth of Kunlun Mountain in China. I've only been there for 5 years and I've got to where I am now. What if the Kunlun void is deeper? How terrible is it? Chapter 139. Not to mention Kunlun Su, only would Otai. Without the help of Luo Yuntian, Yuan Jingfu should not be able to move him without being injured, but he could not kill the other party. Yuan Jingfu is in the top 400 masters list, that is to say, there are at least 400 masters better than him in China. No one knows how strong the real strong are. As Yichen pondered, Luo Yuntian's voice rang out, I have 2 hours left. In these 2 hours, I will try my best to teach you what I have learned. How much you can understand depends on your chance. You close your eyes, move the whole sky, and lift the true chi of the elixir field to the peak state. Good. Yichen sat cross-legged, suddenly thought of something, took out the last time specially left 2 high-quality pills, after taking them, quickly run 9 days Xianyang Ju, only to see a golden breath overflow from the body. Luo Yuntian was slightly stunned and said in surprise, Your skill level is very good, and it is extremely suitable for you. If there is no reincarnation cemetery, as long as you don't die young, your future achievements will be limitless. With that, he pinched his fingers and gathered a strong momentum on one finger. Then a point in Yichen's eyebrow heart. In a flash, the whole room fell into darkness, turned into a star. The light of countless stars poured into Yichen's elixir field. Yichen. Luo Yun's voice is a little hoarse. Yichen opens his eyes and looks at Luo Yuntian in front of him in surprise. He even finds that the shadow of Luo Yuntian's original essence is gradually weak, more and more dim. Not only that, he felt a powerful message coming into his mind. All kinds of martial arts and mental skills. Even countless vice combat scenes. It's just that these memories are intermittent. He obviously couldn't absorb it completely. As the reincarnation tomb owner, you have 100 powerful guides. Now, would you like to call me a master? I really don't want my martial arts to disappear in the world. Yichen was moved. Master. Luo Yuntian said 3 good things. Good. Luo Yuntian is worthy of my life. I hope you and I have a chance to meet again. The words fall, Luo Yuntian's virtual shadow completely dissipates, is turned into a star on drill into Yichen's eyebrows. Yichen is stunned. He doesn't understand what Luo Yuntian's last sentence means. Have a chance to see you again? If the tombstone is broken, doesn't it mean that he dissipates the world and enters into reincarnation? At this time, Yichen found a strong breath from the field of elixir. It's a breakthrough. He felt that before the disappearance of Dao Luo cloud sky, he created a piece of stars, which actually poured into his elixir field crazily, and even integrated into his 4 limbs and hundreds of skeletons. This feeling of comfort almost made him groan. There was even a crackling sound coming from his body. He could clearly feel that every muscle in his body was shaking. Disillusionment, rebirth. When the energy of Dantian reaches the peak, Yichen roars, break. His realm is stable in the 9th level of Kaiyuan realm. The pinnacle. But all this is far from over. The effect of taking pills also began to volatilize in the body. Boom! His body is like a big wave surging, a strong breath, like breaking through all the shackles. In this case, I will completely cross a big realm today, the pneumatic environment, the broken. A long cry, shaking 9 days. The strong air waves are rolling in the house. Gradually, Thompson a product all shake up. Innumerable rich people who live in Tangchenipin run downstairs one after another. The sound of the alarm rang through the whole floor. The whole building is in chaos. Security is keeping order. The boss behind the scenes of Thompson Ipin held an emergency meeting. It was supposed to be Jiangqing earthquake, but there was no sense of earthquake in all areas, only Tangchenipin had it. What the hell? The big boss behind the scenes is extremely confident in his products, because he mainly works in the top real estate in Jiangqing, so whether it is materials or labor, it is the best in Jiangqing. But now how can the earthquake feel so strong, just like Tangchenipin is a bean curd residue project in general? Downstairs has been surrounded by reporters. Just when everyone was ready to report Thompson-Epine, the shock suddenly disappeared. Now, there's a room on the top floor. Yichen opened his eyes. His body is filled with a trace of ethereal gas, just like a fairy. Quiet down, feeling the surging energy in his body at this time, Yichen clenched his fist. Qi dynamic state. It's really aerodynamic. If Yuan Jingfu stands in front of me again, I am confident that I can easily kill him. He thought that China's aura was thin and the speed of breakthrough would be very slow, but he didn't expect that he had crossed so many realms in just a few days. It's unbelievable. Yichen suddenly thought of what, the first time out of the black stone, slightly feel. In the Samsara cemetery, although a tombstone is broken. But there is a tombstone with a trace of light. Although very weak, but enough to show that his strength is stronger on some, can be triggered again. He couldn't read the words on the tombstone, but he was shocked by the simplicity and desolation. Just then, the cell phone in the pocket rang. Sun Yi takes out her mobile phone and takes it back. Yichen, where are you now? There was a rush on the other end of the phone. At home. Which family? Tell me quickly. You want to die of my mother. Yichen, some strange, but still way, Tangchen a product. Why are you still in Tangchenipin? Did you not feel the local earthquake just now? Earthquake? No, I've been in the house all the time. At the other end of the phone, Sunny Chang sighed, and suddenly thought of something. Since you have nothing to do, why don't you come to Xia Ruoxue here? Today is her birthday. If all the people are here, I'm afraid we'll miss you. She has been waiting for you at the door. As soon as Yichen slapped his forehead, Wu Daotai's incident made him forget about it. He no longer hesitated. He hung up the phone, changed into a custom suit, took the Tears of the Stars and went downstairs directly. At the same time, Jiangqing is an underground base. After listening to Yingqing's report, Lei Shuwei was lost in thought. You said Yichen killed 3 masters? Even Yuan Jingfu has not let go? How can it be? Should hold a nod, but still explained. Chen Baogua and Jiang Yuanli's death is completely crushed. Yichen's strength is too strong. But Yuan Jingfu's death is a little strange. My only impression is that Yuan Jingfu's body burst apart, but I don't know why. Only impression? Lei Shuwei was playing with a bullet in his hand. What do you mean by this word? Yingqing touched his own inch. I can't say clearly. I feel that there is a memory I can't think of no matter how. Erase the memory. Lei Shuwei patted the table and suddenly said, should hold a zheng, think carefully, really have this kind of feeling. Chapter 140. Are there any powers present? Psychic powers do erase other people's memories. Lei Shuwei fiercely stood up and directly came to Yingqing's face. His fingers directly grasped the button in front of Yingqing's chest. Take it off. Chief, did I do something wrong? Lei Shuwei ignored Yingqing, but asked, is this suit you are wearing today that I asked for yesterday? Yes, Chief, he nodded. Good. Lei Shuwei breaks the button directly, and a tiny chip is exposed. Then he carefully placed the chip in a device. Then plug it into the computer. Should hold a zheng, completely did not expect. This button is actually on the precision camera equipment. Not only should Qing didn't think of it, but also the strong Luo Yuntian. This is my backhand. In terms of national security, soldiers should not have any privacy. I hope you understand. Lei Shuwei said while clicking on the video in the computer. The scenes on the Wudao stage completely show. They had no reaction, but when Yichen killed Yuan Jingfu with 1 foot and destroyed the whole Wudaotai, they were completely stunned. Hiss! They took a breath, and their bodies were shaking. Is this still human? It is estimated that only the existence of the top 50 of the Chinese Zong list can do it. But Yichen is only in his 20s. Those in the top 50 have been famous for many years. They thought it would be over if Yichen killed Yuan Jingfu, but when they saw Yichen condensing the shadow of Jiandao and killing thousands of miles away, their breath stopped completely. 2 people stare big eyes, just like sculpture. What's more, Lei Shuwei, who has supreme military power and controls a mysterious force in China, is drenched. Because even if he used all the cards, he couldn't stop Yi Chen's sword. This cannot be described with evil spirits. Yi Chen's move is simply against the sky. Lei Shuwei quickly unplugged the device, but also emptied all the data on the computer and then slapped it on the computer. Computerization into powder. Lei Shuwei looked at Ying Qing and said solemnly, "Ying Qing, you have been with me for so many years. You should know the seriousness of this matter. This matter can't be disclosed to anyone. Remember, it's anything. The offender is treason." "Yes, Chief." Ying Qing's voice is still shaking. What's more, Wudao Station should be equipped with interference devices, which can't be recorded, but it doesn't mean that others don't have our devices. You can put down all your tasks and investigate all the people in Wudao Station. Once you find that there are similar documents in the other party's hands, directly erase them. After ordering this matter, Lei Shuwei put the UDIS device in his hand into the encrypted file box and said, "Arrange an SSS military aircraft for me. I will go to Zongnanhai immediately and report this to number 1. Pearl River Villa area. A prosperous scene, especially festive. Dozens of famous cars were parked outside the villa. The worst car is worth 5 million. Today, not only the top figures of Jiangqing are gathered here, but also the top powers and talents of Jiangnan province. Just because today is the birthday of Xia family in Jiangnan province. At the moment, in a very large room on the 4th floor of the villa, a beautiful figure stands in front of the French window. The girl's big waves of flaxen color rolled down. The facial features were perfect to the extreme. The expression on her face was as cold as ice, and her nimble eyes twinkled with the light of rejecting people thousands of miles away, and there was a deep sense of sadness. A custom-made strapless evening dress shows round and greasy pearl shoulders. The figure is exquisite and convex, and the proud outline is indistinct. 2 slender white lotus-like arms naturally hang on the waist as thin as a water snake. It's summer snow. At this time, a pair of slender hands around the waist like snow in summer. "Ruoxue, it's your birthday today. What's your sad face? Yi Chen is really. What time is it? You must punish him heavily later." Xia Ruoxue turns around, her sadness flashes away, and she shows a smile. Then she grabs Sun Yi's extremely turbulent softness with both hands. "Girl, I haven't touched it for a few days. How can I feel bigger again?" Sun Yibai glanced at Xia Ruoxue and pretended to be a stranger. "If snow, don't you have it yourself? Why do you always touch me? You touch me more and more. Summer is like snow and her dimple is like a flower. Who makes my Sun Yi feel comfortable? In other words, who married you will sooner or later." The second daughter quickly quarreled in bed. Not long, the door was pushed open. Summer mother came in, is a light cough. "If snow, there are some important guests coming down here. You can say hello to me. Besides, your birthday dinner will start soon." Xia Ruoxue nodded, then took Sun Yi's hand and said, "Let's go down together. You'll have something to eat next to you. I'll come right here." "Good." Xia Ruoxue, as the protagonist of the birthday party, once down, she nodded slightly to express her thanks. Xia's mother said in Xia Ruoxue's ear, "This time, because it was held in Jiangqing, there were several big family members in Jiangnan province who couldn't go away, so they sent some representatives. You don't need to know these people, but there is one person you have to know, that is your fiancé." Summer if snow a Zheng, facial expression is pale. "He came?" Xia's mother shook her head. "Listen to me. Although that guy didn't come, the Qin family of Wudao family sent a strong one to support us, which also gave us the face of Xia family. The man named Qin Yuanxiang is said to be in the top 500 of the list of Chinese masters. His strength is extremely terrible. Although our Xia family is a traditional family in Jiangnan province, what we lack most is the protection of the strong martial arts and Taoism. Not long ago, Xia's mother took Xia Ruoxue to a middle-aged man. When she saw the middle-aged man, she quickly met him, and her face was even more smiling. "Mr. Qin, you came from afar to attend the little girl's birthday party. It really makes the whole room look bright." Qin Yuanxiang heard the words, but his eyes fell on Xia Ruoxue. When he saw Xia Ruoshue's beautiful face, he was slightly surprised and said, "Happy birthday, Miss Xia. I came here instead of the young master. I can't come in person because of the breakthrough in the closed door recently. Please forgive me." Xia's mother snatched the words and said with a smile, "Qin Shao is a martial arts genius. Of course, it's important to cultivate. If Qin Shao can let you come here, it's obviously very important for Rushu." Qin Yuan nodded, thinking of what, and then said, "Miss Xia, after this birthday party, Qin Shao intends to invite you to Qin's house. It can be regarded as meeting you. Would you like to?" Although it is a tone of inquiry, but there is a tone of no doubt. Who dares to refuse the request of Qin family? The Xia family is not qualified. Although Xia family is the top family in Jiangnan province, it is vulnerable to attack in front of Wudao family. Xia Ruoshue bit his lips, raised his head, and said seriously, "Qin Shao's heart is like snow, but recently I have something else to do. Wait for next time." Directly refused. Chapter 141. The atmosphere on the field was a little solidified. Xia mother changed her face greatly, and hurriedly said to Qin Yuanxiang, "Mr. Qin, the little girl is joking, she must go." I said no, and Mom, you didn't promise me to go to the metropolis for a while? Summer snow is very serious. She knows that there are things to fight for herself. Once I went to Qin's house this time, it must not be a good thing. Qin Yuanxiang's face was a little wrong, and his voice was cold. The pressure was released. My young master doesn't like to refuse, he doesn't like it very much. Once he is unhappy, the consequences are very serious. Just as the sword was in the open, a burst of cheerful laughter came. Laughter fell, that Qin Yuan's strong prestige all broken. Qin Yuanxiang was slightly surprised, looking down the source of laughter, and saw an old man walking slowly towards them. See the old man's appearance? Qin Yuanxiang and Xia mother face greatly changed. Wu Jia, Wuxiangming. Summer mother clearly remember when she invited Wu family, she was directly rejected. What's the matter with each other? Wu Mingming behind but represents the Wu family. His position in Qin family is only a dog, but Wu Xiangming is different. He has certain power in Qin family. By the way, Wuxiangming seems to be one of the judges of Wudarotai. It is obvious that Wuxiangming will come to celebrate Ruoshue's birthday. But even if it is the road to celebrate, that is also an extra surprise for Xia family. Xia family many times want to build a good relationship with Wu family, are ruthless rejected, but who can think, Xia Ruoshue's birthday even Wuxiangming attracted. Xia Ruoshue is just the star of Xia family. No longer think more, Summer mother met up, the smile on her face was full of flattery. "Mr. Wu, you come far away, really let us some surprise." Wu Xiangming smiled. "Miss Xia's birthday party, my Wu family will still be in the audience." Hissing. Hearing this, not only Summer mother, but also the family brothers who have been paying attention to the situation here all take a breath of cool air. Wu family actually gives Xiaoxu face so. In Jiangnan province, Wu family is famous for closed-door country. There is no way to have too much contact with other families. But today I gave Xiaoxu the face. It's weird. Summer mother's smile closed mouth, hurriedly to Xia Ruoshue way. "If snow, still not thank Mr. Wu." Xia Ruosh just wanted to talk, Wu Xiangming smiled. "No need, they are their own people. For you. Now, everyone is more ignorant. Xia family and Wu family have not been associated with each other. In other words, Wu family has been unable to see Xia family, when will it become their own people?" Wu Xiangming looked at Qin Yuanqiang and said to Xia Ruoshue, "Miss Xia, I heard that the river city is beautiful this season. I suggest Miss Xia stay here for a while." "Mrs. Xia, do you mean it?" Xia mother can only nod. Mr. Wu said it correctly. Qin Yuanxiang, who has been cold, is a little unhappy. He said to Wu Mingming, "Wu Mingming, what do you mean? You should know that Xia Ruoshue will be my Qin family after that." Wu Xiangming sneered, "Don't say too early, who can know the future?" Qin Yuanxiang knew that Wu Mingming came at him and said angrily, "Wu Mingming, please make sure that your Wu family is not the Wu family thousands of years ago. Now Jiangnan province is not your Wujia. If you offend Qin family, you should know what consequences. Wu Jia? Wu Xiangming sneered. Now in his eyes, Wu family is what? He only surrender for one person, that is Yi Chen. The relationship between Xia Ruoxu and Yi Chen has been investigated. Naturally, Xia Ruoxue will not go to Qin's house. As for the contradiction between Qin family and Wu family, then wait for later. Qin Yuanxiang, Qin family is really stronger than Wu family, but you are only a dog of Qin family. What is it in front of me? I, Wu Xiangming, can represent Wu family. Can you represent Qin family by your dog? You. Qin Yuanqiang was almost killed by Qi. The cold pressure was released, but it was easily broken by Wu Xiangming. Let's go. Qin Yuanxiang waved his sleeves and went straight to the rest area on one side. Obviously, it's a counseling. Seeing this scene, Summer Mother did not know what to do for a while. How could the two strong men be like the explosive? But Qin Yuanxiang is not in a high position in Qin family. Now she has Wu Xiangming. She knows who is important. So Xia Mu flattered, Mr. Wu, if there is time, I, Hongye and my little girl will visit Wu's house, and ask Mr. Wu to give us more good words. Wu Xiangming nodded and looked at Xia Ruoxu, and said with great respect, Miss Xia's face, Wu Mao is still to sell it. Birthday party should start soon. Wu Mao is in a hurry, but also prepared a thin ceremony. I hope Miss Xia should not abandon it. I don't dislike Mr. Wu is very kind. Xia Ruoxu is a little confused. Wu Xiangming's status is so noble that his mother should be careful to serve him. But why is he so respectful to himself? I'm afraid of offending her. Summer Mother is also very muddled. In the past, others are looking at the face of the Xia family and being polite to Xia Ruoxu. Now, it turns out that the other party seems to be looking at Xia Ruoxu's face and is polite to the Xia family. What the hell is this? Xia's mother racked her brain and didn't understand it. Suddenly, she thought of something, and a smile appeared on her lips. By the way, I heard that Mr. Wu came to Jiangqing because of the battle between Qin Baogua and Yi Chenwu. I don't know if Yi Chen is still alive or not. Hearing this, Xia Ruoxu's face turned pale in an instant. What would Otai? Is something wrong with Yi Chen? Yes, Yi Chen promised that he would come early, but why did he not see his figure? Is something really wrong? Seeing that Wu Xiangming did not speak, Xia's mother continued. Yi Chen is also looking for death. How dare he accept the challenge of Qin Baogua, the top master of Jiangqing City? Too big for her skin. The mantis arm is the chariot. Xia Ruoxu's body trembled, and a bad feeling welled up in her heart. Her eyes were red, and she looked at Wu Xiangming nervously and said, Mr. Wu, Yi Chen, are you still alive? Words just fell. A cold and proud figure appeared at the gate. Young people wear a straight suit, tall and upright physique, imitating the outline carved from the crystal-clear marble, and exude the natural free and easy temperament. Yi Chen outlined a perfect radiance of mouth, staring at Xia Ruoxu, and said faintly, I don't forget to curse me on my birthday. How much do you hate me? Xia Ruoxu covers his mouth and sees Yi Chen. His heart seems to have stopped half a beat. Can't this guy not be intimidating? Xia's mother's face is not right. The boy went to Wood Otai and returned alive? According to her, Yi Chen has to face not only Qin Baogua, but also Jiang Yuanli. These two people actually let Yi Chen walk out of Wood Otai alive? Summer Mother just want to drive away Yi Chen. Wu Xiangming's face changes before meeting, a momentum releases. Towards Yi Chen fiercely. All the people wonder, didn't Yi Chen go to Wood Otai and let Wu Xiangming's pigeon go? It's really possible. Otherwise, how can he survive? Wood Otai has a rule. Once someone accepts the challenge, but quits halfway, the referee has reason to kill. Now seeing Wu Xiangming so powerful, everyone sighs that Yi Chen is going to suffer. Wu Xiangming came to Yi Chen in front of him, bang, kneel on one knee, hit the ground with knees, and clasp hands. Great respect. This move. It seems to be saluting. Wu Jia Wu Xiangming have met Mr. Yi. This scene, let everybody's face startle. Chapter 142. There was silence in the hall. One by one is more like a statue of petrified. What is Wu Xiangming's identity? Not to mention the top 500 of the Chinese masters list, what stands behind him is the whole Wu family. Even the Xia family would like to please at all costs, but now they have such an attitude towards a young man in his 20s. Summer mother beautiful eyes stare big, more subconsciously cover their own mouth, afraid to cry. No way. How can this well-known Yi family waste be related to Wu Xiangming? Qi Wu Xiangming kneels down. Just kneel down. Also used Mr. Yi these 3 words honorific title. He Yichen has what qualification? How can he da? Wu Xiangming is crazy. If the Wu family knew that he was kneeling in front of such a boy, he would be furious. In Jiangqing, Wu Xiangming represents the whole Wu family. Wu Xiangming kneels down. No doubt the whole Wu family is obedient to Yichen. Summer mother's body more and more trembling. Even the back is wet. Once, in order to please the Wu family, she investigated everyone in the Wu family. She knows Wu Xiangming very well. This person has a clear sense of gratitude and resentment. The key is to be extremely proud of people and things. He never looks down like others. But what the hell is it now? If it wasn't for Wu Xiangming's momentum, she would really think that she was kneeling down in front of her eyes was another person. What suddenly occurred to Xia's mother at this moment? Why did Wu Xiangming, who had been indifferent to the Xia family, have such an attitude towards Xia Ruoxue today? Not because of Xia family, nor because of Xia Ruoxue's birthday, but because Yichen. In other words, the relationship she has been hoping for depends on the young man she has always looked down upon. Her eyes are staring at Yichen, the latter's hands behind him, full of vigor and vitality, just like Xinzuan. It's a little pale in summer. She didn't know Wu Xiangming very well, but from her mother's attitude and introduction, he was extremely important in Jiangnan province. She had wondered why such a big man respected him so much. Now it seems that everything benefits from Yichen. But she really wondered how Yichen did it? After investigating Yichen, she knew that Yichen was only the son of the Yi family who had been destroyed, and even a joke in the upper-class circles of Jiangqing. But what happened recently seems to be beating everyone's face hard. If Yichen is a joke, the whole Jiangqing, and even all the families in Jiangnan province are big jokes. The Zhou family, who was in charge of power in Jiangnan province, welcomed him with a smile, and even fought with the Xia family for Yichen. She thought it was fantastic enough. Now the experts of Wu family of Wudao family in Jiangnan province actually knelt down in front of Yichen. She even thought, Yichen behind the Zhou family and Wu family, does it mean that you can fight against the Qin family? Can she strive for her own happiness? Although the Qin family is really terrible, far more powerful than the Wu family, but Yichen is only 20 years old. Being so young means limitless possibilities. If you choose between Qin Shao and Yichen, she will not hesitate to choose Yichen. At this moment, she seemed to see a light in the dark. And under this dawn is that proud and mysterious youth Yichen. The mood of all the people around is like a roller coaster. There are many family members or high-class people in Jiangnan province. They almost exist like human spirits. They keep Yichen in mind. This person absolutely can't offend. Not far away, Qin Yuanxiang of the Qin family has been paying attention to the pictures here. His eyes gradually turn from shock to ruthlessness. Because she saw something special in Xia Ruoxue's eyes. Obviously it's love. Qin Shao's woman, no one is qualified to move. Not only that, in his opinion, Wu Xiangming just stood up against himself, obviously because of the young man's surname Ji. Wu family is looking for death for such a young man. I'd like to see the origin of this young man. At the moment, Yichen, as the party concerned, naturally felt countless eyes. He looked down at Wu Xiangming and shook his head helplessly. What's the matter with this guy? As for the high profile? Today is Xia Ruoxue's birthday. This guy's behavior directly makes him inexplicably rob Xia Ruoxue's limelight. Get up. Yichen Dao. Yes, Mr. Yi. Wu Xiang rises fiercely, the body slightly bows, extremely respectful to Yichen. He knew very well that the youth in front of him had set some kind of prohibition on him, and an idea was enough to determine his life and death. Why Yichen no longer pays attention to Wu Xiangming and goes straight to Xia Ruoxue, with a smile on his mouth, and the aura of his body completely disappears. If snow, happy birthday, I came late, you won't blame me. Xia Ruoxue woke up, blushed and pretended to be angry. Strange. Of course, if you don't give me a satisfactory gift today, I'm very angry, and the consequences are very serious. Yi Chen patted his pocket in his hand and said confidently, if I say to you, the whole China is not as precious as the things in my pocket, do you believe it? Hiss. Everyone takes a breath. This boy is too good at boasting. What can I put in a suit pocket? The whole Chinese treasure can't match. Thanks to what you said. Who will come to Xia Ruoxue's birthday party? Who will be poor in status and economic strength? Almost all of them have carefully prepared valuable gifts for Xia Ruoxue. Now the boy boasted about Haikao, and immediately made everyone a little upset. If it was not for Wu Xiangming, they would have used means to blow Yi Chen out. Xia's mother glanced at Yi Chen. Although she didn't know why Wu Xiangming respected him so much, she was still not happy with Yi Chen. She said, young man, don't be too proud. The baby you think you can't bear mentioning in other people's eyes. If snow, time is almost up, you, the birthday star, should also play. Finish saying, Summer mother then pull Xia Ruoxue toward the villa central stage and go. Summer if snow turns head, beautiful Mao looked at Yi Chen, dimple is like flower, light voice way, I believe. Xia Ruoxue went to prepare the birthday party. It should take a few minutes to start. Yi Chen went to find Sun Yi. Wu Xiangming followed closely. Yi Chen glanced at Wu Xiangming and said, don't follow me. Yes, Mr. Yi. Later, Yi Chen finally finds Sun Yi in the crowd. At the moment, Sun Yi is surrounded by several rich children, apparently chatting up. In the whole villa, there are many beauties and even stars, but if we talk about the ranking, Sun Yi will certainly be in the top 3. The key figure of Sun Yi is really attractive. At the moment, Sun Yi's eyebrows frown, very unhappy. This group of people, like flies in general, cannot drive away. If it wasn't for Xia Ruoxue's birthday, she would have been angry. Chapter 143. When Sun Yi was in distress, a familiar figure appeared not far from her. Sun Yiming raised his head. Xia Kenzi, I'm here. Xia Kenzi? The rich children were stunned and subconsciously turned their heads. When they saw Yi Chen coming towards this side, their eyes suddenly shrank, their faces turned pale, and their whole bodies were frozen in place and did not dare to move. It's the evil spirit. Wu Xiangming knelt in front of Yi Chen just now. They witnessed it with their own eyes. That's why I went far away, but this guy came again. When Yi Chen came to Sun Yi's face, a few people responded. His face was filled with smiles. He learned from Wu Xiangming and said, hello, Mr. Yi, this is... Go away. Yi Chen faintly spits out a word. Okay. Several people suddenly scattered, a short period of 5 seconds, even people cannot be found. Sun Yi did not expect that this group of people were so afraid of Yi Chen. On second thought, it was estimated that the opening of Tianjin Group had too much influence. Xia Kenzi, yes, you will be my girl's shield in the future. Sun Yi patted Yi Chen on the shoulder and said with satisfaction. Several pairs of eyes hidden in the crowd saw the scene of Sun Yi patting Yi Chen, and his body trembled with fear, and he also wrote down Sun Yi's appearance in silence. Soon, a burst of villa music sounded. Xia Ruoxue's birthday party officially began. Xia's mother took the stage and said a few words of thanks, mentioning the Qin family, Wu family and some big families, but did not mention Yi Chen. Then Xia Ruoxue's grandmother came on stage and said a lot of words to Xia Ruoxue, and her eyes turned red. Yi Chen, from the old man's words, can feel the old man's love for Ruoxue far more than Xia's mother. The climax of the banquet, wave after wave. To the back, China's popular actress is singing a song on the stage for Xia Ruoxue. When the stage is quiet, Xia Ruoxue stands in the center in her evening dress, just like a lotus out of mud. Seeing this, everyone was moved, because they came to the party for this part. A man in a custom-made suit dress saw no one around him. He quickly stood up and came to Xia Ruoxue with a delicate box. Miss Xia, this gift is for you. I hope Miss Xia will open it now and you will like it. Xia Ruoxue wanted to give the box to the servant, but since the other party asked for it, she nodded. When the box is opened, It is an exquisite jade statue of Guanyin, but judging from the material on the jade, it is of great value. The man took a look at the stage and said, "This is the imperial green the first bought from Myanmar for nearly 50 million yuan. It took me 2 months to make jade Avalokitesvara." He thought that Xia Ruoxue would be very excited, but the latter just laughed and handed it to the servants. The man was stunned, and then he walked on dim. There was a burst of laughter from the crowd below. Although the jade Avalokitesvara is of great value, the Xia family is the family that controls the economic lifeline of Jiangnan province. The most important thing is money. Isn't this imperial green for ugliness? Sun Yi took a look at Yichen beside her and worried, "Xiakenzi, I feel that my things are somewhat out of hand. I'd better send it as soon as possible. The more I get to the back, the more I can't handle it. By the way, what have you prepared?" Yichen blinked mysteriously and did not speak. Xia's gift is very expensive, but it's not worth sending. However, Sun Yi gave her a DIY apartment model, which made Xia Ruoxue excited. The model not only restored the Dadu apartment, but also had 3 villains. One of them smoked on the balcony, which was obviously Yichen. "Sun Yi, I like it so much. I love you." Xia Ruoxue's red lips kiss on Sun Yi's cheek envies others. After that, she sent some more, but there was nothing exciting Xia Ruoxue anymore. Even the summer mother beside her shook her head, because up to now, nothing has entered her eye. In the end, only a few people left. Wu Xiangming stood up and came to Xia Ruoxue. He took out a jade pendant and said respectfully, "Miss Xia, because she's in a hurry and has no time to prepare, I'll give this jade pendant to Miss Xia. I hope Miss Xia's wishes will come true." Xia Ruoxue just wanted to take over the jade pendant. Xia's mother came over and looked at it nervously. She was very short of breath, because the back of the jade pendant is engraved with a capital word, Wu. Xia's mother even said, "Mr. Wu, the Wu family order is too valuable. If Snow can't afford it." Some people in the field changed their faces when they heard this sentence, because what Wu Xiangming sent out was not only the jade pendant, but also the order of Wu family. If you hold the order of Wu family, you will get the protection of Wu family. What's more, according to Wu family regulations, Wu family order can only send one person. Who could have thought that Wu Xiangming took out such a valuable thing and gave it to Xia Ruoxue? Even if all the things sent out on the field add up, they can't compare with a Wujialing. Countless envious eyes towards Xia Ruoxue. Xia Ruoxue quickly waved his hand, "Mr. Wu, it's too expensive. How can I be so kind?" Although Xia's mother wanted her daughter to take it, she could only say, "Mr. Wu, why don't you take it back?" Wu Xiangming put the jade pendant into Xia Ruoxue's hand and said with a bright smile, "Precious? Compared with the relationship between you and Mr. Yi, it is not worth mentioning. If I have a chance to drink the wedding wine from you and Mr. Yi in the future, I will certainly prepare a bigger gift." Hearing this, Xia's mother turned black. Not only Xia's mother, but everyone's expression color is wrong. This is Mr. Yi again. What is the meaning of the last sentence of Wu Xiangming? Most of them know about the marriage of Xia family and Qin family. Wu Xiangming even mentioned Xia Ruoxue and the boy in front of everyone. This is too bold. Summer if Snow Red Face accepted Wu family order, light voice way, "Thank you, Mr. Wu." To everyone's surprise, such a misunderstanding, Xia Ruoxue didn't even refute it. Sleeping trough. What a big deal. Brush, brush, brush. All eyes fell on Qin Yuanqiang. Qin Yuanqiang is the representative of Qin family. Sure enough, Qin Yuanqiang's face is full of anger. Then the fierce rise directly came to the summer if Snow in front of. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Wu was joking just now." Xia Mu quickly explained. Qin Yuanqiang glared at Wu Xiangming and said, "Wu Xiangming, I hope you can find out your position. When the time comes, the Wu family will blame you. No one can save you." He went back to his position. Later, Qin Yuan suppressed his anger and took out a jade pendant and handed it to Xia Ruoxue. The jade pendant is engraved with a simple Qin. "Miss Xia, what is the Wu family order?" "The protection of Qin family is the king's way." Chapter 144. Provocation. Blatant provocation. The key point is that Qin Yuanxiang is right. In Jiangnan province, the status and strength of the Qin family are obviously stronger than those of the Wu family. One is the rising status of the Qin family. One is the Wu family who fell from the altar. In comparison, the gap is obvious. Before everyone reacted, Qin Yuanxiang took out a brocade box again. When the brocade box is opened, a simple pill lies quietly inside. Qin Yuanxiang looked down at the crowd and said, "This is a gift from the Qin family to Miss Xia. This pill is a soul-quenching pill. Anyone who doesn't have a foundation of cultivation can take this pill, and his strength can reach the peak of his internal strength at least one step." The crowd took a breath and everyone was scared. Quench soul pill, directly hang all gifts. The Qin family is too generous. Aren't you bullshit? This is the Qin family. The Qin family is one of the top 3 in the Wudao family of Jiangnan province, and its details are extremely terrible. Alas, there are too few geniuses born in the Wu family in recent years, which makes the Wu family gradually desolate. However, the Qin family has 3 geniuses. The young Master Qin who made an engagement with Miss Xia is a rare genius in 100 years. In the future, the gap between the 2 families will only grow bigger and bigger. It seems that it is a wise choice for the Xia family to join the Qin family. The crowd talks in succession, for Xia family that is incomparably envious. Summer Mother is more careful to accept the 2 extremely valuable gifts. Smile cannot close the mouth. Although young Master Qin didn't come, he did. I will let Rushu visit him some other day. If Snow, I still don't thank the Qin family. Xia Mu ordered. Xia nodded, but she didn't feel surprised. She didn't like these 2 things, even though they were precious. Qin Yuanxiang didn't expect Xia Ruoxue to give him this reaction. His eyes flashed a little anger. Suddenly, he thought of something, and his cold eyes shot directly at a young man under the stage. Did someone praise Haikao just now and say that there is nothing precious about him in China? Now, why don't you even have the courage to come up? All eyes look at the youth. It is Yi Chen. Qin Yuanxiang's hatred for Wuxiangming is all gathered in Yi Chen's body. He embarrassed Yi Chen. He wants to let this person who can't help himself understand that in front of the Qin family, he is a garbage. Xia Rushu is not something he can get his hands on. All of us suddenly feel sympathy for Yi Chen. Qin family, these 2 kinds of treasure, anyone takes out the present again, is doomed to degenerate into the foil. Naturally, Wu Xiangming would not let others target Mr. Yi like this. He quickly stood up and said, "Wu Jialing is what Mr. Yi asked me to send. Isn't it enough?" At this time, Yi Chen stood up, tall and straight figure toward the summer if snow. "Since you want to see it so much, I won't hide it." Yi Chen's voice is full of confidence and indifference. It was as if everything was floating in front of him. Close to Xia Ruoxue, Qin Yuanxiang is just in front of Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised his head and swept Qin Yuanxiang as sharp as an eagle. The latter seemed to feel that his whole body was covered by a stream of pressure. He had wanted to insult a few words, but the words to the mouth by his hard swallow down, more subconsciously back a few steps, make way for a way. Yi Chen took a look at Xia's mother's hands carefully holding the pills, and the pills fell directly into his hands. Xia's mother glared at her eyes and said nervously, "Yi Chen, what are you going to do?" Qin Yuanxiang is also excited. "You dare to rob Qin Shao's gift to Miss Xia, and you want to die." The field is also a big shock. Who can think of Yi Chen actually this bold, direct grab baby? At the time of everyone's surprise, more strange things happened. Yi Chen directly threw the pills in his hands to the ground. Yes, it was thrown to the ground. Then the right foot is raised, step down fiercely. Dan Yao directly into a pile of powder. A blow, completely dissipated. Boom, everyone is confused. Yi Chen didn't want to rob the pill, but to destroy it. This is a psychopath. Such a precious thing, even jealousy will not destroy it. Xia's mother's face rose red. She just wanted to say something. Yi Chen's unquestionable voice slowly fell down. "If snow, this expired pill can't be eaten, and my stomach will be uncomfortable. Come here, I'll choose the pills you like." The next second, Yi Chen took out nearly 10 pills from his pocket. And they are all pills with Dan lines. The strong fragrance of medicine is coming out, and everyone can smell it. Xia's red face turned white. She looked at an old man beside her and asked, "Ah Fu, is this pill true or false?" The old man stares at the 10 pills and his voice trembles. "Madam, it seems to be true. The pills are condensed and fragrant. The refining time should not be more than half a year. Besides, the pills given by Mr. Qin just now have some effects, but they do torture the intestines and stomach after taking them. There is no alchemist in Jiangnan province, and there is a shortage of pills. This kind of fresh pills is extremely precious." The old man's words undoubtedly beat Qin Yuanxiang's face. Chinese ancient martial arts take almost all long-term problem pills. But who would have expected that the boy had 10 fresh pills in his hand? Sleeping trough. Comparatively speaking, the thing that Qin family sends out is a pile of dog excrement. Xia's mother looks at Yi Chen's eyes completely changed. She knows Yi Chen is an ancient warrior, and her strength is very good. But who would have thought that the boy had this pill? Coupled with Wu Xiangming's attitude, is it possible that this son has an extremely terrifying force on his back? More terrible than the Qin family? In the whole process, Xia Ruoshue's eyes are only shocked, but there is no surprise. She was not interested in the martial arts world at all, otherwise she began to practice ancient martial arts when she was a child. Yi Chen naturally finds the mood of Xia Ruoshue and smiles and puts the 10 pills into Xia Ruoshue's hand directly. Then, he took out a well-decorated brocade box from his pocket. "In fact, pills are just gifts. What I really want to give you is this one. You can open it and have a look. If you don't like it, I'll wash the clothes of you and son Yi for a year." Gifts. These 2 words are like heavy fists, which split the hearts of all people. Hiss. At this moment, Yi Chen's words, "That is no cover-up at all." Heard Yi Chen's words, all the people on the scene were mercilessly sucking a breath of cold air. These extremely precious pills for martial arts are just gifts. You're kidding. Are the things in this brocade box more precious than pills? For a moment, people were shocked. Everyone looked at Xia Ruoshue and Yi Chen, their eyes widened to the extreme. Surprise with fear. There is a little excitement in fear. Chapter 145. On stage. Xia Ruoshue looks at the brocade box in front of her, and her heart beats. She did not know what was in it, but since Yi Chen said so, it must be extremely precious. "Then I opened it?" Xia Ruoshue to Yi Chen wrote. "Yes." The people below are so anxious that they want to know what kind of treasure is in the brocade box than Xia Ruoshue. Even some people have stretched out their necks for fear of missing. Summer Mother and Xia Ruoshue's grandmother also curiously looked over. The brocade box is open. It's a blue crystal necklace. The crystal shape is peculiar, shining with the eternal charm of light and shadow. It's refreshing and glittering under the light. From a distance, it looks like a distant star. This is what Yi Chen had quietly auctioned at the auction, just to give it to Xia Ruoshue on her birthday. At the moment of Xia Ruoshue, Jiao's body is shaking, and tears have been condensed from the eyes. Ticking, ticking, falling on the star. Tears of stars. Xia's mother's eyes were already wet. Of course, she knew the tears of the stars, which was her father's last work, just for her daughter. She looked at the old man who had stood up and was shaking. The old man is slowly walking towards this side, with a trace of light in his turbid eyes. This is really the old man's star tears. The old man choked. Xia Rushu never thought that she could see the tears of the stars again. After the auction, she tried every means to communicate with the organizers of the auction, but the other party just did not tell her who sold the power of the stars. It almost became the biggest regret of her life. Because this is the last work of her grandfather Ding Yuancheng, designed for her. Whether it is the color or the shape, and even the material is his own choice. My grandfather wanted to finish it at the last moment of her life. She even remembered that he stretched out his thin hand on the hospital bed and polished it a little bit, which was very serious. Now the tears of the stars come back to her hand. Because Yi Chen. Yi Chen was the last buyer, the gentleman who did not want to be named. Xia Ruoshue raised his head and looked at the moment with his eyes full of tenderness. Do you like it? Yi Chen Dao. Yes, I like it very much. I like it very much. This is the best gift I've ever received in my life. No one. Summer if Snow one breath said, incomparably excited and joyful. She felt as if she was suddenly filled with something. The whole world became warm. The people at the bottom are confused because of the angle problem. Most of them can't see the things in the brocade box. But Xia Rushu said the sentence, it is destined that the things in the brocade box are valuable. The key is that Xia Ruoshua likes it very much. All moved to cry. What on earth is it? I want to know too. Miss Xia will show us, I'm so anxious. The crowd exploded. The next second, the sound stopped suddenly, and everything returned to silence. Everyone's eyes are wide open, staring at the stage. Because Xia Ruoshua in the middle of the stage even rushed to a young man, and then opened his hands to hold the youth. My God! What did they see? Xia Ruoshua is one of the 3 golden flowers in Jiangnan province. No matter family, appearance, figure or other aspects, almost perfect. What's more, the Xia family and the Qin family have made an engagement. You are the fiancé of Qin family. But now I actually hugged a man in front of so many people. Everyone has not yet responded from this inexplicable embrace. Xia Ruoshua's next move directly makes everyone's brain blank. Detonate it completely. Xia Ruoshua's red lips even kiss on the man's cheek. Sleeping trough. Yi Chen is also confused. Although Xia Ruoshua he knew was sometimes different, he was absolutely cold and proud like an iceberg in front of outsiders. It's impossible to do this in front of everyone. But now, the iceberg goddess in the eyes of countless people has done so. Crazy. His remaining light aimed at Xia's mother's face, almost black, but did not stop. 5 seconds. Red lips left Yi Chen's cheek, leaving a trace of faint fragrance of flowers. Thank you, sir, who would not be named. Summer if Snow face slightly red, light road that why Yi Chen just wanted to speak, and a roar came from behind him. Summer is like snow. Do you know what you're doing? It's Qin Yuanxiang of the Qin family. At the moment, his face is red, like an angry lion. Who could have thought that Qin Xiao's fiancé dared to kiss others in front of so many people? Xia Rushu is looking for death. Qin Xiao's outrage is not something the Xia family can bear. Xia's mother reacted and quickly explained to Qin Yuanxiang. Mr. Qin, there is a misunderstanding about the matter. My little girl is just. Qin Yuanxiang's strength was shocked. Xia's mother sat down on the ground directly, her face turned pale. Later, he pointed to Xia Ruoshua and said, Xia Ruoshua, you shameless woman, flashed his words before his eyes. Qin Yuanxiang only felt a strong wind coming from his cheek. He instinctively raised his hand to stop him a sound. The bone of his right hand is broken directly. Not only that, a hot palm print fell on his cheek. The world is spinning. Qin Yuanxiang was fanned to the stage. Qin Yuanxiang had a hard time responding to it. Just as he wanted to stand up, a big foot directly stepped on his chest. You should be glad that today is Rusha's birthday, or you will be dead. I don't want your blood to stain any corner of this villa. Go away. It was Yi Chen who spoke. At the moment, Yi Chen's eyes are cold, and there is no longer the tenderness just now. What he can't stand most is that others insult the people around him. He wanted to kill Qin Yuanxiang directly, but if he did, Xia Ruoshua's birthday would be ruined. Qin Yuanxiang wants to get up, but he finds an invisible pressure hanging over him. Let him not move at all. He stares at Yi Chen and threatens, Do you know who I am? I'm from the Qin family. Try to move me. Qin family? Yi Chen repeated. Yes, now you are afraid. If you move me, the Qin family will never let you go, unless you kneel down in front of me. Qin Yuanxiang is gloomy and ferocious. But the next second Yi Chen's voice sounded, his smile stiff. What is the Qin family? Even if the head of the Qin family comes, the result will be the same. All the people in the field seem to have their hearts hanging in their throat. Is Yi Chen crazy? How dare you say that to the people of Qin family? What is the Qin family? Naturally, Qin family is not a thing. He is one of the top martial arts families in Jiangnan province. If the lord of the Qin family comes, the whole villa may collapse. A burst of anger went straight to Qin Yuanxiang's head. He held out his finger at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, you are dead." Dead? Yi Chen sneered and grabbed Qin Yuanxiang's clothes and picked them up directly. Qin Yuanxiang's martial arts strength is not weak, but I don't know why, just can't resist. When Yi Chen was about to walk to the door, he threw it gently, and then a side kick directly kicked Qin Yuanxiang away. Kick out the door. But it's not over. Yi Chen looked at Wu Xiangming and said, "Wu Xiangming, the dog of Qin family is not allowed to live outside." Chapter 146. No one on the field expected Yi Chen to order Wu Xiangming to kill Qin Yuanxiang. The 4 words are like a steel needle nailed to their chest. "Can't breathe." The key Yi Chen said in front of so many people. It was as if he had no fear. Is this guy not afraid of Qin family's revenge? Is the anger of the Qin family tolerable to him and the Wu family? Everyone's eyes fell on Wu Xiangming. They thought that Wu Xiangming would not do anything if he considered the situation in Jiangnan province. He will even persuade Yi Chen. This is the most likely thing to happen right now. But everyone guessed wrong. Wu Xiangming stood up with a trace of fierce light and ruthlessness in his eyes. Directly to the villa outside Qin Yuanxiang and go. "Yes, Mr. Yi." Wu Xiangming's cold killing machine wrapped up the whole venue, so that everyone's breath stopped. Wu Xiangming is really going to fight. And don't even hesitate. Is he crazy? You want to push the Wu family behind you? If Wu Xiangming killed Qin Yuanxiang, the Qin family would be furious, and then there would be a war between Qin and Wu. In the end, both sides will lose. Jiangnan province has completely changed and shuffled. Who could have thought that the change of the weather in Jiangqing was caused by a young man's order? All the people looked at the young man with his hands behind him. The other side was like a god coming down to the earth and looked down upon thousands of ants. Even Xia's mother's resentment towards Yi Chen is gone. How does she resent it? This kind of existence, what qualification does she have to resent? Although the strength of the other side is not clear today, but what is the reckless? She even thought of that half a year's appointment. At present Yi Chen's economic strength may be far inferior to Xia's. But the other side has martial arts strength on the line. Who will make the situation and rules of Jiangnan province? It's not the top martial arts experts. At this moment, she suddenly felt the incomparable smallness of Xia family. At least now she has looked up to Yi Chen. Xia Ruoxue and Yi Chen together. It is not impossible, but all this should be based on his not premature death. Yi Chen is a genius, but can he really survive under the anger of the Qin family? Xia's mother held a negative attitude towards this point. At least now she only sees Wu Xiangming and Zhou family in Jiangnan province behind Yi Chen. If the Wu family is involved in life and death, it will naturally abandon Wu Xiangming without hesitation. How can Yi Chen face the powerful Qin family in Jiangnan province by himself? China seems peaceful on the surface, but ordinary people can't know how bloody it is behind it. At this moment, Wu Xiangming has come to Qin Yuanxiang's face, and his eyes are indifferent, like a dead man. Qin Yuanxiang stepped back and said in a trembling voice, "Wu Xiangming, you can't move me. If you move me, you will declare war with Qin family. This is a contradiction between the Qin family and Yi Chen. It has nothing to do with you. I will not meet you before Qin Shao." Qin Yuanxiang is really flustered. Although he has good strength, he is not qualified to start in front of Wu Xiangming, the top 500 of the master list. It's easy for Wu Xiangming to kill him. Now he must live. Live to tell Qin Shao all the situation. Survive to revenge that arrogant Yi Chen. You can't see the Qin family's rage until you survive. Wu Xiangming looked at Qin Yuanxiang with indifference, without a trace of wavering. All of a sudden he said, "You shouldn't have offended Mr. Yi. Your Qin family is not qualified to offend Mr. Yi. It's just a matter of one sentence that you can't destroy the Qin family with Mr. Ye's strength." Wu Xiangming now suddenly appears in his mind Yi Chen's madness on Wudotai. Step out with 1 foot, the Wudotai is broken. Gather the sword spirit and kill people from thousands of miles. How many people in China can do this? Even if someone can do it, who can be as relaxed as Yi Chen? Qin Yuanxiang heard Wu Xiangming's words, and his eyes were filled with panic. Judging from Wu Xiangming's expression, all this is true. Is Yi Chen qualified to destroy the Qin family? How could it be? His heart set off a storm. Just want to say what? Wu Xiangming, a claw has been buckled in Qin Yuanxiang's body. It's so painful. But Wu Xiangming did not kill him, but took him to the distance. Mr. Yi said that your blood is not qualified to dirty Miss Xia's birthday party. 10 seconds later, all the people at the party suddenly heard a scream. The sound is far away. But it's very clear. All people only feel creepy. Who could have thought that an ordinary young man should be so decisive? Even the Qin family didn't pay attention to it. After a while, Wu Xiangming came back and nodded to Yi Chen. Seeing this, they all know that Qin Yuanxiang is really dead. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Of course, the birthday party will continue, but most of the links are almost over. For fear of another accident, the Xia family omitted some links and ended early. For Xia Ruoxue, receiving Yi Chen's gift is the biggest surprise of her birthday. Early ending and late ending are actually the same. The tears of the stars were already on her neck, so beautiful. Sun Yi, sitting below, doesn't know what she's thinking. She looks at Yi Chen all the time, but doesn't speak. Elder sister, don't look at me like that. I doubt if you are in love with me. Yi Chen couldn't stand Sun Yi's eyes and joked. The next second, Sun Yi's hand appeared in Yi Chen's waist and threatened, Xia Kenzi, who elder sister do you think I'm so old? Believe it or not, my hand spins 360 degrees. Yi Chen felt the strength of the waist and laughed. Good, I said wrong, should be a fairy. Sun Yi quite seriously corrected, not enough, should call me super cute little fairy Sun Yi. Yi Chen, with a black line on her face, just wanted to continue talking with Sun Yi. Xia's mother came over and said in a soft voice, Yi Chen, come with me. He did not expect that Xia's mother would find him. Yi Chen thought it was Xia Ruoxue looking for him, so he followed her. However, when he arrived at a room, Yi Chen did not find Xia Ruoxue, only Xia's mother. Is this preparation for torture? Xia's mother's attitude changed a lot. She didn't have that kind of meanness and arrogance. She even made a cup of tea for Yi Chen and said, You should know why I'm looking for you alone. Yi Chen frowned and shook his head. I really don't know. Summer Mother did not know whether Yi Chen really did not understand or false did not understand. Drink a cup of tea, spit out a few words, because if snow. Yi Chen, I have to say that some things you have done recently have opened my eyes. I have to admit that I have lost my sight. I don't know where you have gone in the 5 years since you disappeared. Summer Mother is very clear, in Yi Chen's life trajectory, incomparably ordinary, only that 5 years, a blank. Xia family uses all strength, can't find Yi Chen this 5 years to go where? Chapter 147. That's what you came to me to say? Yi Chen lightway, if there is nothing else, I will go. Yi Chen just ready to get up, Xia's mother continued, if Snow and Qin family have an engagement, do you know? Yi Chen was stunned and sat back. Engagement? Why didn't I hear it mentioned by Rushu? This is a long time ago. Although Xia family is a big family in Jiangnan province, it only controls part of the economic lifeline of Jiangnan. If the big families in Jiangnan province want to survive for a long time, they must rely on the strength of martial arts, which is the weakness of Xia family. Of course, there are several masters in the Xia family, but they are not enough. The Qin family is the only way out for the Xia family. In recent years, Xia Ruoxue's father has been seeking the marriage of the Wudao family, and there has been no result until the Qin family appeared. This marriage was initiated by the Qin family, which surprised us. According to the time of the engagement, there are still several months left. Do you know why I said this to you? Xia mother's eyes are burning at Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not speak, his eyes with a trace of cold, and like the abyss. There is no bottom. Xia's mother sighed and said seriously, I know you may hate me. I did do something sorry for you before, but all this is for the sake of Xia family and Ruoxue. If a girl is born in a big family, she can't choose to marry. Marriage is the only way out for a big family. It was because of the marriage that I met Xia Ruoxue's father. Yi Chen still did not speak. He is very clear. Xia mother really want to say is still behind. Summer Mother has been paying attention to Yichen's reaction, but Yichen, in addition to just a little bit of killing intention, the back is completely Gujing Bubo. It's like controlling everything. She bit her lip and said, Yichen, I hope you quit Xia Ruoshue's life. If you offend the Qin family will surely retaliate against you crazily. Although you have Wuxiangming behind you, Wuxiangming can't represent Wuxiang family now. The Zhou family can't help you either. Now you are completely helpless. How can you fight against the Qin family, which has been rooted in Jiangnan province for hundreds of years? I say these words for your own good. Before things get to the Qin family, you should leave Jiangqing quickly and go to a place that no one can find. This is the only possibility for you to survive. Xiamu almost roared at the back. She is not selfish, but really for Yichen Hao. Silence returned to the house. Only Xia's mother gasped with excitement. All of a sudden, Yichen opened his mouth. The Qin family in Jiangnan province is very powerful? Yes, it is one of the top martial arts families in Jiangnan province. From now on, the Wu family is not a rival of the Qin family. Summer Mother rode. Who is better than him or the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan province? Yichen asked. Xia's mother was stunned. She didn't understand why Yichen suddenly mentioned the Martial Arts Association of Jiangnan province. Because Wu Daotai has not happened for a long time, she is busy with her birthday party, so she doesn't know what happened in Wudao. After pondering for several seconds, she still said, the Wudao Association of Jiangnan province is quite complicated. It is a special organization which concerns too many Wudao family's interests. Qin family and Wu family are involved in it. There is almost no comparability between them. In terms of influence, Jiangnan Wudao Association is too strong. Yichen stood up and said, I know. Then he went outside. Xia's mother was a little confused. She didn't finish talking about it. What did this guy go for? She thought Yichen was frightened by the Qin family and left in a bit of anger. She even said, Yichen, when are you going to leave Jiangqing? I can arrange a private plane for you. Yichen stopped and didn't turn around. Instead, he snorted coldly and released his momentum. Although the heaven and earth are big, there is no force that is qualified to let Yichen condescend. If the Qin family dares to come and die, I don't mind uprooting him. The gate closed. Only the shivering Summer Mother was left in the house. She was staring at the door, not knowing what she was thinking. Top floor of Thompson Epine. Yichen and Sun Yi return home. Xia Ruoshue planned to come here today, but her grandmother is leaving tomorrow, so she plans to stay with her grandmother for another night. After all, there will be less and less time to get along with the elderly. In this respect, we can see that Xia Ruoshue is quite filial. As soon as Yichen turned on the TV in the living room, Sun Yi sat down beside Yichen, because she was wearing a base coat, which was very tight, and directly decorated the magnificent things on her chest perfectly. Xiakenzi, be honest. If Snow kisses you just now, are you very excited? Very proud? Sun Yi leaned over and whispered. Although it was a joke, Sun Yi always felt something was missing. She likes Yichen. I really like it. At that age I like it. So when Yichen came back, she was happier than everyone else. She thought Yichen only belonged to her, but now it seems that the stronger Yichen's strength and ability are, the more beautiful women around him will be. Now she does not expect Yichen to love her alone, but she hopes that Yichen will always have her place in her heart. Not bad. Yichen Lightway. A man of duplicity, Sun Yi said, I ask you a very serious question, you must answer me. Yichen is stunned, just want to speak. In front of a black shadow cover, Sun Yi's red lips directly kiss up. Yichen subconsciously reaches out his hand to block, but just presses on Sun Yi's magnificent chest. It's so soft that it's almost impossible to master with one hand. After the red lips left, Sun Yi blushed and said seriously, this is the question. What kind of feeling is better if I kiss you or if Snow kisses you? We can't say everything is good, and we can't change the topic. Yichen really didn't expect Sun Yi to come like this. He knew that he could never say that another girl was good in front of a girl. He did not hesitate to say, of course, it feels good to kiss me. When Sun Yi heard this, her serious face burst into laughter. Dimples are like flowers. Kenzi, I like your attitude very much, so I plan to make a secret lobster for you today. The air is quiet. Because two people are very close, eyes staring at each other, a hormone gradually condensed. Yichen has been itching for a long time by this girl. She can't help it anymore. She just wants to have some action. Sun Yi's body directly pours on her. Press Yichen hard on the sofa. The four lips are tightly pressed together. What? The tip of the tongue in each other's body mercilessly take. Yichen embraces Sun Yi's wasp waist and slides down slowly until her attractive buttocks. Chapter 148. Sun Yi's mountains pressed Yichen tightly, kissing his neck and every skin. This is how the firewood and fire are ignited. Sun Yi's underpin shirt is directly torn by Yichen, and a pair of snow-white rabbits bounce out like this, giving people a strong impact. The two breathed more and more quickly, and Sun Yi was even ready to devote herself. When the two people are ready to go further, Yichen's mobile phone rings. Yichen fingers a congealing, a true gas shot out. The mobile phone directly emitted a burst of smoke, completely scrapped. A few seconds later, Sun Yi's mobile phone rings on the table. In Yichen's heart, 10,000 grass mud horses fly by. Who is calling at this critical moment? He was convinced. Sun Yi wanted to get the phone, but Yichen's deep voice rang out, "Don't go." He was just about to destroy Sun Yi's mobile phone with genuine chi. Sun Yi said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't run." "What are you worried about?" "We both rang. I'll answer what's important." Yichen nodded and let go of her hand. Sun Yi stood up and directly took the telephone on the desk. After a look, she said to Yichen, "Shin Haihua called." Then he took it up. "Mr. Shin, what's the matter?" 3 seconds later, Sun Yi's face suddenly changed. She hung up the phone, picked up a dress to put on, and said to Yichen, "Yichen, it's not good. Tianjin Group is in trouble. Let's go." The voice was very rapid. Yichen no longer hesitated, dressed, took off the SIM card of the scrapped mobile phone and replaced it with the standby machine, and then went to the underground garage with Sun Yi. 20 minutes later, Tianjin Group, conference room. The gate opened directly, and Sun Yi and Yichen rushed in. "Mr. Yi." Shin Haihua looks pale when he sees Yichen. He knew that he must bear the anger of Yichen. But anyway he did. Sun Yi sat down, while Yichen stood in the front, looking at Shin Haihua and asking, "What happened? Give me an explanation." Shin Haihua seemed to be a few years old and explained, "Mr. Yi, at 8 p.m., Tianjin Group was forcibly intruded into by a group of people. Several strong men stationed in Tianjin Group were killed mercilessly, and our key prescription was also stolen. All the important information is gone." Yichen Mao Sun a congealing, "Impossible." He set up a prohibition in the safe where the prescription information is kept. It is even more anti-theft measures. Without the key and his permission, it is impossible to steal it. There are only a few core people in the group that can be contacted. All of a sudden, Yichen's cold eyes shot at a vacant seat beside him. This is Lu Zuin's position. Lu Zuin is an MBA from Harvard University. He is an elite turtle. He has strong business operation and planning ability. He is also one of Shin Haihua's confidants. He just had access to the prescription. Lu Zuin did not attend such an emergency meeting. Yichen angry voice way. Shin Haihua turned pale and said, "Mr. Yi, according to the monitoring outside the group, it was Lu Zuin who brought those people in. Without LV Zuin's authority, these people would not take the prescription so easily." Yichen is lost in thought. At present, he has only two information. First, Lu Zuin betrayed. It's the inside of that group. Second, the strength of those people is very strong, can kill him from Yi Lingtian hand up to the master, absolutely some means. "Mr. Yi, this is my negligence." Shen Haihua asks for punishment. Shen Haihua kneels directly in front of Yichen. But his knee has not touched the ground yet. Yichen steps on it, and a strong genuine qi condenses from the ground and holds Shen Haihua up. A man's knee represents a man's dignity. Only parents and teachers can kneel down. Now is not the time to pursue responsibility, The top priority is to solve the problem. Where are the bodies of those men? Yichen said calmly. The more this time, the more calm the people who control the direction. On the 17th floor. Come on, show me. Come to the room on the 17th floor. Yichen found 10 bodies. He opened one of the bodies, and when he saw the scar and the unyielding eyes, his heart seemed to be burning with anger. These people were almost crushed to death. The means are brutal, and it seems that the perpetrators enjoy the process. But let Yichen's surprise is that some of the scars are not the true spirit of China and the strength of Qi. Did the surveillance check? The monitoring in the group has been destroyed by Lu Zuan's dog in advance. The clue is broken up. Why? Yichen asks. Besides these, do you still have what discovery? Not yet. I've sent someone to check. Do you need to inform the police? Yichen shook his head. It's no use to inform the police of this kind of thing. We still have to rely on ourselves. By the way, find out the families of the dead. In addition to the insurance claims purchased by the group, each family will give another 10 million yuan, and use my money to go through the process. Shen Haihua is stunned. Yichen is too willing. The insurance money is enough for these people's families to live very well. As a result, Yichen takes out another sum of money. From a businessman's point of view, there is no benefit. But from the perspective of human feelings, Yichen is undoubtedly right to do so. Suddenly Yichen Mao's son shrinks, discovered what, hastily came to a corpse in front of. The corpse was held tightly with one hand, and his pale face was unyielding. Yichen opened the man's hand and found a button with a special symbol lying in his palm. It seems that the man knew he was going to die and left the last clue for the group at the last moment. Add another 10 million to his parents and children. Yichen ordered. Then, Yichen picked up the button. The pattern on it was very strange, not like the Chinese culture. He thought about it and directly dialed in Qing's phone. I want to check something, take a picture and send it to your email. In an hour, I want to know the result. Good. The phone hung up. Yichen knows that finding Qing is the most correct choice. The Dragon Soul Commandos carry out tasks at home and abroad all the year round, and they have more information in their database than ordinary organizations and forces. 10 minutes later, Yichen's phone rang. Mr. Yi, I have found the news about this button. The pattern on his button is from an island state power, which is called the Wu Huang Society. The leader behind the Wu Huang Society is Kitano Wu. His strength is very strong, and there are 100,000 believers in it. In the island state, Kitano is almost regarded as a god by the island people. Our Dragon Soul Commando team once had a conflict with Wu Huangshi Society in the South China Sea. As a result, both sides were hurt and 7 members were killed. Mr. Hua Xia, how can you understand this force? Yichen's eyes were cold and asked, have people from Wu Huang's society come to China recently? Qing Yining had a bad feeling, but he still said, I checked it just now. A delegation to China recently arrived in Huaxia through Jiangcheng port and stayed in a 5-star hotel invested by Japanese capital. Give me the address. Good. Shen Haihua naturally heard the content of the phone and said curiously, Mr. Yi, what should we do with the Wu Huang Society? Yichen looked at the coordinates in the mobile phone and sneered. The country is the cornerstone of everyone's survival. If you find any forces that want to destroy the stability of China, you don't need to have any pity, kill. Chapter 149. Jiangcheng Gangri Hotel, 1801 Presidential Suite. 2 seemingly indecent islanders are sitting on the sofa smoking cigars with a sexy naked woman in their arms. The woman slowly unbuttoned their pants and puffed out something. The scene was quite chaotic. Not only that, in front of them, there was a young man with glasses on his knees. Behind him stood 5 men with short heads with samurai swords on his waist. Their bodies were straight and their eyes were cold. Like a soldier. The atmosphere was extremely dignified. The 2 wretched men picked up the red wine glasses on the table and dried them. One of them had a hearty voice. Mr. Akita, I didn't expect this kind of harvest on the first day of this visit to China. I feel that the Emperor of Japan is protecting us. Mr. Akita also laughed, touched the sensitive parts of the woman under him, and said, Shengi Wanjin, you are wrong. The emperor can only protect ordinary people, and we should thank the Bei adults for being like us. Shang Yuanjun heard the name behind him, and his eyes shrunk slightly. Yes, Qiu Tianjun is right. We are all for Bei adults. Naturally, we should thank Bei adults. At this time, the glasses man who has been kneeling raised his head. 2 adults, this matter, I should also have some credit. If Shen Haihua is here, he will surely find that he is Lu Zuan, the missing Tianjin group. The 2 islanders noticed the Chinese man kneeling in front of him and laughed. That's natural. You are the most loyal slave of our Japanese empire. Lu Zuan was stunned. He didn't want this sentence. Seeing that neither of them mentioned the meaning, he could only remind him, 2 adults, should we cash what you promised me? Tianjin group will definitely find out that this incident is related to me, and maybe it will call the police. I can't stay any longer in Huaxia. When will you send me to your place? I have always believed in the culture of your country. I am willing to develop in your country all the time. I am an MBA from Harvard University. In terms of my ability, I will definitely contribute to the great Japanese empire. At the moment, Lu Zuan flatters like a dog. In his opinion, his good life is in the hands of these 2 men. Shang Yuanjun looked at LV Zuan and was surprised. You said you would go to our place? Yes. When did I promise you that? Shang Yuanjun frowned. Lu Zuan was stunned, and immediately his face turned pale. Shang Yuanjun, are you kidding? We didn't agree at the beginning. As long as I help you steal the prescription of Tianjin Group, you will take me away and add $30 million. $30 million? Akita Jun directly pushed aside the woman in front of him, put on his pants and kicked LV Zuan's chest. Powerful forces directly kicked Lu Zuan to the ground. You, a slave of the great Japanese empire, have no right to ask us for money. It should be your honor to serve our country. What's more, you humble Chinese people, when our country invaded you, if it wasn't for your good luck, all the Chinese people would have become our slaves now. Lu Zuan's face changed greatly. He was staring at the 2 men and was eager to bite their flesh off. But when he saw the 5 men behind him, he did not dare to move. It seems that these 2 people will not take him away from Huaxia, and Tianjin Group can't go. Huaxia has no place for him. He's been ruined all his life. Damn it. He shouldn't trust the islanders at all. He clenched his fist, stood up, and said without expression, since there is no business for me here, I will leave first. As soon as Shang Yuan's eyes congealed, he made a gesture. Several soldiers of the Wu Emperor Society behind him directly clasped LV Zuan's shoulder and pressed him on the table. Humble Chinese, did I let you go? Get rid of this guy. Lu Zuan's face changed greatly. He wanted to struggle and found it impossible. The rest of his light to see a man behind him has drawn out a samurai sword, completely flustered. Lord Shang Yuanjun, I don't want anything. Why do you want to kill me? Please let me go, Lu Zuan begged. Shang Yuanjun sneered, humble Chinese people, you should die. When the soldiers of the Wu Huang Society were ready to start, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Who gives you courage to insult me like this? The sound is cold to the bone marrow. Everyone in the suite is stunned. There are only a few of them in the room. How can there be a sound in the back? They look behind them fiercely. I saw a young man leaning against the window, smoking a cigarette, looking at them faintly. I don't know why, a cool feeling hit everyone's back. Their eyes are like hell. The point is, they don't know when this guy appeared. This is the 18th floor. Like a ghost. Of course, Lu Zuan knew who the voice was. He seemed to have caught the last straw and said excitedly, Mr. Yi, help me. Help me. Mr. Yi? Shang Yuanjun and Akita Jun were stunned. They were Chinese. They ordered a soldier of the Wu Emperor's Society to say, kill that Chinese boy. Bring it here. A warrior of Emperor Wu's society drew out a samurai's sword from his waist. The air was rolling, and he stepped out one step and chopped directly at Yi Chen. This power seems to be tearing the air, howling. It's horrible. Yi Chen didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Looking at the rapidly falling samurai sword, he bent his fingers and shot out with the cigarette end of Mars like a bullet. If you look carefully, you will find that the surface of the cigarette end is wrapped with a trace of air flow. Chi! Cigarette butts actually went straight through the heart of the warrior's eyebrows. Then it hit the wall, sinking a few centimeters. Pata! The samurai's sword fell to the ground, and the warrior of Wu Huang society collapsed on the ground. There is no trace of life. Gollum. On the original June and Akita June mercilessly swallow a mouthful of saliva, and then stare at the cigarette end that falls into the wall. Nima. Is this really a cigarette butt? Cigarette butts are made of cellulose, bearing capacity and cotton almost. But how to get to this Chinese boy's hand, just like a bullet? How on earth did he do it? Is this Chinese boy a devil? Yichen cannot give them reaction time. Step by step toward the Akita June and the original June go. If you insult me, it's not worth dying. Chapter 150. Seeing Yichen coming, they were completely flustered and hurriedly said to the remaining soldiers of Wu Huang society, "Quick! Stop him!" The remaining 4 people have drawn out a samurai sword toward Yichen. Yichen glanced at the 4 people. Judging from their strength, it was impossible to kill those strong men of Tianjin group. There is obviously someone behind the people of the archipelago, but not here. He didn't want to waste his time. He watched the 4 swords fall down. His feet were like the wind, and his right hand leaned out on one side of his body and directly clasped the wrist of one of them. The power erupts, only click. One sound. The soldier's bone of Wu Huang society was broken directly. Seeing that the samurai sword is about to fall off, Yichen's toes are a little bit, and a stream of genuine qi hits the samurai sword. All you hear is whoosh. With a sound, the samurai sword directly penetrated one of the people's necks. Blood burst out. Extremely ferocious. Baga! The rest of the 2 angry toward Yichen rushed over. Yichen a lunge, directly stepped out, and then the other hand suddenly turned into eagle claw, directly patted on one of the people's neck. Power explodes. The soldier of the Wu Huang society smashed on the wall, and his bones were shattered. Big Mouth spit out blood. The only one was a little flustered, roared, and cut towards Yichen recklessly. But the next second, the samurai sword was tightly held in his hand by Yichen. The man's eyes were wide and full of horror. Ding! A sound, incomparably clear and crisp, the samurai sword was broken by Yichen and shot into the man's chest. Completely down. All this happened between the electric light and the flint. Too fast. Fast to Akita June, and on the original June reaction over, has been over. When the 2 naked women saw several bodies lying in the hotel suite, blood gradually stained the carpet, they screamed. I wanted to leave, but found that the door had been locked. They can only rush to the bathroom and lock the door. Yichen would not care about the 2 women, and went directly to the 2 islanders. Akita June's body trembled, shrunk to the corner, pointed to Yichen and said, "Huaxia boy, don't come here. I'm a visiting group, I'm your Chinese guest." Words have not finished, Yichen a foot out, directly kicked in the face of Akita June. The powerful power directly lets Akita June whole face deformation, is the flesh and blood blurred to fall behind. Dead on the spot. Yichen's eyes fell on the rest of the original king, Light Wei. He finished his nonsense. Do you still have? A cold sense of death enveloped the audience. Shang Yuan Jun couldn't help shivering. Does he dare to speak? Not at all. Just then, the door of the room was suddenly opened. The solid would split up in an instant. Sawdust flying. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face rushed in. The breath is extremely strong. Shang Yuan Jun saw the middle-aged man, his face was happy. Kawasaki, help me. However, he knows that Kawasaki right field is the Xian-level master of Wu Huang society. The master of Wu Huang society is divided into 4 levels, Xian Huang and Xian Huang. There are only 10 Xian-level masters in the Wu Huang society of the island. Dealing with some masters of China is easy. This Chinese boy is dead. Baga! Kawasaki right field roared. Chinese mole ants dare to move the people of the Japanese Empire. Look for death. Yichen Mao's sun is cold, right foot is raised, pressed down fiercely afterwards. Hit directly on the chest of Shang Yuan Jun. Shanghara's smile is stiff. He never thought that this Huaxiao boy would fight in front of Kawasaki's right field. At the moment his body felt heavy, blood could not help but spit out. His pupils turned white and fell to the ground. It's dirty my shoes to kill you. Yi Chen Dao. Baga. Yi Chen's sight fell on Kawasaki right field's body, cold voice Wei. Are those people of Tianjin group killed by you? Kawasaki right field Wen Zheng immediately burst into laughter. Are you talking about those Chinese waste? I thought you Chinese martial arts strong have what strength? It's all rubbish. There is a guy kneeling in front of me begging for mercy. He said that his baby was just born and didn't want to die. Do you know what happened? I directly abandoned him with one hand and one foot, making him feel the despair of death. I enjoy tormenting Chinese people like you more and more. Now it's your turn. Kawasaki right wild into a shadow, like a cheetah suddenly toward Yi Chen. And at the moment, Yi Chen did not move, his body covered with a burst of blood. Eyes full of blood. An indescribable anger is pounding at the bottom of his heart. He wants to kill. He never wanted to kill anyone like that. 10 bodies of Tianjin group are still lying quietly. They are innocent. They have families and children. Only in order to complete their mission, who has the right to deprive them of their lives? His momentum is soaring. The true qi of Dantian is surging towards the whole body. His head seems to form a blood dragon shadow. The chant of the dragon resounds through the whole room. Die! Yi Chen's feet continue to flash, drag out a piece of shadow. In a twinkling of an eye, he has rushed to Kawasaki right field in front of, a punch hard hit out. Kawasaki right wild see Yi Chen unexpectedly hard, corner of the mouth a sneer. I am in my country, no one dares to touch my fist with me. Bang! 2 punches collide. All of a sudden, Kawasaki right field felt a terrible force, straight along the arm straight into the body. Along the arm, that raging force burst straight into the body, as if a bomb wanted to tear his body apart. How could it be? What power is this? The great master of China cannot have such power. Before he reacts, his right hand explodes. Yes, it's a blast. The whole arm is gone. He cried out in horror. The whole body flies backward. Before landing, a dark shadow appears. He saw a pair of eyes like beasts. It's freezing. Enjoy the despair that is more painful than death. Yi Chen clapped on Kawasaki right field chest. His body directly hit on the ground. Kawasaki right field blood is surging. Just want to stand up. A shoe directly stepped on him, the remaining arm. Click. The sound of bone cracking. His only hand is broken. I'm a member of the Wu Huang Society. If you move me, you're looking for death. Kawasaki right field fierce resistance, but do not know why, he cannot resist in front of this Chinese youth. It's just the beginning. Can't help it so soon? Yi Chen's hands appeared several silver needles, directly shot on Kawasaki right field acupoints. In China, the silver needle can not only save people, but also torture people. It can enlarge the pain of human beings by more than 20 times. Next, enjoy it. Yi Chen's foot has been severely trampled down. Kawasaki right field left leg into a pool of flesh and blood, directly burst open. Kawasaki right now is not as good as death, his face ferocious, sweat-soaked body. Blue veins in the neck burst out. White pupil. I want to die, but I can't die at all. Can only bear torture. He growled. He begged for mercy. But the god of death did not agree.